Level Up is this amazing brand new gaming and esports festival hosted by Uni Days, and you've got so many cool partners and brands here. It's basically built for students.
As you go through the event, you're going to level up as you go. So level 1, we've got the entrance maze, and then we go through and there's a bunch of different levels for you to try out. We have retro, we have reflex machines, we have the consumables area, and finally we have the AFK zone, and our UX stage is the final level.
They've been doing the slurp challenge where they have to make the loudest slurp and get some amazing prizes.
The ultimate drip for 2025, the pot noodle bucket hat.
Mr. P's been doing some crazy shenanigans. We've had an insane Rainbow Six Siege series. It was crazy, it went all the way.
Roehampton, as usual, winning the Rocket League.
It's just great fun seeing everyone all together in one place.
It's so enjoyable playing on LAN. It's just a completely different experience.
NSC is like a huge part of my university life, and I think it's just a great competition.
It's probably one of the best experiences I've had in uni so far.
Obviously, a massive shout out to our headline partner, Uni Days, for creating this whole new experiential event for all the students.
Shout out to Uni Days and NSC, this has been wild, really, really cool.
Shout out to the commentators, the organisers, and the players for turning up today and giving it their best.
Play some games, get some tokens, open some prizes, yeah.
It felt cool, felt good atmosphere.
It's been a great first event. Thank you to all of our partners, all the teams, all the players, everyone that came to watch and engage with our first awesome Uni Days Level Up Live.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Scan Invitational. This is playoff day. Everyone's had their fun yesterday, but we are here to crown a winner. Big money on the line, £500 prize pool and 250 of that going to the winning team. So nothing is going to be left out here. We've got current students, we've got old students, everyone here to earn a bag and put on some great Overwatch today. But we don't just have to think about prizes for the players, we have to think about prizes for you guys watching at home as well. Type > giveaway in the chat, and our friends over at Scan are going to provide us with an AMD Ryzen 7 9800 3x3D CPU for you and all of your gaming needs. Type > giveaway and go to the link. You can do lots of things to get entered into the giveaway. And yeah, thank you to our friends at Scan for providing us with that and for providing us with partner for this entire tournament. So I am Egder, joined by Spectron today. I think we're ready to see some action, aren't we?
Yeah, in a little bit. We're just waiting on a lobby to get ready, of course, just so everyone is absolutely clear on what's going to be happening here today. We're going to be streaming 3 games. We've got the quarterfinals right now, of course. After that, semis, grand finals here. Going to be best of 5 in the first 2 games, best of 7 for the decider. So in theory, that's going to start at about 4 p.m. Hopefully, we're finished by about 6. So a decently long day of action here. We'll be around for the entirety of it, watching the action with you. And the game we're starting with, I believe, is going to be Portsmouth taking on Hull, if I'm not much mistaken. Got some of the old heads like JJPT and Rift coming out of retirement jobs, whatever they do with their lives now, and running it down for some Scan Gaming.
What do you actually do like after uni?
Despawn.
Oh, okay. I'm trying not to think about that prospect, but oh well, happens to the best of us. But yeah, this is an alumni tournament, which is why are going to be here. Essentially, the core of Galera Esports team. I don't think they've been playing recently, but in the first couple of
played Face It Season 4 at least.
Yeah, they haven't been playing recently, but they played the first couple of Face It seasons, and they're always going to be a pretty strong team, regardless, right? And you have that core of players. They've been to LANs together. They played online for so long. Of course, they won several championships during their time at the university. It was them and Warwick in many, many grand finals appearances, and they would always be trading their wins back and forth. But going against Hull, it's going to be pretty interesting. These two teams played together yesterday.
Also, I was going to say with Portsmouth as well, it's not just the Galera Esports guys. You know, Yukino is going to be joining them. I think the only current member of the team who actively plays Overwatch. So he is going to be bringing a lot of more current experience. Obviously, he's the only player to qualify to Face It Masters tier like two times, sorry, and still not be able to actually make it there. So he's definitely a strong player. Apparently just hated by God to make that happen, but going to give a lot of extra firepower to this team. As you mentioned, though, these two teams, Hull and Ports, have played each other twice. One time 2-0 to Hull, the other 2-0 to Port. So now we've got a couple more maps to play at. We'll see if things are going to end up a little bit different because, at least in theory, right, on paper, we've got an incredibly competitive match on our hands.
It could just be that these teams are both map 3 merchants as well, and that's all they rely upon. But there is also going to be one base. I'm going to make each other twice, and they the bands to be a lot more effective, and they're going to be very specifically targeted. I can't necessarily speak for Hull in terms of what they're going to play. They do have some quite recognizable names. Jim Verthal and Poyo are some names that come to mind. In terms of Portsmouth, generally they like to play rush styles. They're quite proficient in lots of different things, but if they can play... In a perf world, they're playing the Reinhardt, but that's kind of similar to shooting yourself in the foot repeatedly to say that you've done it recently. It's not going to be spectacular, but they'll settle for a Ramatra or possibly even an Orisa.
I no one's going to play Reinhardt. That hero's terrible. No, shout out Poyo one time, fellow CTMA support in the tier list, of course. Had a great time playing against them. So yeah, we should see some pretty entertaining gameplay. Hull, I feel like, are a team who can do very well, and sometimes they can do a moderate amount of trolling, at least from my experience. So it's about which Hull we get on the day. Because I mean, in the BUX split this year, then they had a very good run in the lower bracket, making it a lot further. I think a lot of people expected, and then I don't think they played up to their level when they finally got eliminated. I'll put it that way. Also, I gotta say, like, I gotta get it out there. This BUX split, I was pretty happy with. Getting to go to LAN, that was pretty cool. Shout out the NSE finals in Manchester. Definitely attend next time it's around.
Yeah. Where's the Strathers scan team? I don't see Strathers. Are you playing right now, or are you commentating?
I'm doing both. I'm doing both.
Oh, really?
There's a reason you can't see my hands, right?
Oh, that's all.
Yeah, and in match, literally as we speak. No, it turns out that everyone in Strath, we're like the most antisocial, lazy team ever. So
I know this to be a fact. Yeah, I've met you.
Yeah, I'm the most social.
Low bar,
yeah, I know. So my teammates were otherwise occupied playing Overwatch. Is unfortunately how it worked out. Yes. Listen, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, man. I don't make the rules. I just
ladies and gentlemen, Spec has worms in his brain.
I don't have worms in my brain. I tried to get them to play. I was just, pickle chilling. I was like, yo, guys, let's sign up. It sounds like fun. You get a chance to win, £250 for the first place prize. Obviously, enter as well into the giveaway for that Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. And they were like, no. So, if they say no, then I can't do anything about it. I would have loved to play and, continue to show why I'm only, like I mentioned, a CTMA support. But it's not how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, so CTM main support that's able to get to the finals. Why not? We do have our map pool as well.
You max like me.
Unfortunately, I'm simply not that good. So the first map is going to be a control map, and that's either going to be Lijiang Tower, Oasis, or Ilios. Then after that, you have the option. Basically, you got the full pick. Hybrid Flashpoint are kind of smushed into one game mode. So you can go Blizzard World, Kings, or Suravasa. So Kings Row, in essence. Push, all the push maps are available. And then Escort, Circuit, Junkertown, and Route. Circuit was an interesting one yesterday. Because a lot of teams were very eager to go to Circuit when map 1 didn't quite go their way. Control, first of all, it's Europe. And second of all, generally, because of Control being Control, teams are going to run kind of a hard and fast Lucio Kiri style with like a Winston or a Ramatra or something like that. The first team might lose on that and then think, okay, now we're just going to slow the game down and take like a kind of Sigma hit scan duel. And teams were generally very successful. Oxford and White team played each other today, and White were able to basically completely barrel stuff Oxford with like the hardest of hard poke comps, like a Zen, a Sigma, just really playing patient, really playing distance. So I am interested to see. Control is the first fixed map type. Where the teams go after that, I'm not entirely sure. Because, again, stylistically, Circuit, Junkertown, and Root are all very different maps than, say, Lijiang or Oasis or Kings.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I was looking at lobby now. I didn't realize JJPT or Lucky Boy had actually been playing the game recently. They've actually got their drives. As far as I was aware, they were like buried in the deepest depths of NSC jail. We only let them out for these scan tournaments, but no, they've been able to escape a little bit. I mean, obviously JJPT is not at his Commander X kind of worship days anymore. He's the star of EU Overwatch, but I'm sure he can still bring some of the action, even with his literally ancient profile picture from 2017.
What do you think about the rumors about JJPT and Sabrina Carpenter who have been going out on a couple of dates?
I think he's a great guy, and I think that I wish him the best of luck in the future.
I think in that kind of aspect, she's punching. Like yeah,
just punching in general. On some like Muhammad Ali type beat.
No, not like Mike Tyson punching. Just like I think like Sabrina Carpenter's here and JT is here. I'm still traumatized from that man mogging me at Epic 41. Like to like the most horrific level I've ever seen. Like, oh my god, I can't watch that interview back anymore without just weeping into
I want to watch that interview in the meantime. Actually,
okay,
I think it's a great thing to do. Hey, you are the one who brought it up. Like, what is Bossman supposed to do?
Okay, right. So while while Spec just relives some of my most awful horrors, our first map is going to be Oasis. So this is quite standard. Generally, it's brawlier styles that are played, though on City Center and Maylands, but a bit less. So you can get away with things like access high ground, but then you go to University and it's just going to be a Ram, right? A Ram or an Orisa. I don't foresee these teams playing.
We'll see. We'll see.
What on University?
I think a lot of has. Like a lot of teams
yeah, that's a good point.
Diva, very common right now. Winston is good. He got finally nerfed. He's good everywhere. Winston's a good hero. It's just like team stylistically. But what they're gonna play. Hull, I don't know too much. If you're Galera, then they do tend to bias towards that Ramattra though, as you said. So I'm not gonna say anything is guaranteed or not. We're in a very open patch right now. Even with all the changes to perks, then I think because they didn't nerf the good perks, they're rather just like buffing up the weaker ones. We're still in basically the same meta in terms of the heroes who are really strong. Because does Tracer get like notably worse because she loses one blink on recall? Not really. Does Has get worse because the rest of the picks are better? Just because everyone getting buffed doesn't really change what that looks like. So I think we're still at a pretty open point. I think the most pivotal thing to have in a game style like this, especially, is going to be an Ana player. If Ana isn't banned out, of course, because those nades are so impactful. That Nano's so impactful. You get so much ability to clutch out their fight just based off of some simple button presses.
Yeah, Ana's always going to be good. We do have the bans coming out as well. The anti agenda have banned first. They banned Farah first, interesting enough. I wouldn't have thought that was a style that Portsmouth would have played a whole lot of, but it does signify to me that they want to play something relatively grounded, because Farah is always going to be exceptional against a kind of tight-knit brawl composition. They can't really access her. They can't do a whole lot to contest her, and they also generally aren't fast enough to kill her.
I think,
or at least engage on the rest of the team before they can die.
I think Farah is really good into brawl comps. So Farah is very good for playing with a poke comp. Farah is something you're going to ban a lot if you want to play. If you don't have a comfortable hit scan player, or if your hit scan's only really good at Sojourn. If you've got a very strong hit scan player, for example, like a Big Bog, then they can just lock cast and like take you down, clip your wings, right? So we'll see what the counter ban is. Assuming they were going to play Farah, you would probably look for something like, I don't know, like a Lucio ban, for example. But we'll see. We'll see. I will say with Portsmouth in general, the Lukey Boy Rift DPS line, I think aren't crazy at the long range hit scan. Or is it Toto's playing
generally not.
DPS actually?
That's a good question, actually.
Genji ban.
I would assume.
You're not allowed to ban Genji, you sausage.
Wait, yeah, they can't bank it.
It's a DPS.
It's the old age, you know. It's the dementia.
It's the tactical miscalculation there. Yeah. Look at my old heads, man. Listen. There's a reason why in esports, then you get over like 21, and we start calling you Unk. You know?
Yeah. You don't want to know. You don't want to know what happened to me a month ago.
Skill issue.
I turned 22, man.
Yeah.
It's so over. It's actually so over for me.
It's beyond Jove for you,
dude. I hang out with my friends, and like they're like 20 and like 21, and I just feel gross like being around them.
Yeah. You're like that one like 50-year-old coworker you hang on with because he's like kind of cool.
Or like the people in fourth year who still go to freshers events just because they're weird.
Oh, they're just weird though.
Yeah.
Ban is actually through. JJPT has found a valid ban. It's going to be D.Va, which makes sense. D.Va's pretty good, very good at burning tank. Not that good at not burning tank. But if you're not going to look into like a Rhine or a Zarya, then it's a very, very strong pick right now. Obviously, we saw EMEA teams, especially like Al Khazir, play a lot of it in Hangzhou and find a good amount of success on that pick. So even though we are on a slightly different patch here, I still think she's in a great place, and I think these are pretty reasonable bans for both these two sides.
Yeah, very reasonable, especially given that it's Oasis. It's about their own styles. I am surprised that Hull did ban. That indicated to me that Portsmouth played far yesterday and it caused them some problems. And again, I genuinely just didn't consider that was something that Portsmouth were capable of. I thought like they were like programmed, and that program.
I didn't hear like a single word you just said. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Okay, well that happens to the best of us. Right.
You just like went. This should have sounded like.
All right. Well, that's very rude of you.
Internet gap.
Spectrum.
Tactical miscalculation.
What I was saying is I am surprised that Portsmouth have the physical ability to play anything other than May.
You're surprised Portsmouth have the what to play something other than May?
Like the physical ability to play anything other than May.
I mean, you don't know that yet. They haven't looked in yet.
No, that's true. That's very reasonable.
We'll wait and see once we're in. We should be going in, momentarily. So that's more than enough yap from us. We can actually get some Overwatch starting now. Pixel should be out in about 10 seconds, starting here, of course, on University. So this is going to be the brawlier area of the map. Shorter range sightlines for the most part. Dive comps have no angles to really scale on. And so they are Rhine mirroring. Honestly, I like it. It makes a lot of sense, more for JDPT than for their opponents. But the lack of speed utility will be maybe a problem for Hull. Other than that, you have a lot more resources to work with than JJ, so you can probably take longer fights. Note as well the Symmetra versus the Reaper. The Reaper has a bit more consistent damage uptime, but the Sim is kind of better otherwise, if you kind of ignore her lack of survivability, right?
Yeah, it's really a style of Hull playing, for sure.
Trying to find an angle in right now.
Maybe you get some damage, possibly.
Yeah, trying to find an angle in right now. If you are, either side, realistically. Force. Oh my god, Poyo gets evaporated there.
That's a sticky situation to find yourself. The May was just in the field beam energy for the entire fight, and yeah, that's exactly the effect that the Sim is going to have. You can't take too long in that fight. It's almost too easy to just beam down the enemy Rhine.
Easy as hell for him. An instant swap over to that. Ramacho seeing this comp, I guess, you know, when you see those Wulcons they've got, then it's a lot easier to go the Ram, pop form, and just survive. we'll see if it works out. Now, Hull going to be played for an extended poke phase if they can at all. Or maybe Poyo just full sends it anyway. See how things are going to work out as the walls hit. Poyo is bullied. He can block, but he's not allowed out.
Yeah, but Yukino's failed. This is going to remove a lot of that speed, but there's a Mei ult, a Blizzard in, and Poyo not able to escape with their life. Portsmouth looked to be on the back burner there, but they had an ult to bail them out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, that they did. Could have been pretty awkward, as you mentioned, but the Blizzard comes through from Lukey Boy and wipes them out. You've got no ults, it's the problem. It gets really quite tricky to really try and find a way in. You have to kind of slow play towards you get the Blizzard, and there's just no chance for it, as the window just bullies them all back. They're so far away from any real objective, right? They could do nothing but burn the clock. They could do nothing but wait for the point percentage to tick up yet further until eventually one of their ults are going to be coming online.
Yeah, they don't have a choice. They just have to wait out that ultimate. Now they're going to get themselves back in. They're going to have a couple of tools to work with, but one shatter from JJPT is all that's going to be needed to just put Hull on the back foot and, you know, destroy.
Oh my!
What?
And the slam as well! I mean, just ruins that fight for them again. The Blossom's there from Kernel, but he's not exactly Reclaimer out there. Rift is able to beam him down with the photon projector, and now just Poyo, who's left, doesn't find too much whatsoever. A dominant win here on submap #1 University, dominantly in favor of Portsmouth.
Yeah, absolute, very one-sided. It was the ult, and it was the confidence as well. I did not expect JJPT to literally just... I was expecting an ult first, at least, right? He doesn't do that. He just pins into the enemy backline, deletes a Mei, and then turns around and shatters the entirety of the enemy team. There's a reason that, you know, the popular things are popular. And that's the Lucio backline with the Reinhardt. You know, don't try to reinvent the wheel if you're Hull.
It's not really popular. I'm not going to go that far.
Well, it's more the standard. If you're running a Rein, you
not
generally
really.
want a Lucio.
God invented Juno Brig.
Okay,
There isn't any sort of setup here. You just play Juno Brig because we are in 2025 and Orbital Ray is so much better than the Amplification Matrix. Your BAP doesn't get a crazy amount of like poke value in this comp, and so this damage is sort of like menial. So all you need is the speed utility and someone who can sort of heal a lot. So
okay, but there's also no Juno for Hull.
I mean, they can go Juno,
but I don't think they want to, or they really care about it.
Oh, this drop is bold.
Yeah, I mean,
Griff, where are you going?
Poyo baits a lot of attention, takes a lot of damage, and is going to have to wait a long time. This is the problem with Ball. You can have one big hit, but then you just have so much downtime that you're forced to deal with, right? Hull are slowly, however, working down members of Portsmouth, which is exactly how the ball composition works to do. Ultimately, however, it's Rift who gets a stray right-click onto the Moira in all the chaos, and that's a lot of sustain now gone for the side of Hull. It's got to be on the Genji to go in, make some kind of play. There is so much pressure on Todos right now, but all that pressure being dispersed.
Yeah, I mean, 3 pretty quick kills in favor of Portsmouth. The ball comp, not a terrible idea. The problem is with the DPS they have, it's very hard to play towards like full win cons. In my opinion, especially when you're playing this double flex, you have to play super hard for the poke. You have to play super hard for an extended shooting phase. But Genji and Reaper, they're very committal. They're very cyclical. You need to go on a target. And I think it's very easy for Ports just to stand on point, basically. And as soon as we see a commit come through from Jin Pintle or Kerno, just to turn on them, as indeed we see there.
Yeah, the fight's just done before it's even started. Lukey Boy actually gets felled in the minefield and all the chaos is gone from the fight. Rift decides that it's desperation time. Might be a little bit of an overcommittal, but yeah, for now you've won the fight anyway, if you're forced.
You go mines for wall and beat and you win the fight, it's really not the end of the world. You can delay first fight, you know, as we saw them do with the window before. Obviously, the Blizzard is a huge area. The Nile tool, the Shatter against this comp is essentially a guaranteed pick, at the very least. Poyo's like on the point, but like, you're not really achieving very much, and so it does end up going down. My CTA main support there.
Yeah, no, I mean, no one's with Poyo either, so you're just going to die. It's the thing of Wrecking Ball. You can often feel like you're invincible because oftentimes you are, but all it takes is a good wall or some slow or a boop, and then suddenly you're just asunder and you have nothing to help you.
Indeed. See if anything is going to go a smidge difference. as we're trying to shatter on the choke. Makes sense. It's just going to get the job done. There's nothing that Hull can do.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no, we solo shatter Pollo. My man is not allowed to have fun. Yeah, he gets the adaptive shielding as well, but that's not going to be enough to keep him active.
Yeah, but that's a blade, though. And take him out of the sky. Okay. Okay, Jordan. Didn't know that's what you were like, but fair enough, big lad. Kitsune Rush has been used by Hull to reinforce themselves. JWT forced onto a different type of angle here. Without that tankiness in the front line, that means that the backline portion is going to be a bit more vulnerable. But Luke Boy able to drop off, not allowed to play the game for the second time, but in the extended fight, the Coalescence, they were able to basically mitigate the effect of that blizzard.
I love the idea, just so hard bully Voyo, because evidently it's working out. This time, the target priority not quite there, so the ball able to survive. Obviously, the Coalescence, as you mentioned, allowing them to sustain somewhat. But now they've expended their ult bank, right? They're coming up to mines. That's going to be it. Yuki will probably be able to match with the sound barrier. Rift will have wall before the window's active as well. I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're Portsmouth?
A whole lot. A ball thrive.
Broadwell is in an awkward spot there. We'll be able to survive, at least for now. Though it does go a bit lower than maybe he would. Kerno is so in. 2 in fact. So Todos gets a pretty easy frag there. The Fire Strike as well. Pre-fired onto Jinventhal is going to take care of the Flex DPS player. And with Poyo falling, I think it's all over with the crying here for our map number 1. Pretty dominant on Oasis here. Ports, I mean, it's got me questioning how they even lost 0-2 because they look squeaky clean out there.
Yeah, no issues, no drama. They got this done very quickly. Even in situations where Hull would even out and it appeared that Portsmouth were on the back foot, they would just pop an ult in. They'd pop an ult in. They would find their way to get back to it because they're a veteran team. And I think that's a big thing when you're looking at the differences between teams. When you have a team like Portsmouth / some of the Galera lot who've been playing together for so long, they don't really get phased by things that would maybe phase a lot of other teams. They're not necessarily caught up in the excitement of everything because this is kind of another day at the office for them. So even if a fight starts to maybe look a bit bad for them, they have the confidence and the wherewithal to just say, okay, I don't care anymore.
I think as a team, you can't get too connected to the emotions of the game. You know, the more you play, then the more it just becomes a situation you've been in before. And so if you're maybe newer to Overwatch, you're more likely to get like panicked, emotional, whatever. If you've played, enough to be considered a tier 3, tier 2 player, then you should probably just be a little bit more chill about the whole shebang because you've been there before. Like I mentioned, it's nothing new to you. Of course, it's going to be Hull map pick and first ban. Assuming they want to play like the ball, where do you even go? Like,
push possibly new Queen Street.
Yeah, something like that. I think is pretty valid. They don't do that though. They go Blizzard World. They ban Sojourn, which is weird because I don't think Ports have a fantastic Soj player. Rather than going Blizzard World and then banning like Ram to force them onto something that's a bit less pokey, they can't match the range. Is what I would personally do. I mean, Ports have a ban in response, which they are conferring on right now. This does feel like a slam dunk Wrecking Ball ban, though.
Blizzard World still enables that style decently, and it doesn't seem like something that Portsmouth would be having. But I feel like, yeah, this is just sort of the easiest ball ban I've ever seen. They're not going to do that. They're going to ban Kiri instead. It's not quite ball.
I mean, makes sense. You recognize that Broadwell is going to be pretty vulnerable off those flex support heroes, and removing Kiri, significantly reduces what options you have for double flex setups. You can still do like Anna Zen, I guess, which is still pretty good on Blizzard World, but considering you probably want to put some of the pressure onto the backline, I think it's a pretty reasonable ban, and I think we'll see it probably work out in Port's favor. Off that previous map alone, then I'm inclined to predict this will be a pretty quick 3-0. See if I cast the cursor in a little bit, of course. but I have a feeling I kind of haven't. It all seems pretty well and good inside the Tom WLM SLY. How do I say that? Wimsley?
Tom Wilmsley, yeah.
Yeah,
I
Tom
need to
Wimsley
actually
on
go on
Instagram.
it. I'm actually going to go on Instagram and just check that that's
Hey.
like a thing real quick.
Have fun, bro. Have fun.
Yeah. No, I will have so much fun.
Yeah.
According to chat, I've been taken by God, which is
Sounds about right.
interesting. That's a good thing, isn't it?
No.
Why is it not a good thing to be taken
We're
by
Overwatch
God?
players.
God left us a long time ago.
Do you think God stays in heaven because of a fear of what he's created? Overwatch? 2016 Game of the Year?
So did God create Overwatch?
I mean, that's the implication, right?
That doesn't seem like a fully correct
Listen, we're heading into Blizzard World, okay? We've got a Hull who's going to be starting out on the defense. Broadwell, Voidfern. Neither of them can take the Kiriko character. We'll see exactly what they do with it. We'll find that out in about 20 seconds. Very commonly, this is a map where you see teams head towards dive poke hybrids. We'll call it that. All right, where you play Soj, you play Monkey, you play Anna Brig, and you play mostly for nade shot combos. And then once they're close, you go for more committal engagements. Lossie, of course, has found the shark. I swear, anytime it's Lossie obs, then every time it's shark cam. I can only respect it.
It's anytime there's any obs that they're just a big fan of, like a shark or a pigeon or a crocodile.
Pigeon, yes, the crocodile, yes, whatever. On this map, like a lot of people go to Murloc Island. Lossie will always look at the shark. You could be in like a defender first spawn as well. There's like some stuff that people like to hang around in. I'm trying to think what else there is in this map that people like to look at. I don't know. Other than that, I think it's like general fly-throughs now.
I mean, the big ass statue is nice to look at. There's a couple of them actually.
If you're into statues, I'm not really into statues. I can't lie.
Well, what are you into then? Crayons and like picking your nose and eating it?
Essentially, yeah. What I am into, definitely, is a Juno has comp, because that's exactly what we're seeing from this defense. Kernow, obviously, on the hazard. Poyo back onto the support. I mean, you've got fantastic ults in this comp, you just need to convert it.
Yeah, interesting how they use the Sim TP to get on that high ground there. The wall is good, but not quite good enough. Canal has been quite low, however. He's going to have to back out the fight for a while. Strong dynamite from downtown means that there's so much pressure being applied to the backliners of Portsmouth, and Kernow's able to follow it up. So both sides are now down a DPS threat. We should be locked into a bit of a stalemate, at least until these key cooldowns, things like this Nemesis bomb, are back online. And it's going to be pressure applied here by JJPT, but you can't really do anything about, the Ashe on the high ground, the Juno up there, even the Moira. It's also a nice spot to retreat. Instead, Yukino says, I'm going to do it myself. I'm just going to dive the high ground and take out the Ashe because no one else is going to do it. And it was effective.
He's been soft angling through the left flank most of the entire time. Jiminto just not given an opportunity to get involved in that Genji. And that's exactly what you want to do on this Ram comp, right? You sit on the point, you recognize that you've got superior point presence, right? If the Haz tries to drop, he's going to take a hell of a lot more damage than you will. And you win the extended fight. So it takes them a hot second, a minute 20 or so to get the point actually unlocked. But it's taking this first point A, in just a singular push. And now when you're on... You set up on a higher ground for free. In fact, Broadwell has so much work to do dislodging you. It has to be a perfect dynamite on Bob, because the Ram could just stand there and hold block forever.
Yeah, that's the strength. Maybe you can't necessarily take the fight to the enemy, but sometimes you don't have to, for them to come to you. So it is going to be Broadwell, who is going to have a nice little shooting angle and a good wall there as the same time as it. This is going to have to be a sound barrier to deal with this orbital ray. You had no other tools that you could use, but Blizzard in the enclosed environment, it's not quite good enough to catch any...
Forces the space, take care of Jiminto as well.
Another fight regardless.
Yeah. That's a pretty bad Bob angle. Normally you want to be a separate angle to the rest of your team rather than stacked there. We see exactly what value Broadwell's gets there. Poyo is under a lot of pressure, but we'll be able to survive, I tell a lie. Lucky Boy lands an easy right click, and JJPT, the Fist of Fury, connect onto Broadwell. He's got the Annihilation in the backline, maybe a small overspend, but it gets the job done. A lot of work now for Hull to try and retake second. They'll have the time for it if you look where the objective actually is. But do they have the tools for it? A Blade and a Coalescence. Is that going to be enough? Apparently not.
Whether it's enough is the question of the day. Boyo ends up being... Boyo ends up being felled, and that's generally just going to be a big problem for you. Canal. A Hazard is only so tanky. You can only hold that block for so long before you just get overwhelmed. Now 5 minutes on the time bank that Portsmouth have. Things are looking pretty dicey for Hull, right?
There they are, yeah. Trying to see a way they can really get something going, and yeah, it's nice. At least they can keep the Blade through. I guess it's going to be more effective in a kind of setup like this, in a kind of area of the map like this, but you're going to really struggle. You need Poyo to hit a nade, as obviously it just swaps over to the Ana to really have a way in. And Luki Boy's just going to hard play for Blizz, hard freeze Canal, and then you don't really even play the game.
Yeah, that's why you try and take some advantage of the Kiri ban. Like, if you can get an Ana nade, there is nothing to mitigate that. It's a very strong tool. But again, I think that there's not going to be too much of a problem here to just mitigate the Ana pressure, or even use a sneaky TT to just, you know, put the pressure onto the Ana, right? Sitting in the front line, you're fine right now, JJBT. Yep. It's a good wall. The Blade gonna get denied there by Rift, and JJBT goes in with the Fist of Fury as per the usual. And this has just been a non-stop, all breaks, no gas kind of fight.
All breaks, no gas. They're just chilling.
Wait. Yeah, that's not what I meant.
It's okay. Nobody can touch. Nobody can touch it. It's a 3-minute 41-second time bank here, guys. It don't matter what we say because the ports are pickle chilling. I mean, zero perspiration for them as they complete the map with a gargantuan time back, losing 19 seconds from starting point, 2 extra innings. A lot of work to do for your Hull. I'll put it that way. Of course, it's a single elimination format, so they'd really hope they locked in and soon, because they're going to need to win this next game at the very least to be in with a chance of, finishing within those prize playoffs. Remember, it's £100 going towards the third place. It's about £20 a pop for you. At least enough to fund, a pub trip or whatnot. But it's not looking likely right now, right? We're going to need to see a huge comeback.
Why is it whenever I'm with you and we're talking about prize money for any tournament, you always mention the pub?
What else supposed to be your prize money?
That's a really good point, actually. What kind of... So, assuming that Hull are going to continue to play this style, maybe, a Hazard or like a kind of more flex supporty backline, what kind of things might they need to be doing here to overcome Portsmouth?
Play better, basically. It's really unfortunate, but when you're playing like with this Ramacho composition, then you need to be playing to extend your poke phase. When they go for stupid TP stuff, you have to be able to show them that it's stupid by punishing heavily. And you need to be able to basically just find more value in your neutrals, because they will find more when to actually engage. So hit more shots, basically. Don't overpeak as much. All these like standard basic things that make you, decent at Overwatch, they execute on those basics better and have a much easier time of things.
I mean, we're talking about executing on basics. There is nothing big about this comp. Lucio Juno Doom continue to cook Hull.
I get it.
It would be wonderful. Blue Boy's flanking. You're playing May in Big 2025 and you're flanking.
And it works, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, Brawl takes a long time to turn just because Boogie Boy just wasn't hitting the icicles, didn't realise that there was a May there.
He's got ice, you sausage!
Too late. Sorry?
He had ice! He just decided to die! Oh, that was annoying. Oh well, it won't matter for the moment. At least they'll be finding these exit frags into players like Canal, like Poyo, and so even though Luki Boy does give over the opening pick for zero reason, or I guess because he wants to go Tracer, then he will be back momentarily. Those blinks are going to recharge pretty quick, and we're back as a full 5 on the defense. You'll realize, obviously, what cons you have with the Broadwheel Fire, the Drinfin for Tracer, just playing for the shooting as much as you humanely can. But JJPT doesn't have to. He's just going to sit on the point, take as little damage as possible, and realizes that when the Doom gets into close quarters with the Ram, then there's not much he can do.
We're going to be forcing in a close environment, and yeah, Rift isn't able to get away from those mean fists, but it seems like Ramacho's arms are a little bit bigger today. They're going to fight back against Hull. They're going to get the kind of counter engage and just end up cleaning up more numbers.
Yeah, Ram's been juicing, apparently. Works out pretty well in his favor. Of course, half the time back now eclipsed, and half of it yet remains. if we're keeping pace with what we saw from Portsmouth, obviously that was a minute 20 to cap, so already slower than them. Still time to make a decent show of things, but quickly decreasing as we woke up once again. Will now on the tour. Will it make a difference? Doesn't seem like it.
No, because Canal's just in very aggressively. The rest team isn't there. I did like the pulse attempt, but unfortunately it goes wide. They're not able to get a lot of value out of it. It's just more dominance from Portsmouth. I'm not sure what else we expected.
Maybe a little bit more competition, right? Remember, there was one time these two teams did play in the the Swiss stage rather, and it was a 2-0 in favor of Hull. It seems like after that, though, they decided to lock in a bit more, and so we have just been seeing a streak over 3, maybe 4 maps on the Trot Meteor Strike Won't Catch a Thing.
I don't know if Portsmouth have ult.
Maybe
Yeah, because all have to work with. No, I'm saying I genuinely. Earlier in the match, I don't know if they used a sound barrier, and we are 3 minutes in. They haven't had to use them.
Yeah, there's not really an opportunity as well. A lot of these roll ults, that you kind of need to set them up to a certain extent, and I don't think we're seeing Hull really step up to even the bats. Right, they're not giving a chance to play the video game, unfortunately. Okay. See how things are going to go here in the kind of 30-second mark. Running out of time for Hull. They're really going to lock in.
Yeah, there's just so much poke coming out onto this tank, and it has to be a sound barrier to attempt to reinforce them a little bit. Portsmouth have all the tools to fight back against this one. They're just fine, and again, it's going to be the Doomfist bullied out once more. Unfortunately, Canal, you are not Andreas. It's a sad reality to live in, but sometimes we have to accept.
This one's pretty cooked. We are having it confirmed, by the way, that as this map begins to wrap up, Wolves taken down, Javinthal double right-clicked. I mean, yeah, it's pretty cooked. But no, the reason this is apparently so one-sided compared to their previous battles is that the Hull tank is asleep. Now, I'm not going to say I get it, but low-key, I get it. That is a good point. And I'm impressed that he managed to wake up at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, yeah, being down a player does make it pretty hard. So we are seeing some role swaps. We're trying to really figure out the best way of cracking the code, and they haven't been able to find it just yet. They throw a different curveball in with a Route 66 pick and a ban on the Weaver.
What do you have any synonyms for saying it's cooked?
It's Jove.
Yeah.
There's not much.
Because there's no reason that you're not banning Weaver as like an actual ban. You're not even doing it to protect the support, right? You're just banning Weaver. It's just cooked.
I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
We're having an issue. We're having an issue because Portsmouth have said ban Rhine, but were they joking about it? We don't know. Okay, they were joking about it. No, they're banning Genji instead. Okay, I was gonna say
it's one of Jinfinthal's good characters. I think it kind of is his character, right? So I assume we're. Oh no, different ban. Yukino is saying Farah.
Could they decide?
They banned Farah. They're confirming. Lucky Boy says that. Okay. Takes a second.
Okay.
It feels like Ports have had more difficulty with the ban phase than the game so far.
How? Hasn't Farah already been banned?
Yes.
But yeah, Farah was banned map 1, so they can't ban
But it wasn't my
Farah.
Ports, no?
No, but is that...
Because Hull banned Farah.
It doesn't matter who bans it. It's just...
No.
Yeah, Hull banned Farah, but...
Yeah, so now Ports can ban Farah, because they still have that ban. A hero can be banned twice, but a team can only ban a hero once.
Oh, yeah, it says. Okay. Yeah, I've been...
No, my alt doesn't
tournaments with different rule sets where it's just one character.
Literally what
once
rule
that
set?
character's gone.
Literally what
rule
set?
Okay.
Exactly.
Just
listen, it's because he's 22. We've heard it here first.
It happens to the best of us, right? You know.
I don't think it does. I'm perpetually 19.
My eyes are going, my ears are going.
Yeah.
It's really upsetting, to be honest.
It's a bit cursed. If you keep going, eventually you end up like Kenny V2. Kind of that.
What's up with the Kenny V2 slot? You're just bullying our producer for doing an all-round good job. Hey, my internet's been the only thing throwing the stream so far. It's been sublime. It's just me that.
Yeah, I'm trying to bait a reaction at this point. I need my content. I need my content. Okay, with a fresh set of rules. Now Kana is going to be on the support. Got Broadwell and Tank, Poyo and Jaminto on the DPS line.
Okay.
Ports
I don't even know who initially plays what character anymore. I don't know who's their tank. Oh, I know that Void Firm plays Moira. I figured that out a while ago.
Yep, Moira plays main support. Broadwell plays like Kiri Moira. Jaminto plays Genji, and then I guess Kernel and Kernel's figuring it out. I'll say.
Yeah, Luke Boy has no respect.
Why wouldn't Widowmaker?
Luke Boy showed up.
That's why, I guess.
Because yeah, you can see because you keep us gonna walk out. Well, okay, all right. That's a bit better. That's a bit spicier. But Poyo definitely putting in some work now. So we're going to have a little bit of a halt to Portsmouth ever forward momentum and the Genji's next.
Tactical miscalculation. It's okay. Oh, I was gonna say Poyo almost trades it back there.
Would have been wonderful.
Yuki's actually sending it. Where are you going, man? Wait, Lossie, can we get a Yuki pop next fight? I need to watch this guy just full int. He's actually full W king. Broadwell's pinned and dead. That's the Ryan v the Ram a lot of the time, it feels like. And there's not really much chance to play the game here, is there? For Hull, unfortunately, they did get capped.
Yeah. Can we please just... Yukino's only charged 30% to the beat.
He's dying, bro. This guy's... Dude, I see why you're not in Masters, man.
he can qualify and then just not. Oh my god, what even is this? Poyo's still like relatively free. No, they're TPing directly onto the window. Yukino gets the kill. Yukino's inting finally did it. You know, this time you inted with the rest of the team, so like, it kind of checks. It kind of checks.
Jiminto taken down. Final member. Yeah. This is Overwatch. I don't have much more to offer you guys than that, unfortunately. It's not really any analysis. This smokes rat. Yuki is AFK typing. I got really nothing for you.
I stand with Yuki. I stand with Yuki.
I don't stand with Yuki. That guy is silly goofy.
You can't stand Yuki.
That's it.
I can't. It's not I stand with. It's just I can't stand.
Real.
He's circumventing the sites by just being here. He is contributing a grand total of minus like 500.
What's happening?
To the
Why is JJPT in the back line? Why is Yuki camping a doorway?
Thomas just fell over now. And then Yuki finds his one anyway. Oh, we're getting Freya. We're seeing our first look at a new character. That's really cool. What do you think?
Okay. Boyfriend is. Let's talk about Freya. Sure.
We can't even ask a side question without something silly happening to interrupt it. Freya,
she's really good at burning tanks. If the tank doesn't get burned, she does do a grand total of nothing. She's the easiest duelist or character to duel in the game because, like, if you're on check Tracer again, she just evaporates.
Yeah, it's not something to be done. You can TP on him. She's gonna get away for a little bit. Poyo's been trying so hard, like, to find these headshots. You're pinning on 76 HP, and
there's always the bigger fish. Broadwell's there in time.
Broadwell just says, "It's over for you, kid."
Yeah. There's a fight going on, and Yuki is just AFK typing. This is really peak.
They weren't even pushing carts.
Yeah.
Only stuff.
They're in people out of the game. Luki eventually dies to the new hero. Yuki almost the same, but the scope shot's not quite connecting for the bounty hunter. maybe there's a chance. Now you've got that ultimate online. I haven't learned what it's called yet. Sume.
I think it's just the bowler shot, right? And a sound barrier aggressive engage is going to essentially
Big slam?
full barrier that. Big slam. Wait, diff? Wait, Rhine diff? Rhine cap?
Maybe.
And Rhine Canyon live on our feed.
Canal gets a double kill as well. It seems like finally Hull been able to find the stabilization. So it won't be another 3 minutes plus time bank at least for them. Unless Yuki is able to clutch up in the 1v1 against Broadwell. He almost gets pinned. And he almost dies to the Widowmaker again. But thankfully it's amped heal there as well as some pretty quick feet to allow him to back out. Lucky Boy has managed to feed them again. Where's my backline going? I'm quite worried.
There's angles. You want to take angles in a bot, right? It's all about angles, right? This one is very clearly obtuse by the looks of it. Windows out from Canal is going to stabilize them a little bit. And Poyo, again, just trying so hard right now. Jinful takes a duel with Yukino and loses. That's spectacular.
Yuki's just that guy. He's been training with Golden Pants. We've got inspiration from Horrocks. He's played with some of the best in the game. And we're getting shattered in spawn here. It feels like it might be a very temporary stabilization here for Hull as the cart is going to roll through. Voidfoot is pinned out of ult.
Pin the calling more.
Yeah, it might be a bit cooked.
That's
It happens, bro.
And that is a living. 2 minutes 46. Yeah. So this is Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen, at its highest, as this matter of fact. This is peak. Anyone who says any differently is just wrong. You know. This is why NSC is so goated, because this is the content that we give you.
Let's go with that. I feel honestly, I feel like the spring finals are closer, and I'm literally diamond. But no, we can somewhat empathize. Like I'm sure we've all had matches where we have someone not show up. Obviously, famously, Horrocks slept in one day, but you know, he paid off big NSC to allow him to buy.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
You didn't hear about that?
No. Generally, I like kind of. So there's this big rock that I've called home.
Yeah.
And I just kind of sleep under that most of the time.
You're a Patrick Star cosplayer, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm more than Patrick Star.
Beg pardon?
I'm more jacked than Patrick Star.
I don't know. I feel like he's pretty jacked.
Yeah,
What do you think of body fat of a starfish is?
He's got some. Do they like how? By what standard? Because I don't think they have like human back.
I don't know. Do I look like I know?
Do I?
You're more likely to know than I would.
Look like I know.
Okay, well, walking out, we're on Ryan Mercy. This is like one of the more cooked things maybe of all time. And whilst it's a decent comp, honestly, for the defense, it's not a comp they've been known to play much. So we'll see how the Yukino Zen plays out.
Yeah. Is that? Yeah, Boy's off the map. So JAPT already making their mark felt. Broadwell is pinning the wall and being cyberbullied. This might just transcend cyberbullying, and it's just like bullying at this rate.
I think we've got to call it bully hunters at this point. I think we might need to have some players join the lobby to aid Hull, because it's kind of cooked right now. When we're seeing it, JJPT has locked the wrecking wheel and is just rolling around like some sort of insane person, I'll put it politely. And I mean, in terms of value, the fact it's not negative is an issue in of itself. Jim Vinthal, Void Burn, almost poked. Oh,
can they leave that spawn, bro? Can they leave that spawn?
Stupid right click.
We was getting even crazier right clicks from across the map. Like
unlucky, bro.
It is. Poyo's on Tracer now. Is Tracer gonna solve all the problems?
Listen, what we can tell you is that most of the quarterfinals have been pretty one-sided, so we'll be having our semi-final game probably at about the 2:30 mark. 2:30, 2:15, that's kind of what we're looking at here. So you won't have to wait too long to have some more Overwatch beamed to your eyes when this 2.25 minutes elapses. Right now, though, I think it's probably fair to a bid goodbye to Hull Overwatch, as they are unfortunately clapped by Yuki Zen.
Yeah. They can't have any more tools. I have a feeling JJPT is going to pop a mine like in the spawn room. Yukino feels fine because any pressure just gets cranked. Rift is down. window of opportunity here for Hull. They're going to solo mines the bat, which is interesting. You force the
10 damage.
yeah, and you get the immortality. Jinful, what did Jinful even die to? I don't even know, man.
He's off. He's just off the map. You can't
okay.
self-damage on Genji, so he has just gone off the map.
Okay, that's good to know. Wait, yeah. I swear you can also wall climb this Genji, though. But
yeah, and as well as dash and double jump. We're nano boosting flying Yukino. This is illegal. This is so stupid, but it's working out as Broadwell just gets obliterated. More as well as Canal catches some hands, and Poyo, maybe the third. Not the third. Yuki's got no hands.
And it's not really catching hands, it's catching feet, because he just kind of kicks you.
Catching balls.
Right. Yeah, me too, man, me too. Well on D.Va. I don't think so.
Yeah. Listen, D.Va's good to the ball, at least.
Yeah, on paper.
Yeah.
Theory is a very different thing, as we're
to practice. Oh, yeah.
How does Canal die there? Never mind.
Listen, Poyo's on the Widowmaker again. He actually kills people when he's on Widowmaker, so this is probably good for the chances of this game going longer than it probably has to.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of it, Blade, and it can be reinforced by Coalescence, and you keep or that much aura, clearly. You're able to get the honor as well? No, okay, push it forward. That would be entertaining, a little bit, at the very least.
Yeah, all it takes is a Blade double kill into the backline, and then Lucky Boy as well, getting basically one shot, maybe 4, maybe for the Genji, if Rift falls as well, but no cooldowns. It's kind of hard to chase the frag. So it's going to be Ibrodo finds that. I can finish it before at least. So, okay. Jim Pillar just killed everybody. Just have that happen again. Why not?
JJPT, is he... Are they... What's happening with JJPT? He's around. Chilling in the backline. Okay, he mines thin air.
Okay, get up. Guys, says Totos.
Yeah. Boy lands another headshot. I genuinely think... the wall is out from Rift. It's going to harsh and I mean now it's fully denied because Canal's just been taken out of the lobby. Sights barring some kind of miracle from Poyo. They've been relying on Poyo for miracles all day long, but unfortunately the last one isn't going to happen. Clean 3-0 for Portsmouth. I say clean, but that game felt a little filthy to watch.
It got the job done. They'll move forward to the semi-finals. Pretty easy for them. You know, as we mentioned, Hull, unfortunately, a sleep tank player. Not much you can really do about it. Unfortunate for them. I know we were clowning on them, but you know, there's not really much you can do in that scenario other than make the best of a pretty bad scenario. You know, make the best of a bad situation rather, and pray it works out. This time it don't, and so Hull have been banished from the Scan Invitational. As mentioned, single elimination tournament. So we're looking at the semi-finals and now. So we're waiting on the other game to finish. I believe ICL is still playing. As a reminder as well, make sure you enter the giveaway for that AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D CPU because they're pretty nice to have. And whilst you're here as well, make sure you check out Scan Computers for all of your computing needs. If you have... for example, a really silly setup like a lot of people in NSC do, it might be the place to look out to make yourself a little bit more serious.
Like objectively.
Yeah.
Then they have keyboards, they have kind of PC, they have full like pre-builds as well, so it's a great place. And of course, the CPU still in the giveaway. Grabs exclamation giveaway in the chat. Get all the information from there.
I mean, Umbre plays I think there's 80 FPS, 80 ping, even to like EU servers. Cheeseburger plays, you know, your mouse is like a report rate, right? You know, it's like 1K as standard.
Yeah.
He plays 125 report rate, 125 hertz. And we told him, and we tried to get him to fix it, and he just wouldn't. So, on that, so we're going to go to a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for a semi-finals matchup. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Level Up is this amazing brand new gaming and esports festival hosted by Unidays, and you've got so many cool partners and brands here. It's basically built for students.
As you go through the event, you're going to level up as you go. So level 1, we've got the entrance maze, and then we go through and there's a bunch of different levels for you to try out. We have retro, we have reflex machines, we have the consumables area, and finally we have the AFK zone, and our UX stage is the final level.
They've been doing the slurp challenge where they have to make the loudest slurp and get some amazing prizes.
The ultimate drip for 2025, the pot noodle bucket hat.
Mr. P's been doing some crazy shenanigans. We've had an insane Rainbow Six Siege series. It was crazy, it went all the way.
Roehampton, as usual, winning the Rocket League.
It's just great fun seeing everyone all together in one place.
It's so enjoyable playing on LAN. It's just a completely different experience.
NSC is like a huge part of my university life, and I think it's just a great competition.
It's probably one of the best experiences I've had in uni so far.
Obviously, a massive shout out to our headline partner, Unidays, for creating this whole new experiential event for all the students.
Shout out to Unidays and NSC. This has been wild. Really, really cool.
Shout out to the commentators, the organizers, and the players for turning up today and giving it their best.
Play some games, get some tokens, open some prizes, yeah.
It felt cool. Felt good atmosphere.
It's been a great first event. Thank you to all of our partners, all the teams, all the players, everyone that came to watch and engage with our first awesome Unidays Level Up Live.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Let's hope that your break has been just as productive as ours. And we have a bit of a banger of a matchup coming up, we can't lie. Winston committing Grand Theft Auto. Every single year it's a new crime. First it was tax fraud, then it was tax evasion, and now it's Grand Theft Auto. I can only hope that things don't look even worse in the future for the poor guy against the Oxford Omnics, also known today as the Ox Frauds, because I guess that's what they are.
True. I mean, obviously I first had experience of them being fraudulent. No, it should be a pretty banger matchup. This time, both teams actually probably have their full 5. Only waiting on 2 players to get into the lobby before we get started. It looks like the first map is going to be Elios, which, as we all know, is the best map in Overwatch.
Is it?
And yes.
Says who?
Me.
Are you correct?
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, glad we got that out of the way. But it should be pretty entertaining. I think for Winston commits Grand Theft Auto, I believe their name is, then I think the question is who's going to be playing tank? Oh, it's Wantum. Okay, then they're going to love Elios.
Yeah,
because Wantum famously only has one hero unlocked.
Yeah, yes, of course. It's quite interesting because like you think of like European like uni teams, like British teams, and you think, oh, they're just brawl merchants, and then for some reason ICL are the exact opposites. They are Winston merchants, but
no, we don't have any brawl merchants. Oh, I guess we had ports. That's it.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Like,
we had ports, but
we play ball. Warwick plays Doom. ICL play Winston. Oxford play Arista, but they don't really play it like a brawl. They just play to shoot people. Obviously, with Light Void and Taranti back, then I assume it's going to be Rene Nooks back into the hit scan role. See how much he. But firstly, Rene mind control is really annoying. But he surely can't do any Rene mind control when he's on hit scan. Surely he just has to sit back and focus on clicking heads. Also, is he on hit scan? Could they go Big Bug in the lobby? So, like, what are we cooking?
They might just have Rene on tank. Honestly,
okay, why would you have Light Void if you've got Rene on tank?
Options.
To do what?
I guess play the game, play Overwatch.
Maybe you do Big Bug hit scan Rene flex, or maybe you just play like double hit scan or reset setups.
I mean, I don't want Big Bog off hit scan, right? Light Void's Light Void's really good. Renee's also really good on tank. Like Finn is obviously playing. The other DPS.
Finn is obviously playing. What's Finn Fonche ever done to you?
So what I'm saying, yeah, Finn's really good. He's obviously playing.
I mean, obviously he's playing. We don't have any subs.
Yeah, okay, but no, I'm talking about because like Rene and Light Void are both available for Oxford. I'm thinking like, well, there's one.
Well, Rene's got more flexibility, and Light Void probably doesn't. So it's Rene who just takes whatever other role you feel like.
Yeah,
so
I suppose so.
Obviously, you've got Taranti who's going to be playing support with Finn. So it's just DPS you want to play, I feel like is going to be the question. At least that's my theory.
Mm-hmm. Or just Light Void just has like a really like horrifically mean like Ana pick for some reason. Just for love of the game, pure love of the game, and nothing else.
I mean, I don't think it's just for the love of the game. Like an Ana ban into ICL is so free. No, like.
Yeah. I mean, surely I think they'd be fine because we saw it a lot in the Summer Splash where they were perfectly fine to play the Lucio Kiri stuff as well, and it's map dependent as well. Like Ilios, like on say you get to Lighthouse, yeah, okay, I see the vision for the Ana. On something like it's maybe better off with the Kiri.
No, Ana's still pretty good. You've
Yeah,
got
but
I mean, like the Kiri is nice, but you have to remember like Ana CDs are like game winning.
Yeah.
The cooldowns like crazy into like a has or anything that doesn't have like CC like blocking, right? And then just the general hero's neutral value is super high. You're doing a lot of damage. Your perks are best in game, in my opinion. Like Ana's good.
Yeah,
but we've got Chief and Lobby as well. This is like this is actually like stacked.
This is such an old head lobby, bro.
Yes, it's a stacked lobby. We're being nice, we're being positive. Shenado.
I've got nothing but hate in my heart right now.
I mean, like obviously the worst player in this lobby is Unisco. Gotta get out there.
Yeah.
But even he's not that bad. As long as he's like not on DPS. Unisco DPS has thrown my games before.
Who do you think gets bullied more, Unisco or Yukino?
Unisco.
Yeah, it's probably Unisco. I think now that like Yukino's like playing more, like he's taking that slot.
No,
like,
Yukino still gets bullied. It's just like Unisco is like he has more uptime,
Which is odd because Unisco is oomph, like but by all definitions.
He's like everyone's oomph.
Yeah, no, but he was mine first, so back off.
You can. I mean, I was gonna say you can have him if you want, but I'm not really the person to ask.
Is there something you're not telling us, Spec?
Yeah, why not? Listen, we're getting the lobby order right now. I believe everybody has joined, so we do have subs. Actually, it seems like yeah, we will have substitute at least one. Seeing exactly how it's working out as the lobbies are getting sorted. As I mentioned, Elos is going to be where we're starting. As a reminder, of course, make sure you enter the giveaway for the AMD Ryzen 7 9800X3D CPU. There's a couple of things you can do to get it. It turns out CPUs are pretty good. That one in particular is pretty good. You should probably get one. As well, make sure you check out Scan Computers because we like them and we want to thank them for putting on this tournament. So take a gander if you're in the need for some technological updates.
Yeah, absolutely. They're great partners to have. They're supporting this entire tournament. So huge, obviously, credit to them. The giveaway, as Spectron has just explained. Again, anyone can join. I haven't joined yet, but I probably will out of sheer love of the game.
I'm doing it literally as we speak.
Oh, okay. I understand. But yeah, we have the full teams in the lobby. Light Void right now is currently subbed out. So Oxford are going with their, I say like current roster, but also plus Taranti, which is very reasonable. Taranti on the main support is a very kind of constant, solid backbone for this team. So no issues there. This, I'm going to be real, I think this might be the closest matchup today. And I don't want to curse it, but both these teams are phenomenal. Maybe you give ICL the edge because yesterday they were able to take a map off of Warwick, which is no mean feat. And that was with Warwick like trying their damnedest as well. Like they weren't trolling on the map that they lost, which Warwick occasionally are prone to be doing.
They have been known to troll.
Yes, while this match is going on, by the way, we will be updating you on the other side of the bracket, which is Warwick versus Portsmouth. We'll be updating that with the score as it goes along, but just know that that's the game happening off stream, and the winner of that match will face the winner of this match. Do you have a prediction for Warwick Portsmouth?
Warwick. I mean, is Andres playing?
No.
Who's on tank?
Meta.
Lord of mercy.
The only way that I see it is like, I just think Warwick were the only team to go completely undefeated in the groups. So by that logic, it has to be Warwick. I also just love that. I also still love that image from last year's scan of like JJPT on Doom, killing Andreas on Doom with like the entire team assisting. And it was just like, because they were losing the match until they swapped to Doom and they actually took a map or two. It's like, oh, fair enough.
So we'll have to wait and see, I suppose. By the way, like I mentioned, I am true to my word. I have just finished completing the giveaway, so I am looking to take that CPU away from all of you. If you want to backlog in, I guess, to the Gleam.io page to see what you can find. I have no predictions. We're going into the server though, so I don't need to think too much. We can talk about what's actually happening in the lobby. Tornado Chief DPS line. It makes me feel nostalgic.
Oh my god!
It's like back in the old days.
Are you sure you're not an old head? Like, you sound like such an old head right now. That's
okay. I'm still younger than you.
Yeah, somehow.
Exactly.
My body's young, but my mind is very old.
What does it even mean?
Okay. Do you not know that song?
No.
Somewhere Only We Know? Okay. Well, we can...
I do know that song. I just don't know it like a lot.
Yeah, we have a guess as to the styles. And,
you just go, get off your Larry. Get off your Larry expediently, bro. That hero is not good. But other than this is pretty standard comp for ICL. Winston, Chiefs on Genji, Gios on Lucio. I mean, Juno makes a lot more sense for Eunice going for this comp. It's not perfect. You're not really playing around the dive cons as much as you maybe once, but you still just shoot people. And it's true Oxford counter dive cringe. Taranti Brig, Sergeant on the Torbjorn, Big Bug on the Cass, running on the Orisa. Good lord.
Oof. Yeah, two very opposing compositions right here. Lucio Kiri is going to be the style brought out by ICL for us today. It's the exact opposite from Oxford. They want to take the brawl. They want to take a close-range fight as soon as possible. In the meantime, Phantom's going to go for the engage onto the bat on Sergeant Squirt and then gets immediately bullied out. You're Winston against this comp. What do you expect?
I would press the H key. I'm not sure Winston has that depth of hero pool. Shield goes down. Taranti this time getting the better in that main support duel, and very little progress here. You take a gander at those check marks, and I mean, Shinoda's the closest, 40%. It's just lightning fast, and you get the stagger kill as well. What a great start for the Oxford Omnics, or the Ox Frauds as they're currently termed. They've got choke control. You kind of need Ana cooldowns to break through it, but you don't have an Ana. You just need that units go to double dink somebody. It's a lot of pressure onto the flex support, who's, I mean, a jack of all trades, yeah, but maybe a master of none.
Yeah, I completely agree, and you're going to struggle to scale so much against this. There's so much pressure. Sergeant on the Torb is really problematic for you. Even if you're able to break the turret first, you are just kind of able to walk. You still have your overload. You're not really at any threat of dying to the Winston. You're not at threat of dying to anyone, really, because Big Bog has cleaned up the DPS before you can even blink.
I mean, I will say Big Bug is probably the best hit scan in University Overwatch, especially considering, you know, the fact he's totally legit. But he's so scary to play against, and I think we are seeing ICL find out once again the hard way. Just two-tapping people at Dead Eye, of course, already active for this man, and some great silence to use it as well.
Tools as well. Oh my god, Gio just fell before the fight has even begun. You pop an orbital ray into things and the kill onto Big Bog means absolutely nothing, because it's as you said earlier, this ult is just ridiculous. And at least credit to ICL, if they can get out quick, maybe they got a chance for one last touch, but that's a late stagger.
They have a touch for sure. They have a decent fight as well. Again, you'll be back in time, you'll have ults for it. The main issue is Geode has no ult charge. He's only got 67% of that beat, so you can't reforce, and when you're going into 4 ultimates from their opposition, you need a little bit more firepower.
Yeah, you think of this rally, right? You know, any kind of engage can be stuffed pretty easily by the use of that brig. Kitsune Rush actually on this kind of upper position here. Wonder how much use it can get for the rest of the team. Okay, the rest of it does go through this Isle side, which is pretty good. Renee in the backline decides to pop an ult just for love of the game, it appears. But ICL have gotten all the key picks that are necessary. They will finally be able to take their first kill.
Yeah, I mean, Gio just gets an opening kill into Finn. Taranti heals just aren't enough. Huge work from the main support. Had a bit of a stinker early on, but appears to be warming up into this game and almost got a sound barrier to prove it now. Also, this fight, you're only going into the Molten Core. You've got Beat Primal. You should be kind of chilling. So we'll see how that actually works out. It's still a very hard anti-dive comp to get your teeth into.
Yeah, Wantom's not really allowed to play the game, but with this Primal, thing's going to be pretty easy. Sergeant is going to lay the Molten Core in this area, but, you know, ICL just leave that area. They're not even fighting their big dog, and they get both supports immediately off the rip, and that's going to be another fight win. Very clean on ICL's behalf.
Yeah, that it shall be. Rene, I assume not staggered. Orisa's pretty hard to kill, but they're able to force a lot of space, and everybody on ICL very stable. You only use the one ultimate. Your opponents still haven't got yours. You're going to be charging a smidge faster because you're the one actually winning these fights out, right? So this is exactly what you need if a comeback is to get started from Winston commits Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, and then Wanton's putting himself in the perfect position, just disrupt as much as possible. The beat actually used aggressively from Geode, and yeah, why the hell not? You have the option to do so. You're going to go early. Taranti and Chief trade each other out, and Renee's trying to come back and protect, but you can't really do anything to directly mitigate the damage of the Winston. But you can spear Unisco out of existence, which always benefits you.
Yeah, pretty suboptimal. This is going to get flipped momentarily. There's going to be a touch from Wanton, and you should be able to continue it. But it's going to be pretty tricky to actually get a proper fight going. It's Chief who tags on first, and it gets very little from a great whip as well.
Oh, yeah, they're even going to be able to get the proper touch just barely, but they're going to be running it right into the orbital ray with the Deadeye. The cowboy from downtown collects 2. Pretty closely fought, but ultimately the lead that Oxford started with was just a bit too insurmountable for ICL when all was said and done.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I really do feel for ICL, they're playing into just the worst comp in the game, right? Like, for your comp, it's not necessarily that your macro objectives are being counter comps, but just the individual 1v1s are so bad. So, not that you have to hit every shot, but you have to just play your timings like perfectly. We're not seeing it quite yet. By the way, shout out to the fact we actually have a scoreboard in the game now. It's so nice. We see Chief maybe having a rough time of things so far on the Genji. I think he's a fantastic player, but so far not really having the level of leeway he was maybe hoping for on that 6 deaths, 6 eliminations KD so far.
They need Carlin to play Reaper and then win Overwatch League.
As I'm informed, Carl is indisposed. Whatever that means.
Yeah, it can mean any number of things. So we're going to see the wraparound begin here from ICL. They're going to be really looking for their mark, playing their distance for the time being. They don't get speared out, so you're not going to be able to peek as freely as you'd like. But that was the moment that Wanton was in where your Soldier wasn't able to peek. It's small timing things like that, but your margin for error against the Oxford comp is so minimal.
Absolutely. Haven't made a big mistake. Yeah, I tell a lie. Big Box Flash is enough to remove Chief, and I mean, that's some cat on cat violence. As that's point going in favor of ICL or Oxford. Sorry.
Yeah, for all's on the other side of the lobby. So in terms of the cat boys, this will have to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, very clean fight win from them. It's as I've said, like it's just you have so little room to work with on this comp. This might just be a bit of a map diff for ICL, I can't lie.
I don't think it's even a map diff. I think it's just an awkward place to play. I think it's an awkward comp to play against. I think if you have the ability to ban like just a Torb or an Orisa or a Brig, then you've got a lot more, ability. Maybe if I'm Chief, I'm thinking about moving over to Farah perhaps, but that decision not yet made, and an attempt on the egress now committed.
Yeah, well, Diva and Ana were the bans that came out, and you're seeing, sure, not having to fight into a Diva isn't great, but Orisa can also deal with that. Orisa can also deal with that Winston pretty handedly. DPS both going to go down, 1 apiece on both of these sides. Big Bog did have the Cassidy ultimate, so that's not going to be something you're able to use, and Sergeant goes a little too aggressive, but ultimately the rally from Taranti is good enough and timed just perfectly to edge Oxford over the line to get that fight win.
Yeah, absolutely. Ult's going to be coming up now for both sides of the equation. Obviously already spinning that rally with the new Battle Pass skin, of course. Dude, why is that backpack so big? Not the point. Point is, you can Kitsu on point. You probably have to use one of your tank or DPS ults to deny the space.
Yeah, you have so many tools to work with here for ICL. You aren't too worried, but it's not like you can't bounce back by yourself if you're Oxford. They're going to go first. Big Bog's going to get eviscerated and evaporated from the lobby. Shenado suffers a similar fate, and it's a Terror Surge in the enclosed environment, comboed up with the Molten Core from Sergeant. It's going to be a tough time. Wanton, however, just goes crazy in the backline, gets 2 with the Primal. Renee is trying to do everything right now, but you can't do a thing because simply you are not Wanton.
He might actually be Korean. It might
my
be
God.
shown.
He's
Easy
at
double
least-
kill.
at minimum
Taranti and
he's
Finn
wage.
flattened.
At minimum wage.
He's got to be. But Shoneo able to back off there. Huge plays coming through. You keep both DPS ults through as well, so you win an ults down fight. You're just going to be perfect now, though. So, so a lot of pressure onto the ICL players' backs.
But you have the DPS ults, and there's going to be nothing for Oxford. So, in theory, your next fight, possibly even 2, should be good. Chief ends up pulling the blade. Let's get busy with this knife while we're at it. And yeah, Taranti, it's not the blade that ends up taking him down, but it was an entire team engage, which was very, very well timed from ICL, and they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, nice trade kill from Rene there, but Chief going down. It's awkward. Rene needs to die, and will at least be able to. So it is awkward that there are no DPS currently active for ICL, but also, you know, you can't do much without your tank, captain, mind control.
Very
Rene,
clever,
right?
very handsome.
Rene is Oxford. Like, this is known. And so with no Rene, you can't really play the game. So Chief will be back about now, so too will Rene, and at 60%, this is second to last fight here.
Yeah, founder of Ex Oblivione decided to move away from professional Overwatch and stick to the uni scene instead, just for love of the game. Surely that. Speaking of love of the game, you can see that ICL are loving life right now because they're able to catch Oxford on the high ground. Sinead, the overclock was a bit late, but it got style points and a couple of tags.
It didn't really need it, because we just saw Oxford fully walk into the ICL kill box. Wantum was full cleaving 5 people. Chief was full right-clicking 5 people. You had your Soul angle set up as well. Even without the OC, you probably win that. So you are coming up here with better ults in the short term if you're ICL, so you have to send it now.
Oh, yeah, they go fast and they get Finn, who was charging up to that orbital ray. Not going to be an option. Neither is Taranti's rally anyway, and those support ults are the key things that you need to sustain yourselves in these fights. You got to have none of the sustain. That's a key thing that you need to be able to win this one out. So it's all tied up here, 1-1. I think this is just kind of set the tempo for the rest of the series. Both these teams so evenly matched.
Yeah, and this time, obviously, we get to see a very similar script from that point 1, but it goes a little bit more in the favor of ICL. I think part of that is just like the maps, right? You go from Ruins to Well, and the Winston's going to gain a hell of a lot more power. Here on Lighthouse, I would argue it's a bit more 50-50. The Winston has to do a lot more scaling, so it's much easier for the Brig to peel. The 12 angles generally harder to break because you're always outside of that, effective range of your comp. But also, high ground's a high ground. So see exactly how things work out as we get started on the third and final point here of Ilios.
Yeah, and there's an entirely different look from Oxford. Gone is the Orisa, gone is the Torb. They're going with Farah and a Hazard. Not a combination that I've seen together particularly, but individually these make sense. But also individually, you have to make sure to not in your brains out. And you're going to go back, and there's the Sergeant taken out of the equation. Chief doing wonderful things here. You might be the Sergeant, but today I am the Chief, he says.
Yeah, apparently he's outranked. And yeah, finds an easy piece of cleanup there. Units go a double kill as well. And it's the extra 25 damage on the Genji dash. Honestly, there's a lot of heavy lifting there. Just an extra little spike of DPS that makes finding these final blows oh so easy. You can kind of walk this space for free if you are Oxford, but can you actually hold it forever? That's the real question.
Yeah, 1v1 over on the side here. Going to be both these flex DPS players trying to match each other. It ends in a bit of a stalemate. Anton's the one who ends up going down, actually. So seemed like maybe got a little too aggressive, and Sergeant able to return back to the rest of the team and assist in that elimination.
Very nice. And get the flip as well, obviously. Nice and quick. So only 32% accrued. Your ult's going to be probably a smidge better if you are ICL, so you can play towards them if you wish. But at 70% left to go, attacking this point, they're probably going to be online no matter how you do. So just a lot of map control being cleared right now, but the backline split could be weird.
I think talking of vaults, we need to be looking at Finn, who's going to have that Kitsune Rush available. You've lost Renee, though, so it's a decision. Do you want to reinforce? The answer is no, not now. We're going to accept the percentage loss on the point, and we're going to engage with our Kitsune Rush next fight.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. We see running like hard send backline with another player, lose all of his HP, and then find like basically zero value. It's a bit unfortunate, not quite what you wanted to see, but he'll be back now. At least in this time you do actually have that Kitsu.
This has to be very, very careful. Charging up slowly to a Kitsu of their own. See if you can kind of win this arms race that is being fought between these teams. Wantom, built very low, has the primal, and Chief is there to follow up. It's another slash. Big Bog, again, has not been having a lot of fun. Normally such a lethal threat on the hit scan, but has been mostly neutered by ICL.
Yeah, that shall be. I mean, all the HP is so low from Oxford. So it's going to take a while for them to all be stable. It's not even a charge for your support ults. You already have those online. It's going to be a 5v4 ult fight here. This one could be so explosive.
Oh, yeah. Both of these teams, they got itchy trigger fingers. They are ready to pull it. What's going to go first? It's actually Geode's sound barrier. Not the initial that I thought would go, but they take Sergeant out of the fight, which means that suddenly you're able to equalize that ult advantage. There's no blade on the other side, and Chief is showing exactly what can be done when you have that resource on your side, and the other team doesn't. 95%. Touch is going to be a tenuous thing here for the members of Oxford, and oh, that might be one of the saddest blade attempts I've ever seen.
It happens,
you didn't have another option.
Yeah, it happens. I've been there before. Nothing you can do about it. When all is said and done, ICL able to draw first blood in this series. Fantastic map between both of these sides. Geode actually, even with the play of the game, feels like every player, playing up to their potential. And we get to see, two very different teams stylistically clash, and turns out it's going pretty well for both of them. What is this? Gap.
Oh my god. Okay then.
Let's go.
I didn't know that this was. I didn't know you were freaky like that, Geo. But fair enough. Good on you, lad.
But even when we beat them, I had to type to him afterwards and be like, "Yo, you're actually just like insane." He was very humble about it as well. But no, Geode, like,
Geode, if you're C tier main support, is Geode like S tier main support?
Geode should be S tier main support. Unfortunately, we've got some like random losers like Volts are in there, so. Horrocks. Yeah. Those people, they're not good. Taken also, like, now Volts has been nerfed, they've removed the reload on Wall Ride, then I think he goes down to C tier with the rest of us.
Was that a Lucio nerf or a Voltzer nerf?
It's a Voltzer nerf. It's a Voltzer nerf.
Okay, my bad. I understand, bro. Well, unlucky for Voltzer, but I hear that he's doing something with like, two women in his bed while he's playing Overwatch anyway, so I think he's doing okay for himself. Southampton, I don't believe that Southampton actually made it here. Did they field a team, or was it that they just didn't make the top 8?
Southampton. I don't believe they fielded a team, as far as I'm aware.
I know that Kent also tried, but they also didn't manage to get top 8, which is unfortunate. In terms of who was knocked out, obviously on stream, we saw that Portsmouth got knocked out. Kiel were felled by ICL. Hull, of course, gone. Lancaster were beaten by Oxford. And then I need to actually check. Oh, so Southampton did make top 8, but they went against Warwick immediately, which is... imagine like getting promoted to like the Premier League and being like, okay, like your first team to face is like Man City. So,
I don't watch football, so I don't know what that means.
So imagine that Man City is like the 2021 Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, why don't we just lead with that?
Okay, right, sure. I'm not even that big of a sports ball fan, but I have to explain it in simplified concepts. Regardless.
Listen, if you look at me, you say 2019, San Francisco Shock, boom, we understand.
Yeah.
And some Man City, but I don't even know where Manchester is.
What is a Manchester?
Many people are asking this.
Yeah.
Many people are asking this.
Very peculiar. Mate, Manchester aren't here either. Very sad. There's no Strathclyde. There's no Manchester.
Yeah.
Like, this is
Listen, we're saving our power level for winter, where we're going to figure out new and creative ways of trolling playoffs.
This is what's happening to the Strathwell? Is anyone leaving for winter, or is
no one's leaving? It's just my team is like, imagine you when you've got a class of like 6-year-olds, right? Okay. And like one time you manage to get them to put in a good play. The next time you run that play, you're not actually sure the play is going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what my team is like. It's the best way of describing it.
Okay, so Spectrion is hanging around with a bunch of 6-year-olds. That's really interesting.
I'm like the nursery teacher. You get me?
Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's the explanation that we're going with. We do have an update on the Warwick-Portsmouth match. Warwick have gone 1-0 up. Kings Row is map 2. That is being played in progress. So both these teams now going one apiece. I think because I can only assume that because that first map for Portsmouth Warwick took so long, that they also went the distance, like a close 2-1 affair. So I'm interested to see how the score develops for that one going forward. We'll touch on Warwick more should they get to the finals, but it should be said they aren't at like full Warwick strength, but they're still pretty good. Yes, Meta's playing tank. Are they an Andreas level Doomfist threat? No, but Meta's still really good.
Meta also has more heroes.
Worried.
Meta also does have more heroes, which is a pretty nice boon, realistically. Like obviously Andreas is a fantastic player, but only having Doom and also has like Monster the Blue Mean does mean you're pretty counterable in certain scenarios. Once you just have invented not playing those two, then the rest of Warwick not being one tricks have a lot of flexibility to kind of do whatever they want.
I mean, we say that, but I feel like has this year so far just been a complete Warwick sweep? I think so.
This year,
yeah, it's been a complete
they've
sweep.
won. But like they've been losing a lot of games compared to other seasons.
Yeah, like because last year they lost in NSE Winter, but that was it. They won everything else. This year they haven't lost any tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing against some like losers in finals, so it's a bit unfortunate.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we'll get to them should they end up playing each other. I'm genuinely super happy about the match that we have like in front of us. Both these teams, you could see it. Like, yes, ICL did win. ICL on paper should be doing better simply because they had the better results yesterday. But I mean, I think it also because I said briefly last time map diff, but it was actually ICL who overcame that and ended up doing fine. I think that if Oxford can go to a map where the dive is just really ineffective, Oxford should be fine. Like I'm thinking out of desperation, they could always pull Circuit out. And, Shenado is great, but I take Big Bog in like a pure hit scan 1v1.
Yeah, probably. Carl is in the lobby, by the way.
I have never... Sorry. Correct.
I was gonna say we've got Carl TKH in the lobby, so the amount of aura has increased by at least 30%.
Right.
So the bans are coming through. I can't remember what the first ban was. But we are going to Suravasa. I believe the ban was
Arissa and Lucio have been banned.
Arissa and Lucio. Okay. Geode, fair enough. That's a target ban onto him. Arissa, fair enough. I mean, considering you have both Rene and Light Void, just making them play other heroes is awkward. Shenado being subbed out apparently in favor of Carl TKH. So our comp is getting significantly cringer, and I'm all here for it. This could be a pretty entertaining Suravasa. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Yeah, I mean, Colin, of course. So will be this roster will now be winning LCS. That's just how it works. I don't make the rules, unfortunately. Renee can't play Orisa, so Renee is going to take 5 minutes before this match to bash his head into the wall furiously before he remembers, oh wait a minute, I'm also pretty good at like Diva or Hazard or something like that, and then be like, okay, sorry about that, guys. We can go into the match now.
We shall see.
No Lucio either. So I'm interested to see what Winston will not Winston, ICL will play because when they play the Winston, they favor Lucio Kiri. Of course, the Brigand is still on the table, still very much viable. But I don't know, like, are they just going to say go with the I was going to say Lucio Juno, but Lucio's gone. Like a Juno Kiri style instead? Like, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
I'm trying to remember. I think Juno plays Kiri if you ban his Lucio, but I'm not nowhere like that.
I mean, it's a similar thing to like if you think about if we're on the topic of like main sports, think like, okay, ban Lucio, what does like someone like Volta play?
Volta, he cries.
Yeah, generally.
Well, no, wait, where's the tier list actually? But he will go Brig, but he doesn't think his Brig is nearly as good as his Lucio. For Volta specifically.
Yeah. So I wonder I do wonder what Geode is doing.
It's literally just like personal preference and vibes, you get me? Like,
are we going to win matches for a big start? Remember, the winner of this gets the opportunity to the winner of this is guaranteed prize money.
Yeah,
Think about
The
that.
loser still has a chance, though, of course.
The loser is 50-50 odds, right? Or is it 50-50 odds? Do you know the Scott Steiner math promo spec?
What?
Scott Steiner math promo.
What the hell are you talking about?
So Scott Steiner was a wrestler, and he was like if you combine like testosterone with like a toddler, basically. So like he was like ridiculously jacked, but like had no brain capacity at all. And he cut a promo in TNA, and he had like a triple threat match. And basically he was going on and be like, see, normally you go one-on-one with a wrestler, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak and I'm not normal. So you've got a 25% chance best PvP. And then he goes on and it's like, but then we're having a triple threat match. And he just goes on with like random loony numbers for 2 minutes. And it's like, he concludes with, I have a 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
Are you down?
I can't, I'm guessing you weren't at your desk for that one.
You have to watch the stream to find out.
Okay, so that's a no. Okay. Well, look, I hope that someone in chat appreciates Scott Steiner math. Look it up when you have the downtime. It is probably the most entertaining promo I've ever seen. Also, Light Void is in on Flex DPS, it seems.
It's being debated. I don't think he's in on Flex DPS, so I think we've got the big bug Rene DPS line.
I wish you guys could see the chat right now.
They're having fun. They're having fun.
Aren't we all?
No.
I mean, I do wish that they would play, but you know that's love of the game.
Listen, in the meanwhile, remember giveaway. AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. You should get one. Pretty useful. Scan computers, pretty nice. They got pretty good PCs. You should get one. Boom. Ad read done. Boom.
Wow. You're like working through these very efficiently, aren't you?
Yeah, speedrun.
But yeah, but no.
When are we getting, no. When are we getting an NSE Buek ad read tournament?
What do you mean an ad read tournament? Is it speed of? Is it quality of? Are there judge panels?
I don't know. That's what NSE has to decide.
Okay, so why would they decide to hold this contest in the first place exactly?
So they could figure out how to get the most ads per like broadcast hour.
Is that like their biggest consideration?
No, no,
I feel like their main priorities in other areas. Wouldn't you agree?
That's not the point. Not the point.
So, my bad, bro. My bad. Okay, unlucky. Our players still aren't. Our Chungus players still aren't playing yet, which is why we're talking. Which is why we're talking into the void.
Yeah, I mean that's how it goes. You know, it's average spectre broadcast.
Hang on, someone in chat. Oh, Rox has showed up in chat to say cut the entire Scott Steiner math promo and I'll donate $5. Well, I mean NSE aren't accepting donations, so like, yeah, you can't pay NSE. If you want to transfer me a $5, like, go for it, man. But yeah, you're being called uneducated, Spec.
That's okay. That is a-okay. I have my one area where I know some stuff, and then outside of that, then such as life.
Also, I only just figured out you can get a degree in Scotland after 2 years. I only learned this yesterday when you told me. But what's that all about? Cool. But hang on, so...
Well, it's not after 2 years. It's after... I'd have to explain a bunch, and it would obliterate your silly mind. But basically, I'm GOAT.
I literally have a law degree, bro. Okay, sure. Man.
Okay, and?
It means that I'm at least... not currently, because I'm now doing the bit where I have to... I am now doing the bit where I have to, like...
Warwick versus Ports is currently 1-1. Warwick 1 Elios. Ports 1 Kings Row. They're about to go into Circuit Royale to see how that's going to go. Warwick on Circuit has never historically been the greatest thing known to man. Especially because Andreas. But now they've got Mesa 1, maybe things are going to be a little bit different, perhaps. Sounds like a very entertaining game. They're just going faster than we are.
Remember, they still have Matt Murray as well. The number one hit can in Europe. Well, number one hit can? I don't know. Depends.
Not in Europe, in NSE maybe.
Europe was that was a slip of the tongue.
A lot of people in Europe.
It's like earlier when I said all brakes, no gas.
Yeah.
For the Portsmouth.
It's early morning for us. We're still waking up into the cast.
Speak for yourself. I woke up at like 9 a.m. today.
I woke up 3 minutes before call time, like God intended.
Oh, for God's sake. Why are you like this, my guy? Why are you like this?
Because I was fighting a case for reforms to the education system to like 3 o'clock in the morning to like poor schmucks. Not the point. We're going into Suravasa now. There's no Lucio on it, so the chance of Prashi is actually 0, which is incredibly rare on this map.
Wow. No India buff either.
I mean, how are we supposed to play the map realistically? I still can't believe they said they're going to rework it as well. This map is like it's perfect. It's peak.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think peak. I think it's like it's so inoffensive to me. You get me? Like I've never had a problem with it. It's not like I actively load into Suravasa. I'm like, oh my god, yay Suravasa! But it's like, oh cool, we're playing on Suravasa now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it appears that if there is no Lucio, then it is the Juno for both these sides. But I have to give Oxford the edge here because I think that they are just more inclined to play this. You are really taking Geode out of his wheelhouse by putting him on the Juno. But you are bringing in Carl, who is going to reinvent the wheel entirely by being the absolute GOAT on Reaper. I'm interested to see what a top Reaper player, what perks they choose. That's just a me thing, but I'm actually genuinely quite interested.
We shall see.
Renee is also on Reaper. You are mirroring Reaper against Carl. Okay, Renee. I mean,
Renee Reaper.
That's Aura.
Sure. This is a new thing for sure. With a break, then you've got better brawl for Oxford, but UNESCO has these Ana CDs, which could be a huge win con. A lot of pressure onto Wanton to be able to play around that, because finding this middle ground is going to be weird. Rene almost gets one shot, but he's got the Wraith form, at least for now.
Oh, Sleep comes out, but you're not able to time the one shot perfectly. So yeah, Renee's able to leave for a moment and ends up Carl, who cleans up 2 just off the rip of the fight. But because the other DPS! You've always got to be worried about that fella. 1 HP just ends up barely getting knocked off by Chief, but you've already done enough to save the fight.
Pretty easy for a guy like him. Just chills on the sidelines, takes care of a clean 3-piece. And, of course, was traded out before he has a chance to get the 4th, and Chief had nothing to do in that fight. Re-engage here. You're lacking Big Bomb. This could get ugly.
Yeah, Light Void already being dropped lower and lower. It's basically just forced to concede distance on the point, and the point as a whole, as a matter of fact. It's a big issue there, being forced off the point without actually losing a fight. It's never a great look for you, but you know, they didn't have much of an opportunity. Big Bog, see if you're able to get a bit more value with this Deadeye in your last one. It clears space, and it does allow Renee to get into the backline and get onto Geode. Light Void just soaking up so much pressure for the team that the rest of the team just doesn't have to deal with.
Indeed. Want some Chief, UNESCO all taken care of, and yeah, pretty nice work there. 37%, not the end of the world, but you'd like a little bit more. Typically, you get kind of 50 for a fight win, so not fantastic for ICL. UNESCO not liking the pressure he's under, bro. You're playing Ana into Reaper. You're going to be under plenty of scrutiny. I will say, double support fights are probably not going to favor ICL. Nano Blade is nice. Nano Reaper is old school. See if either one is going to be headed towards.
It's all about the nano, and it seems that Oxford recognize this because they just run past all of ICL to kill UNESCO. UNESCO hatred quite literally never stops. Renee TPs right into the face of the blade, but Light Void has the annihilation here, wants to turn this one. Phantom Shield goes down, so you're not able to deny the rest of that ultimate, so you're just going to continue to funnel more and more damage into the fight, and Chief falls lower and lower, but the kill isn't able to be finished off. You still have a little bit of healing here. Finn is around, and Finn is just more than enough to keep Light Void up on the point. Taranti can return soon, has the Brig ult, the rally to help, and no touch can come through in time there. Really good in the clutch, Oxford are. Goodness me.
If I was Chief, low-key, I'd be mad. I get the nano, I kill 3, maybe even 4 with it. You know, the only person I can't easily dislodge is the tank, and unfortunately my team's not able to, you know, sustain long enough to actually deal with that. Getting to this next fight with Ray and Blossom, so sure, you have a bit of an advantage compared to the opposition. But you'd really like to have to close that one out. The less you stay in a poke phase here, the better for ICL. You can't give Big Bug a chance to set up with the Deadeye.
UNESCO doing a phenomenal job of hitting these really flashy looking sleeps, which unfortunately don't have that much impact in the fight. Taranti and Chief are traded out, but yeah, the Orb is just too strong and all. It's a burden to bear for Oxford that they simply can't deal with for now. So ICL end up taking the point, basically just off the back of the really good ult.
Ray's pretty good, and it gets them the fight win. You kind of need to finish off your Annihilation if you want a chance to go ult for ult, actually trade them back and forth. But considering what you're playing into, if you're Carl, you surely have to be thinking about going for a more proactive Blossom, because the chance of Taranti taking a rally fight onto you, that's something you're almost definitely going to lose unless you have that Annihilate, which is why we see this hiding from Unisco in the corner with a nade.
Ooh, and there it is. The Blossom comes out, not able to get anything. Instead, it's going to be Renee who piles on the damage in conjunction with the rally from Taranti. And it's going to be good enough to secure you that win. Wantom has the Annihilation here, but you might as well save it for a better, less rainy day.
Indeed. Fantastic work to get that flip. At the end of the day, you know, it takes 2 ults to 1. But Unisco's corner setup doesn't find as much as you may be looking for. Neither does the Blossom. And so, I mean, your attempt to clutch out the fight doesn't really work. Now you've got the Annihilate, a bit of a lead on that. The Nano Boost, of course. The Nano Blade, a possibility. You probably just slow play to your Nano Blade and then hope that Chief can kill 4 again.
I mean, there's that opportunity, but it doesn't seem like they have any intention of going slow. They're going to use the Annihilation here, and Lightvoid's just going to counteract the Annihilation. And because you have the Ray, it is simply more effective.
Annihilate for Annihilate Ray is like just worth. I mean, in terms of the ult trade, you have another touch, you spend just another blade, you get the flip back in your favor, and because you're at 67%, they have no touch, I think. Like, it's still not the end of the world. It just makes it one fight territory for both of these teams. If one of them still has a great combo, the other simply doesn't.
But Oxford, it feels like they know this, so they're going to go for something a bit cheeky, very aggressive. Run down Unisco, even through the Nano Boost, but that's a lot of self-sustain and self-healing. You're able to get some nice trades just on account of taking a Chaos fight, but I don't think the trades are going to be good enough. The Nano Blade, tale as old as time, and it spells the exact same victory today.
75% left to go. A touch, I think, now is possible. Not as clean as it maybe once, but yeah, okay, so they can touch. They will have nothing for it, neither will the defenders, so the Ana cooldowns probably find more value here. I will say, I think this is ICL favored to equalize here.
Yeah, looking at Unisco or looking at Renee to charge up to this Blossom, it's getting closer and closer, and it's going to be online, and Wantom is actually taken out from a distance, but Carl, both spin forward. Carl gets the on-paper diff at the very least, but when all is said and done, the team has got to worry about the objective, and right now, Oxford are the ones who take that very firmly.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's firmly, but it gets the job done, right? Yeah. 2-0 here on Survivor. I think the scoreboard just how close this map has been. Carl is moved over to the Sombra. That's a curious one. That's a questionable one.
Is Carl programmed to play Sombra?
I don't think so.
I thought he only had the Reaper gene.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Indeed we will, and a wholesale compositional swap. They've gone basically full dive here, very aggressive as well with a Wrecking Ball and double dive DPS. Oxford, they should be fine to plant themselves on the point for the time being, and Renee, you're not able to necessarily deal with Ball directly, but you can pump in a lot of damage to him. Basically, whenever they try and do anything, keep his uptime incredibly low. Orbital Rays out from Geo. Finn currently doesn't have one to match it, but Big Fog's Deadeye ends up getting the purchase that you actually want. And you can see the amount of pressure that's being exerted onto Wantom. Still somehow able to get a slam onto Finn, but Oxford have the tank presence, so they should be just fine to take the point once more.
Yeah, that it will. Great pop there from Carl to get that exit frag onto Ren, and he will be able to escape. But his odds of actually winning this fight still relatively low. They're keeping the action going. Wantom stalling the point, and he will be able to continue to get this damage, not for much longer. Big Bog's there to punish.
Yeah, if you want any consolation, it does force out Taranti. It forces out that ultimate. Yeah, the Kitsu. So you're not necessarily too worried about that for Oxford because you still have an Orbital Ray, and Orbital Ray is definitely better than the Kitsune Rush that Unisco is going to charge up to.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, the EMP is going to be really nice to have, so Carl, a lot of pressure on him to finish that off entirely. If the Ray is pops, you just have to full kite that. There's nothing you can do about the Ray. And you're running out of time to waste on things like kites. You kind of need to go early and really do it as soon as you humanly can, in fact.
Hack onto Big Bog, so they're going to take him out of the fight, but not before Big Bog's able to return one to sender, put one between the skull of Carl. Again, dead, 3% away from the EMP. Not a spectacular look from your Sombra, because that's an ult that you really need. And Geode is staggered out anyway, so this late slam from Wantom doesn't mean anything, because you've got nothing to actually support it. Somehow, Chief ends up flipping the point in all the chaos, but this is...
What are those mines? Maybe you've got to be looking to reform your strategy, because I don't think this is working as we currently speak. Carl, yeah, goes down again. Yeah, you got the EMP. You'll have a touch, I guess, but all your fast heroes just die good to touch for like 3%. So, tactical miscalculation here for ICL. The wheels are definitely falling off the bus as we fall into the end stages of Surabasa.
And Wantom's just dead. That was the only real contest pressure. Carl is going to come back with an EMP, but what's it going to do? Because you only have 2 members of your team left. Make that 1, make that 0. And Oxford, I mean, say what you will about that first map, but Oxford just looking large and in charge here on Surabasa. No problems for him.
I don't agree with a bull swap. Or I do agree with a bull swap. I don't think this is the way I would have bull swapped. You know, it didn't look nearly as good. I think the Sombra Tracer... You need to be pretty good to pull off the Sombra Tracer. You need to be playing, like, incredibly in sync. I think it's one of the hardest in the game to play. Whereas, if you went towards something like, oh, I don't know, a Sim Torb, you can just chill and hope for somebody to magic pick. You know, a little bit of bias maybe creeping in there. But we'll have to see if that's something they maybe, you know, decide to move towards in the future. Remember, this was Oxford's map pick and their first ban, so they kind of are expected to be favored in a series that has been as close as this has been so far. But like I said, you cast your mind back to like the last comp when they were on like the Ram Reaper mirror. That was really close, right? This, I think if it's stuck in that, they have much more of a chance.
Yeah, it's clear that if Oxford can just keep forcing this mirror, they will win. Simple as that. ICL have to be taking us to places where they can force their own style. I'm thinking, I mean, Dorado's a payload map. It's in the pool. I'm thinking that they just go to Dorado here. It's the only thing that makes sense. There could be a Winston ban to come out, which would be a struggle. But I feel like they could just make the style work in general, even if Wanton's forced onto like a ball or a diva, say.
I don't know. Ball's fun. Play ball. Why not?
I agree. Ball is fun. I play ball.
Ball's very fun. Yeah. I don't know, that was a really weird one. I feel like next point they can just go like Dorado Bandiva. Oh, yeah, Root Band Break. Same thing.
Yeah. It's a similar situation. Okay.
Yeah,
they
they're
understand
going to force dive and then win the dive mirror because they remove something that they don't play. That's part of the dive.
Yeah. It's just going to be Lucio Kiri again, which they're very happy with.
And Lucio.
Yeah, but they just try. I mean, they tried the Ana without the Lucio. They did try the Ana. It got like pretty mollywopped.
It's because you're playing Brawl Ana. Like it's gonna happen. Like your value is you nade 5 and then trade yourself. That's how you're supposed to play it. And we're not like playing to trade, so we're not nading 5, so we get no value and we die. Like it's a different hero basically. Of course, the Oxford ban is Winston because we didn't ban a tank. I feel like this is a little bit chungus of us. Yes. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Wansum isn't known for his non-Winston characters, so this is going to be slightly funky.
Yeah, but I do see your vision. Like, there's room for Wrecking Ball here. There's room for Diva here. Does Wanton play Diva? I don't even know.
I don't think so.
Like, I mean, like, because we know that Wantom's Korean for sure, right? But like Korean, like you're either the can play Winston Korean or the can play Diva Korean, right? Like look at Harbin, right? Phenomenal Diva. The Winston is
he was jumping at Hangzhou and he still made finals by being the best at Diva and Malga.
Yeah, basically. So I think that Wantom is only the variety of Korean that can play Winston. Unfortunately, that happens to the best of us. Not as a dominant Winston as Chinese dinos, though. That guy's a freak of nature. Remember, type exclamation point giveaway in the chat. We still have that giveaway ongoing. Spec has now entered it. He's trying to steal a CPU from you. Don't let him. Enter the giveaway. Win it for yourself.
Fair enough. Try and get me, I suppose.
I mean, I literally just got a new PC. I don't really have the need for a new CPU. I can't lie.
Listen, you could always have another CPU. Think about it. You could have a PC to cast on and then a PC to play on. Or you could play on 2 PCs. Do we have any admins in the chat who can confirm the legality of playing on 2 accounts at the same time?
I don't think you need an admin to tell you that.
Because, I mean, why would it be illegal? It's just like trolling, you know?
Is it like those like copy pastas where like checkmate would just like load into a lobby 1v5, type checkmate into the keyboard, and then everyone just dies?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't even put it in match chat. He just types checkmate on the keyboard, and everyone explodes.
Yeah. I mean, surely you've heard of the NA player pinning Pedro, who like use multiple accounts at the same time and just try and Q snipe each other, and then takes turns playing with each account.
No, I was not familiar with the game there. I can't.
You've learned something today.
Well, that's absolutely wonderful. I am so happy. Yeah, both these scenes still taking forever to load in.
I mean, the last time apparently it was because Carla just like left.
I think there was like a medical thing happening.
I see.
Do you remember when like Shy in that match against Shanghai played so hard he just started bleeding from his face?
That was
like,
incredible.
when the match ended.
That was such aura.
It's like Becky Lynch having a broken nose at the top of the ramp type aura, you know?
I don't know.
Except Shy is arguably cooler. You don't know who Becky Lynch is. Do you like exist?
One would assume so.
Are you just a concept who doesn't like do it? I was gonna say don't do anything aside from cast Overwatch, but nah. That would have been a bit too
one would assume so. But you can neither confirm nor deny, can you?
As our producer said earlier, if a tree falls, did it fall?
One would assume so. Not to sound like a broken records, but not really sure what else to add there. We see the defensive start coming through for the Imperial College of London. 5 seconds till we see the combat. At least they have been locking in. What tank does Wansum go? He's got the Winston band out. He's on ball. Oh, we're cooked. Oh, we're so cooked.
No, don't disrespect the Wanton Ball, okay? Don't disrespect the Wanton Ball. I'm a believer. Against Renee Diva, probably not. I think Renee's kind of the GOAT in that regard. But, you know, have faith in the lad. Have faith in the lad.
I'm good. I don't believe in faith.
Okay, that's... Wait, you don't believe in faith? Surely you just say you don't have faith.
I was hoping you wouldn't cotton on to that particular...
all I do is words. Like, I can't do lore. Like, those are just all word things, you know?
Dude, I do engineering. What's your excuse?
I don't have an excuse. I just have brain damage.
Oh, real. So you have to play weirdly, to be honest, if you're playing this ball into the diva here. Finn should be under plenty of scrutiny. You see how much Renner wants to play for the peel, and how much he just wants to play to ignore and just hard kill stuff.
You just don't really have like anywhere you can really play that well for, well, even though this is a good dive map, like you don't have many flanks or side angles really. Like, you know, this high ground is just going to get covered. This section of the map, like this is, you don't really want to be going through narrow areas on ball. It's not great. You're able to get your engage. You end up getting naded up very quickly. Wanton, you do have to play really conservatively. Like you can play as ball just to disrupt a bit, but losing your Genji is going to make things a struggle. Plus, you're being marked by Taranti.
René can just do whatever he wants. Look at this. He's actually in their backline. Okay, 2K, he's half HP, no armor, no matrix, but still, like, he can just walk places. Wansum has to figure out how to match that same amount of uptime as René, whilst being looked at significantly more.
Well, the answer is, honestly, you can't. You can't match that level of uptime, so you have to make up for it by sheer impact. And you do end up slamming the Cassidy while Sargent is on the side on the Tracer here. Again, just sort of playing really, really freely because ball isn't peeling for the backline. So you just kind of walk on it, right? And unfortunately, Wanton hasn't been able to get the job done against these, you know, Lucio Juno characters.
I really feel like we could have banned Diva. Maybe I'm forgetting the bans. It might be on me. But we ban the Diva, then you're allowed to play the Winston, because obviously
I think they banned I think ICL banned Diva the first match.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Curious choice.
Well, they won it, so
that is true. That is true.
Can't hate on results. Can't hate on results.
Well, here you are then now, and we'll have to see exactly what your way in is, because this is pretty awkward. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, Renee just goes for a mad rush there, but you have the bomb, so you know that you have that safety net to return whenever you want. this is a region where, things get a bit protracted. I feel like the ball can do a bit more here. One ball hit isn't the worst, but when you can hit over and over and over again, it can get really grating on you. You're going to aggress with the sound barrier from the side of ICL. Big Bob matches back. The mines are decent, but all they're going to really do is just stop Oxford from continuing their advance, which, okay, never mind. They're not that decent. As a matter of fact, they're kind of mid.
Unisco gets his one, Rene just flies over the mines, so they get relatively low value, right? Once it's hard committed, not sure we needed that Unisco, but it's always a chance for it, right? See if Rene can get popped out on mech.
No! Okay, at least they use a sound barrier for it, at least, but still, there was no need whatsoever to be using the overclock in that situation. And they're going to get collapsed on because ICL simply don't have the numbers. Big Bog is on cleanup duty right there. Oh no, they're throwing their ults away. What are they doing, Spec?
They thought it was clutchable, and it sort of was, but, like, not really, and they also didn't clutch it. So, not what you really want to be seeing here. You've got a blade, at least, for the recontest, and yeah, we are still seeing Oxford be relatively skint, so you still have a decent ult advantage, but it's not the fight you were looking for. So, a lot of pressure on Steve to find value now with his strike blades.
Yeah, you're just looking for something here, you Anton, but there aren't really any targets you can pin down. The only one that you really can is the Cass, who is relatively tanky and just roll away. That being said, Renee gets very greedy. Chief
dies
even more
the
greedy,
blades!
apparently. Big 25, and Chief just gets Diva Bomb. That is unbelievable.
That is unfortunate. 4-minute time bank, also unfortunate. See exactly what we can do. Okay, we've just gone Zarya. The wheels are fully off the bus. We just Ooga Booga tank swap. I get it. You'll have beat for the next fight. You have to go for a fast one because otherwise Big Bog Deadeye will kind of ruin your day. See exactly how fast one someone can accumulate some of that energy.
Well, you're not going to be able to roll your Genji to get into that energy because the Genji's been booped and killed by the Lucio on the other side. Big Bog, again, is just walking here like an absolute madman, has no problem dealing with the rest of the team. Renee's getting poked out a little bit, and on this stage of the map is where it either might struggle, because you only have one big lane. You can try and avoid the Zarya for a while, but eventually you are forced to just kind of sit in their face and tank them. That's going to be a barrier out. Chief still gets caught!
He's heading in, man.
What's happening? What's happened to Chief's monitor?
Oh, really, it might be off. It might be broken. He needs to go to scan computers, get another one, maybe. Oh, want some? This is one at least. Sorrento goes down 90% of the way to a sound barrier, but the orbital is enough to remove one sub. Carter's going to continue to move forward, and the time Max still got Ganchuan.
Yeah, really strong work. Renee able to get back to a mech just fine. No issues there. That's a very optimistic pulse bomb, but you don't need to worry about that because Big Bog's just doing the work for you on the other side. Wanton has to come out. It's a kick to rush from Unisco. It has to be. You don't have any other choices, but Granty will have a sound barrier to invest into this fight, so you're not really worried about that. Plus a bomb to zone away from the objective as well. Arid is able to get back into the mech, so you're not even to get a damn thing from that. Grab on the point, but there's no follow-up because Big Bog just hits the cleanest dink of a lifetime onto Wanton to remove that high charge Zarya threat. And Oxford, they're just looking dominant.
It's getting to the point where maybe we should say, even if you don't have a Diva ban, maybe you could have banned like anything to protect a Winston. You know, Orisa, Roadhog. Honestly, I would have banned Roadhog.
It's like a please let Wanton play Winston.
I mean, yeah, basically, because he can't now, and it's not going great. Obviously, those with long memories may remember our matchup against ICL, where we went to this very map, banned Winston. No, we didn't even ban Winston. We just like got like Sig banned and then played Roadhog and won. I think the idea is you want to let Winston play Winston, and if he can't, unfortunately, this kind of happens. The 2-minute 15 time bank on Route 66 is unfortunately borderline unseen, and so there's a lot of pressure on them to really get this comeback going. I think, remember, 1-1 in the series so far. This would make it 2-1, so backs aren't up against the wall just yet, but considering this is their pick, you'd hope that they could take it.
And while we have this match in front of us, the Warwick-Portsmouth match is continuing to develop. Warwick are 2-1 up. They put themselves on match point. interested to see whether they close it out now, whether it goes to map 5. There's all manner of things that could happen, but remember, we will be updating you as that goes on. I mean, we are going to get either Warwick or Portsmouth in the grand final against the winner of this as well. And I'm all for it. Wantom is now trying another tank, but unfortunately, you have to be... what region do you have to be from to be able to play Hazard well?
No one can play Hazard well.
Okay, I understand. I mean, I think Willis from Quick Esports is pretty good. He's like, what, Swedish?
No
Andreas is also Swedish and a good Hazard, so I guess you have to be Swedish. All right, understood. Also, no comment on Sergeant getting taken out of the game by Shenado instantly. If you need to turn the momentum, that's a pretty good way to begin doing it.
Yeah, Soda Trails are pretty nice, aren't they? We see them otherwise keep neutraling on this high ground. Carter's going to keep moving the entire time. Dude has to be careful because any pressure towards them could make his life pretty poor. Chief begins to scale for a hit on the high ground and decides to commit to it. Needs to actually finish someone off though, otherwise, it's not ideal.
Yeah, you're able to force a little bit of movement from Oxford. You're able to push them back a little
You're not Ninja,
bit.
bro. You don't care about that.
Yeah, a little, okay? You care a little, right? If you're able to back them up, put them into a tough predicament, then that's perfect. And that's a tough predicament right there. Taranti forced to kind of wall right out in the open half HP. Chief's going to snap that one up. It should just be a matter of time here before ICL can complete this one now. And yeah, this Hazard, we haven't had a big sample size of it yet, but it's deeming to be a far superior look to the shenanigans that Wanton was up to in the last round.
Yeah, it also helps that the DPS are just like popping off way harder. It feels like they figured out how to play. We aren't seeing Chief get magic picked for zero reason. Obviously, Shenado gets their opening pick. This is much what we want to be seeing from the 1-2 punch of ICL, and a 5-minute time back now means that finishing the map with something comparable to Oxford is more than possible. It's so doable. Just gonna lock in and figure out how to deal with this orbital ray.
Just lock in, Spectron says, in 2025. And yeah, I could not think of any better advice. And oh, Chief has caught Big Fog in an awkward predicament, and the protection isn't able to come back in time. So that's a very clean pick to come through. Finn even pops the orbital ray into the equation, and it's all going to be for naught. Blade and Kitsuash used for ICL here. They still have plenty of resources in their next fight, the final one for second.
I mean, Blade and Kitsu for Ray is so fine. Just like every day of the week. Obviously, Chief just like full sends it. He wants the Blade to finish the clip, and he gets an extra one for it. Great work from the Genji. 2 just raw mechanical picks to take care of. But the Soj, then the Lucio, humongous value. Especially as Taranti not given a chance to get any closer towards that sound barrier. Geo is still a 25% lead on that particular ultimate.
Plus, you also just get the opportunity... I say to barrel stuff, but yeah, somehow Renee slips through the cracks and just, again, the Unique bullying never stops, but the sound barrier was out there from Geode, and Shenado has the overclock too. How much damage can you put into Renee? Unfortunately, not enough. Wait, the point was, oh! I thought they were going to take the point for just a second, but no, Renee barely gets back in time, is reinforced by Finn, and is going to use the bomb as well. Geode had to stick to the car just in case, right? But finally, Oxford are going to halt the momentum of ICL.
Yeah, I think just Rene was able to buy enough time for the respawns to come through. Great work, obviously, finding that stop, something that really is kind of necessary. If Cap comes through, then we are probably looking at extra innings coming through, with each side having about 2 minutes on the egress. Now, though, I mean, if your downpour connects, then Rene just probably DMs it, trying to also beat it. You need, like, a mechanical kill, and though Chief and Shenado have been good for them so far, there's not really an in right now, as Rene very effectively marks the high.
They're also having to take a really, peculiar position there as well. Plus, a nice boop from Taranti onto Geo means that they're going to be out of the fight for quite a while. The downpour did come out from Wanton. Didn't really do anything. And the protection onto Shenado is good, but it's not quite good enough. DPS from both these sides are going to be gone. 0.08 meters on the payload. You have to remember touch on to that point, and they barely do. Wanton finds another kill, so Taranti hits the panic button, says it's time to pop the barrier. Look, there was going to be one. There was going to be at least one. I was prepared for that.
The C9 for the one time, guys. Oh, Tatsky's calculation there from Oxford as they allow the third points open. 3.5 minutes sit on the docket. Minute 10 seconds or so for the map to be completed with a tied up time bank. More than possible for Winston commits Grand Theft also, as long as Wanton not gets isolated here.
Yeah, they're just really pumping that pressure into the Torb, but unfortunately it's not able to amount to a whole lot. Wanton, you have to be very careful. You only have so many resources to work with, but finally you're able to get things a little more logical, a little more refined here. Kitsu rush into a orbital ray, and you put the downpour into this, you're able to catch out the Torbjorn and the Sojourn as well. Both of the DPS threats now eliminated for you, but Finn, supportal combat from the fella. Trades onto 2, and you're feeling pretty good about this.
There you are. As long as Chief can stabilize, you can still keep the cut rolling. Yes, spawns aren't in your favor, but an exit frag more than possible from a player like Chief. Also, of course, incredibly heavy for Oxford more than their opposition. And so a cap here seems unlikely. They'll give up the space. They'll just try and exit, and they'll be able to do that.
Yeah, they
Where are you coming, Geode? Oh, that was another peek.
Don't worry about it. Geo does Geo things. It happens to us all. Chief has this blade here. Definitely wants to let rip with it. There are lots of tools that can be used from the other side to prevent this one. Overclock from Big Bog. Is this just going to be kited? Yeah, I see it look like they just want to avoid that threat as much as possible. But is that a collapse?
Yeah.
Is that a 2-man collapse from Big Bog? I didn't know you was a freak like that, my guy.
Oh,
oh no.
We might need to get that in replay at some point. We might need to dig out the replay codes to see exactly what happened there, because that is that's quite something. Minute 40 now on that clock, 30 seconds less, and that's before they've actually gone for the attack. They've got Blade, beat OC though. I feel like you've got much better ults. All you have to do is convert.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, and you should be getting up to an orbital ray relatively soon as well, which is kind of your ace in the hole for Oxford. And you're going to be able to do basically everything that you have to get to that. Aggressive sound barrier from ICL and a blade, but they're going to have their own blade, their own beat, sorry, basically timed perfectly to deny that threat, except Sergeant slips through the cracks. Chief's able to get those slashes when it matters. Wanton going down, however, is going to be a big problem for ICL to deal with.
Geode, under a lot of scrutiny, maybe slightly in the future. Going to be able to escape at least for now. Rene, I mean, only 500 HP, but still just hard pushing. No matter how many people are looking at him, it feels like the W key just glued down for him because he realizes that with the bull, then just there isn't that much damage he can actively take. So great work there. They trade 1-for-1. Closer spawns for the defenders mean that they're going to be okay. Sergeant getting caught. Again, the spawns are just so close. Rene's scared in the background. They trade it, and they're just still so comfortable.
Yeah, they're still just looking so clean right now. Big Bog, of course it's Big Bog, cleaning up the final 2. Wanton's now swapped to the Zarya, but you've got 30 seconds left. So, yeah, not even 30 seconds, almost 20. You've got to build energy. You've got to get up to an ult. You have to be enough of a threat to the team, and you still need to have bubbles to spare to peel off Oxford, right? This is insane work that you need to do. And the Orbital Ray and the Kitsune Rush, we know which one of these is the superior ultimate. Big Bog does as well, and shows it to Geo the hard way. Losing your tank as well from the side of ICL. It looked like they were turning things on this map. It really did, but ultimately Oxford won this on their attack round, and they set themselves a very, very generous offer, which they were able to match.
I just also heavily choked out on that third area of the map. Great attempt from ICL to make it competitive, but doesn't end up actually, obviously, competing. Or completing, rather. Okay, that's just stupid. That's really dumb. What do you even do about that? That's so egregiously stupid.
I don't like how there's just a hammer kill in the kill feed as well.
Yeah. Bro thinks he's shy.
It's just both of these teams are just being awesome because they can. Why not? And that's what it's all about. It's not about actually being the better team. It's about having the most aura. But unfortunately for ICL right now, Oxford are both A, playing really well, and B, having aura. They're not mutually exclusive by the looks of it.
Yeah, one second. I'm watching the Shy 3K Soj collateral again just to feel something.
I mean, there are other ways that you could feel something.
Is there another Shy 3K collateral? 4K?
No, but you could just get therapy.
No. Kind of question. My therapy's ranked. Smile.
That's the worst. That just makes you worse, mentally.
Not the point. Not the point.
Got you. Understood. Understood.
Okay, so you're Oxford. You're up 2-1. Obviously, first pick, first ban going towards Winston commits Grand Theft Auto. See exactly how they want to play this. As I believe both sides look the same, at least for now. I don't know. Where do you feel like you go next in this kind of spot?
Home. You could go home.
So you're thinking Ox rolls to grand final then?
Yeah, possibly. So, I mean, look, so Root is, so you don't have Escort anymore because Root's gone. You don't have Hybrid or Flashpoint anymore. So if you are ICL, you have to pick push here. You have Runa Sapa, you have Esperanza, or you have New Queen Street. In terms of that, I'm thinking Winston is now free to you, but because that's been banned now, and there's no reason that you are going to ban it on your own behalf, unless you want to play mind games, which is, it'll be really stupid, but it'll be funny, it'll be content. And I'm thinking Runa Sapa, Esperanza, New Queen Street, which of them is the best for Winston? Probably Esperanza, in my mind. But it's not like they're all spectacular Winston maps. It's just like Esperanza has that middle high ground, which is just so strong, and one of the few ways to circumvent it is just, have Winston who can just jump up there. You know, you don't have to scale up there, you don't have to go through all those tight choke points to get there. It's fun.
Okay, so the picks come through. They go Esperanza, they ban Juno, and they make it a substitute. Carl, TKH is going to be in for Sean. So I feel like they shouldn't have said that earlier, because now I would just ban Reaper to be really annoying, right? Force them onto the Sombra. But we'll have to wait and see exactly what Oxford want to counteract with, because, for example, a Kiri ban could be very strong for them. Maybe it would be you can't do because Chuno's through, and I'm a bit of a melon. Cassidy obviously has been very good for Big Bull, not something that we've seen Shinado particularly opt towards. So maybe you could go for like a DPS ban, right? Ban the Soj, force the cast mirror if you're Oxford. That or the Genji, right? Because while Sergeant can play the Torb, I mean, Chief very much wants to be on the Genji. He's finding a lot of value. So those were probably what I'm thinking of the most here.
And yeah, those will make a lot of sense. You're going to see, at the very least, you're going to see a unit of Winston, Kiri, Lucio for ICL, which has always been their strongest look, and they will benefit from the most in this match. I feel like, a Reaper ban would just kind of be, it would just be like a direct "I hate you, Carl" moment, but it would make a lot of sense because that is Carl's hero pool. It is a bit of a hero puddle, so to speak.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Well, we are delaying why though, because Big Bug has to pick up his groceries that he drops over the floor.
Come
just
on!
Just so you know what's happening.
Come on. I'm gonna turn the fan back on just to be.
No! Do not turn the fan on. Do not turn the fan on.
So just reference, right? I'm in a warm room. You can probably tell. So I've got a fan, but that gets picked up by the mic. So that can't be on when I'm casting. I've got a window, but I live right in the city. So if I open that, then you'll hear city noises. So I'm in like this, it's 20 degrees and I'm just in a heat box because the players have dropped their groceries and need to pick them up off the floor. I mean, no disrespect to the players. I love you guys. But also, please, for the love of God, just play Overwatch.
I mean, what you could do is you could use like a voice meter or any sort of virtual audio device, and then you set up like an audio filter on your mic, so you get like this notification all the time. You're a caster, bro. This is the least effort ever. Lock in,
dude. You think I put in effort? I'm just here for sheer like presence of mind. It's grounding me, you know.
What's it grounding you in?
Overwatch.
I will say rude things. Genji was banned in the end. They decided to go for the Chief ban. Makes sense. Sergeant Squirt going to be on the tour. We're almost guaranteed because Chief has to go Tracer. Or doesn't have to, but it's very likely to go Tracer then. He's maybe considering the Pharah choice, or they're just going to sub him out entirely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if you're able to get like Light Void is clearly not missing on the tank role. We saw that on we saw that on Suravasa. Light Void's still as good now as he ever was on tank, but there's no issue there. And Renee is a very strong flex DPS player. It's kind of weird how Renee is just able to play anything. That's Like, it's kind of unfair. You're feeling me.
Guy. He also attends uni for infinity years, so like.
Yeah, what's he like? 38 this year?
He's got to be at least 38.
Yeah.
Okay. We're heading in momentarily, so pay attention to that, because each front's a very pretty map, much more pretty than our ugly mugs.
So speak for yourself.
I kind of want to see a Reaper mirror, mainly because the last time I got a proper cast Reaper was when was Manchester Derby with Reclaimer, and I was not in a state to remember that, and also he got 0 Death Blossom kills, so...
Yeah,
shout out the GOAT one time.
Not to sound mean, but that tracks.
Shout out the GOAT one time, and listen, the kills were low, but the aura was unmatched.
True. And now there's like... Dude, imagine like when you just get like a proper like 1v1 arena and it's Renee, Carl, Reclaimer on Reaper.
Honestly, we can cancel the tournament now. Might as well play that. The viewership would be
this scan
unmatched.
tournament. This tournament.
Yeah.
Give all the £500 to the winner of that like 1v1 arena.
Yeah. So down. Ram Reaper, obviously out. Light Void has apparently shed his Orisa Shackles and is now a Ramacha one trick. And Tracer Reaper before the dive. This is pretty funky, but we've seen something similar before. Let's see how it works out.
Okay. Now with your ICL, this is what you should be winning on. And you immediately murder Taranti. So, you know, that it checks at the very least that this is your cog. But again, you can never really account for the big bog factor because he is big and he is a bog, I assume. So he's going to be able to land the shots onto your Lucio pretty simply. And now the health bars from, I say both sides getting quite low. It's another DPS trade out. This time it's Chief and Big Bog who are going to be counteracting each other. Renee is not having a particularly fun time right now, but actually just realizes, okay, I'm just going to ignore the main fight and just have a look at some of these stragglers, and Reaper can clean up with the best.
And as you mentioned, in the clean that comes through, Geode eliminated first lead going in favor of the Orcs Frauds. Obviously, ICL able to get all of 91 centimeters. Plenty more work needing to be done, and no changes as of yet. Obviously, the opening kill they found in that last fight just needs to be able to snowball it a bit more.
And Oxford are going to have tools on their side as well. Death Blossom in this enclosed environment can be really scary, but right now Renee needs to be scared of just the rest of ICL. And they're going to put their Kitsune Rush out and just completely overwhelm the members of Oxford. I'm quite surprised at that one.
Yeah, so am I. Gonna run away is Taranti, but his chance of escaping significantly lower, 40 HP, but he'll be able to back out. Yeah, no, Oxford were hard jamming the choke into the Winston Cup, and that should be a guaranteed win, basically. You get so much more of a positive resource trade. But not to end up actually becoming the case, able to open up the throttle a smidgen, and now encroaching upon that lead. Oxford gonna have to defend it.
Renee goes for a cheeky TP into the backline, directly on top of Unisco, says, hey kid, nothing personal, takes him out of the lobby. Wanton thinks that I need to make something happen, and that's why this ult was used in this enclosed environment. Geode also puts a sound barrier into that, and I think Geode only hit himself and Wanton with it.
Not the most value that you're looking for. I understand wanting to press your advantage, but might have been more of a Blossom angle, or maybe a no-ult angle, considering Unisco evaporates early on. Renee goes for a setup, but instantly gets spotted out, and so no chance for a Blossom, at least in that kind of spot. See how he maybe looks to utilize as he just reflanks footsteps loud, but what can Geode actually do about it?
Well, that's what Geode can do about it, which is temporarily say go away and then ignore the issue for quite a while. And Oxford, they're just going all in with this engagement. A Blossom and an Annihilation. That is an obscene and overwhelming amount of damage for the members of ICL to deal with, and they just can't. And that's why they're going to have to back out.
Even though it's not technically an equivalent ult trade, then you get the forward spawns for it, so it's so worth. Relatively early on as well, 7 minutes still in their bank. Only took them about 3 minutes to get there. So now they got plenty of time to, continue to increase their lead, see how much distance they can truly get. Probably get to at least the 70, 80 meter mark before there's any sort of recontest. If you are ICL, you kind of need one of your DPS to kill something. It's unfortunate because it wants them scaled, yeah, but what can you actually go on?
Yeah, and in terms of that DPS, you know, there's the...
Jeez!
I'm just gonna let the silence hang over us for a moment. Because
You muppet!
Spectre's not agree with me.
Spanner! Don't pulse yourself!
So, Oxford are going to continue to advance. Carl still has the Blossom, by the way. Has been looking for like an opportunity to use it, just hasn't been able to do it. And Oxford are going to have both support ults to stabilize this one. Mirrored Kitsu's on the point, and finally Carl will pop that ult, and Big Bog is eliminated from the equation. Wasn't able to get that Sound Barrier HP in time, and the Kitsu rush, it just turns Reaper into a one-man demolition.
Indeed. Okay, cleanup's coming through.
Are you still tilted?
I am still tilted, as you can probably tell. But it didn't matter in the end. It mattered a little bit, but still. You've got Primal, you've got Beat, you've got a huge lead on ults. Either Rene just like reaps all over them, or you get to win at least the next fight and begin, you know, threatening forward spawns at the very least. Probably shouldn't have cleansed their units. I'm not sure about that one.
I cannot wait for this Rene guy
to get the
team, and oh, that's some good damage. That's a really good boot. It's going to give a stay of execution for Taranti, but you're being hunted down to the ends of the earth. You are a backliner playing against a dive comp. Don't know what you expected, fella, but you're going to end up getting the.
Why did you jump that? What? You jumped into 3 people and even with no bubble for 10 damage.
You beat! Geo beat it! Geo used the sound barrier! On the floor, it's on the ceiling, it's everywhere except the plate!
I'm really not sure about that one. I think we're getting a little bit too silly goofy for my tastes. Chief is dead as well to Big Bog. Just great work from the sharpshooter with the 6th shot. Yeah, I've really got nothing. We're just going to watch Rene kill 5 with Reaper, because why not?
And you have a Kitsu rush as well, and we've already established by watching Carl POV earlier that that Kitsu rush turns Reaper into a monstrosity. You go in, it's a good boot, but Phantom just gets bullied out anyway. Fist of Fury from Light Void, little too much for that monkey to deal with, and yeah, the Big Bog can just clean up through the rest of this. You've now got like a clear open firing line for Big Bog with the Deadeye as the members of ICL try and leave their spawn on them.
Yeah, this could be a full cap here. With almost 4 minutes still on their bank. Such a strong start for ICL in this series and in this map, but seems like it just hasn't panned out for them.
Yeah, and Big will actually wait until the fight devolves a little bit so that you can pop that, so you can pop the Deadeye. Don't even use all of it because Aura, I guess. And then Carl goes in, is able to use the Reaper ult, spin to win, and delay the death of ICL for a tad longer, just a smidge.
Just a smidge, but there's still plenty of time left on the bank for a completion. And remember, with 141 meters, there's maybe 40 centimeters before you actually like cap out, right? So you just have to finish the map in 3 minutes. It's an uphill battle, I'll call it that.
Ooh, and yeah, and you're not going to have the ability of Carl to get you up that hill either. UNESCO still pops a Kitsu rush because you're in desperation mode. Might as well throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Another spectacular boot by Taranti has been doing a really good job of warding off some of this pressure from like Wanton and such.
Indeed. So let's see how. Yeah, I'm not sure we needed that entirely, but it gets the job done at least. And also, when you're up so far, then I think you can get a little bit more creative with your ult. So Light Void does treat an Annihilation like a pulse one, but at the end of the day, not the end of the world. You get those forward spawns back. But this next fight is going to get kind of weird. You kind of have to finish off your ults. ICL, if that ult track is accurate, will know to go first. Because that will, give no chance for example, this Deadeye to be finished, and that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah, Light Void just blocked off there, yeah. So that was a really good heads-up play from ICL. They recognize they have to go early. They don't even invest an ult, and that's really impressive. They don't invest a single ult. They get Light Void out. They're going to deny the forward spawns in just a moment, which is not much, but it's something in this crazy game of Overwatch that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, you'd really like to have Annihilation when you get caught to get an extra health bar, but I wonder where that ultimate went.
We'll never know. Finn pops the Kitsu, immediately kills Geode, so support diff, and Carl is not able to move quickly away. The Wraith Form makes you invulnerable, but only for so long, and Big Bog's a patient man. lots of time, can just wait that one out.
Chief tucks his tail and runs. Will be able to escape, especially with an extra blink coming through from the Mega Health Pack. So, a minute left to go. You've got one really good contest. One-Sum is kind of in, but it's okay. Chief has to kill this pushing player. It's going to be kind of hard to assassinate that Kiriko, and yeah, marked already by Taranti, who's instantly there on the Lucio.
How did Taranti just teleport up there? Didn't know you could do that. So it's crazy work. And you just go taking down before the fight even begins. 95% to that Kitsu Rush as well. And Renee is able to do a little dance on the graves of the ICL members too, just to sink that knife in a little bit deeper.
Good news, no one can Ajax at least in this. Bad news is it's over. GG's.
That was such a strange match. That was such an anticlimactic ending.
Yeah,
like, they just push it because like everyone's dead. It's like
it started so well for ICL, but unfortunately, they couldn't play Winston, who isn't into 5 counters, other than that map number 1, and so ended up being pretty easy for Oxford, especially that last map. That one got a bit too expressionistic, I suppose I'll say, for my taste.
Yeah. They were using their ultimates like pieces of art on a canvas, and the canvas was our screens. And it sold for like $5.
Yeah, probably less if I can at all help it.
Do we have our finals? Do we know how the Portsmouth Warwick game has finished?
If you get an update on that.
At Cake Energy.
I will. Kenny got it before me.
Cake is now getting cyberbullied by everyone in the chat right now, which is crazy work. But yes, I think currently last time we checked, it was 2-1 to Warwick. If you had to give for that match, like a player of the match, who would you say and why?
Carl. Because Aura. No, in all seriousness, I've already picked Big Bog, probably. He just like played good.
Yeah.
He killed a lot of people. He didn't feed. Can't really
I do want to give props to Taranti.
Taranti played a very good series as well.
Yeah, it's spectacular, but like sometimes like you just get like bogged. And that's how it is. That's the verb, to bog. I think I asked him what it means to be like a big bog, and I didn't get like an answer. Because a bog is just like an area of like kind of like wetland and like marsh.
Yes.
Yeah. But I don't think that's what.
It could be. You could call a toilet a bog. It could be like a large toilet.
My favorite Oxford DPS play a large toilet, bro. That's unbelievable.
That's an oral to count name.
Yeah. I think so. While we're still waiting,
kitty input. So
while we're still waiting on Warwick and Portsmouth, we are going to send it over to a break. When we are back, we will have our grand finals.
We're getting an update.
What, this second?
We think 3-1. It's probably 3-1.
Okay. She's going to double check. Not double check. Double check.
That is the word on the street. So probably Warwick v Oxford in grand finals.
Who would have thought?
We've never seen this one before, guys. We've never seen this one before, guys. Yeah, I think let's roll with that. We will return for grand finals. When exactly shall we?
Probably 15 now, but yeah, in about 5-10 minutes or so. Yeah. So we'll send it to a quick break, and then we'll see you for our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Level Up is this amazing brand new gaming and esports festival hosted by Unidays, and you've got so many cool partners and brands here. It's basically built for students.
As you go through the event, you're going to level up as you go. So level 1, we've got the entrance maze, and then we go through and there's a bunch of different levels for you to try out. We have retro, we have reflex machines, we have the consumables area, and finally we have the AFK zone, and our UX stage is the final level.
They've been doing the slurp challenge where they have to make the loudest slurp and get some amazing prizes.
The ultimate drip for 2025, the pot noodle bucket hat.
Mr. P's been doing some crazy shenanigans. We've had an insane Rainbow Six Siege series. It was crazy, it went all the way.
Roehampton, as usual, winning the Rocket League.
It's just great fun seeing everyone all together in one place.
It's so enjoyable playing on LAN. It's just a completely different experience.
NSC is like a huge part of my university life, and I think it's just a great competition.
It's probably one of the best experiences I've had in uni so far.
Obviously, a massive shout out to our headline partner, Unidays, for creating this whole new experiential event for all the students.
Shout out to Unidays and NSC. This has been wild. Really, really cool.
Shout out to the commentators, the organizers, and the players for turning up today and giving it their best.
Play some games, get some tokens, open some prizes, yeah.
It felt cool. Felt good atmosphere.
It's been a great first event. Thank you to all of our partners, all the teams, all the players, everyone that came to watch and engage with our first awesome Unidays Level Up Live.
Hello, everyone. Grand finals time, and it's Warwick versus Oxford, because of course it's Warwick versus Oxford, because God is dead and we killed him. Warwick were able to knock off Portsmouth 3-1 in the bracket, while we saw, of course, on stream, Oxford doing a similar thing. Both 3-1 merchants, these teams. So on paper, at the very least, this should be a close match.
In theory, yeah. Both these teams are going to be very familiar with each other. They've played so many times over the years, both in incarnations, young and old. And so there's a lot of knowledge, a lot of target bans happening in the server. So I think we should be pretty competitive right off the get-go. Matt Murray, Thrall, Shuvi. There's so many players in this lobby. Good lord.
Yeah.
There's so many people in right now.
And for the new generation, there's also some Meta and Cheese Lord appearances, which is just Jesus.
Yeah. You think that there's people nowadays in the NSE scene who don't know who Cheese Lord is?
That's a shame. That's a real shame.
It is.
I can't lie. But yeah, no. So Warwick, they don't have their full fighting roster. Andreas and Keydog, in particular, are both out of the affair for the time being. But they still have J9. They still have Matt Murray. They still have Shuvi. So so they don't have. It's as I was saying earlier. They don't have Andreas to be dominant on Doomfist. But they have Meta, who is still really good at a lot of different tanks, right? You're not the master of one, as Andreas is, but you are a jack of all trades in that sense. So you're going to have a lot more flexibility than we often see from the Warwick roster.
Well, I mean, this is going to be pretty curious. I think we'll both be learning some very new things about how things work. Because, I mean, like we always say, for Warwick, J9's not one trick. Matt Murray is, in my opinion. Thrall has heroes. Shuvi is pretty flexible. So they're mostly restricted by Andreas, rather. And yeah, it does suck that they don't have Keydog in, who does a lot of what Warwick actually like doing, communicating, setup, all that kind of jazz. But Thrall still has a lot of experience playing the game.
Also,
So-
Matt's going to be really sad because normally, like, normally they have like great support, like in game and out of game. They're basically kissing each other, Matt and Key Dog, and Matt's not going to have that anymore, which is very, very unfortunate.
We shall see exactly how things are going to work out. Okay, so it's probably going to be a Lijiang sub, but we are waiting for choices to come through. So I don't know, predictions, I guess. Who's winning this? Go.
What?
Warwick.
I'm not sure if you watched Thrall's stream yesterday, but they went against Oxford and they did dismantle them in pretty dominant fashion. Now, granted, that was only a best of 3. That was only in 2 maps, and we're going to have a minimum of 4 today. But, you know, same difference, right? Like, I don't think that Warwick have really lost anything. I think Meta's still a phenomenal tank player. Oxford have clearly leveled up. We can see that. They were able to knock off ICL, who themselves are able to take a map off of Warwick. So I wouldn't be surprised if Oxford do put up a fight here. So maybe 4-0 is a little disingenuous, maybe a 4-1, but I don't see Warwick not winning this because that's just kind of what they do. They've been taking so much money from NSE over the past few years. It's unbelievable. Like they're single-handedly bankrupting the company.
Okay, we're finally going through for bans. Lightvoid bans Tracer. You're playing into J9. Makes sense. It is definitely his best hero. His Genji is still good, but, you know, especially when you're Oxford, you don't really have a super good Tracer player. You know, Sergeant is strong on it, but will also perfectly comfortable on Genji Torb. Makes sense. So we are waiting for a response, I think.
Yeah. But it is a case of like J9 is a specialist on the Tracer. Guy's absolutely deadly, right? However, like Bro can play basically any flex DPS, right? I've seen him on the Pharah do really well, on the Genji, definitely not the top here, but can play the Genji as well just fine. Can play the Torb. Like you can't really constrain this guy with hero bans. So you're more looking stylistically as a whole. We want to ban out Tracer because we don't want as much pressure on our backline, for instance, right? It's not really about targeting J9 specifically because Bro will just swap to something else.
I mean, yeah, but like you can still, reduce the amount of impact he has. It's not like somebody like Andreas, where if you ban Doom, he's going to go Haz, and while he's still good at Haz, it's it's just not going to be felt the same.
It's like a steak dinner versus sausage roll.
Depends on how much you like steak dinners and how much you like sausage rolls, really.
Is anyone rating a sausage roll higher than a steak dinner?
Low key, sometimes, yeah.
But generally, steak dinner. Okay, so Spec has actually lost his marbles and has dementia. That's okay.
I don't like steak that much. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, be correct next time.
No,
like, don't have a wrong opinion.
Okay, so for Oxford, they've confirmed that they're playing Rene, Big Bog, Lightvoid, Taranti, Finn. Warwick are still talking. So
they like to do that. They like to do that.
A lot of talking happening right now. Yeah,
most people watching the stream will be familiar, but if anyone is not familiar with Warwick, they like to talk.
They're very fond of it. I think that's well, if you've ever played them, you will just know. And if you've ever seen them in Warwick General, you'll also know. And if you interact with them in the voice chat, you'll also know. None of them really come with off buttons, unfortunately.
Yeah. Orisa has been banned by Warwick on their side. So that's... I mean, it feels like they're targeting Renee with that one. However, Lightvoid is in as tank for Oxford. So that's not going to be too much of an issue for him. Lightvoid, of course, loves a little bit of the Orisa, but as Hossein Day can clearly play the Ram pretty well too. I also think a difference between Lightvoid and Renee is, I've seen in the past at least, Lightvoid is able to pull out a pocket pick of, say, a Winston or a Diva should the situation call for it. It's not like you're locked into playing Orisa Ram necessarily, especially going to Oasis, our first map, where on some of those sub-maps, the Orisa or Ram can kind of just have circles around them.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see how it plays out once we actually get in. I think we're getting ready to go in. Seems like it. But like I said, Warwick is still yapping, so we are just kind of waiting on the motor mouths to stop so we can play Overwatch. I promise it's not caster yap this time. It's all on them.
Yeah, no, we're actually like, for once in our lives, we're like, please stop yapping, as a matter of fact.
Well, I'm not saying that.
I mean, but
I want to stop yapping so we can talk about something that's easier, because the more I have to talk about myself, then people have to realize that I actually have a personality. I don't want that to be an Overwatch robot.
Why don't you like pitch yourself to the people watching this stream?
Nah.
Okay.
I'm good. We're going in. Oasis, where we start. An Orisa and a Tracer ban are going to be what we are seeing. I believe this is a pick of Warwick going first. If I'm not much mistaken. Oasis, we've obviously seen to start the day off. We're also going to be ending here. Of course, this game is going to be a best of 7 first of all, so it's going to be a smidge longer. We're starting 20 minutes late, so not the end of the world, but we'll see if they are able to go fast or slow, because we have been seeing some true glacial choices on the pick and ban stage. As for comms, I'll give it a hot second before anything's actually locked in. Finn on the Juno, I can definitely see. Big Bug on the Soj, I can definitely see. Shuvi on the Weaver, altogether less likely.
Yeah, I don't think so. Shuvi is really good, has come into Warwick this year and has main named themselves on the kind of main roster. But yeah, is going to go with something a little more mature. Okay then. So we have Ram from both sides. Lucio, sorry, no, Lucio. What am I talking about? Juno Kiri versus Juno Brig.
I mean, this is very Warwick, where they just go some like weird, nonsensical double flex setup, or just nonsensical backline setup in general. Often they would play like Brig, Kiri, or no J9. So I suppose we'll put that conversation on hold.
I mean, I wouldn't say that Juno Kiri is inherently nonsensical, but it's definitely not as standard as the Juno Brig, right? And you can see sometimes All Reliable works. Renee able to take J9 out of the sky in that first fight, clip that guy's wings, and continue to aggress and take first cap on this objective.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Cap comes through, Murray staggered out as well, and so we are seeing a great start towards the Orcs forwards, who appears to have eked out some man of advantage. J9 develops the angle on that far, but with no team, he can't do all that much, and great push from Light Void, throws surely a dead man walking.
And Shuri's late stagger isn't going to do worth a damn thing here, because, yeah.
Wait a second, and a third.
Yes, however, you have 3 here for Oxford. J9 is in a bit of a spot where no one can really contest.
Reddy's dead as well.
Okay, well, Matt just comes in, he mats all over the enemy team, which happens, unfortunately. Light Void gets mad at him and takes him out, turns his face into a squashed bat, but J9 has returned on the Farah, just to be felled once more by Big Bog. There are 3 things in life that are constant: death, taxes, and Big Bog removing your head.
Yeah, seems to be so. It's been super back and forth, but the stall at least lasts for enough time to get up to 50% and a touch as well.
And now Renee's going to get on point. You've used the wall, but you're also going to have the ice block, so you're going to buy even more time. It's going to be really, really irritating here for the members of Warwick. And you have to control the point here if you're Oxford, so you're fine with this. J9 walks in. It seemed a bit awkward, kind of dropping to the ground like a sack of potatoes, but still able to get the ultimate off. And then just for love of the game, Big Bog just removes J9 from the lobby.
Unfortunate, but yeah, you'll still take your extra frag at the end of the day, right? You walk back in, you've got Ray, you've got Annihilate, you've got OC. You're going to really struggle to contest this if you are Warwick Angel, so you just have to kind of give up the space and hope you just trade ultimates.
Yeah, you're going to have to be backing up quite a long way here. Mirrored orbital rays from both these teams. Taranti's sound barrier, an ult which is unfortunately just not able to come out quite in time. And Thrall actually gets taken down during the orbital ray. Really uncharacteristic mistake there. Big Bog also puts the overclock into the equation and an annihilation. It was a lot of ults invested.
I mean, you trade for a lot of ults as well. Like, you spend 1 more than your opposition, but you also get the flip back in your favor. You know, flipping at about the 65% mark, you're going to go up to 90 realistically before there's at least a proper fight. So, you spend a lot, but you put yourself into 1 fight territory guaranteed, and you've still got this beat at least go for an aggro play, and Warwick don't really have a great way of responding to that.
Yeah, that they don't. Their Kitsu Rush can just be counteracted by the sound barrier. It's going to be used here, and J9 has had a very one-sided conversation with Big Box Railgun for this match thus far, but the rest of Warwick, however, having a conversation of their own, and it says, killing your entire backline because we feel like it, which they can just do on occasion.
I mean, Lightvoid did also maybe get 0 uptime in that fight. I don't know how he managed, but it seemed like he forgot like where he was going halfway towards walking where the backline, where he thought the backline was. So Flip is given over. Obviously, one fight territory that's still around. A Blizzard onto, for example, Meta 1 could spell the end still of Warwick, at least in this opening engagement. But also, Meta 1 could annihilate and kill 5.
Yeah, early ice block from Renee, and so you can see the rest of the team is having to come to protect that, come together to help their Mei out. The Annihilation, it can sort of be denied here by the Blizzard, so I'm interested to see which of these comes out first, and the answer is, I mean, nothing, because Thrall got the opening pick, and Oxford have to scramble to get that Lucio back.
They need to be able to escape. They need to not be a stagger. That's a real possibility. Meta 1 in a bit of a weird spot. Pops the Annihilation. Will be able to escape the Blizzard. I lie.
No.
Surely he goes down.
Nope. Just fine. Got far enough around the corner, and the rest of the members of Oxford had so much pressure on them on account of J9 and Matt Murray. The dynamic duo, as they do. And Lightvoid's last minute swap over to the Wrecking Ball to touch isn't going to be enough here. Warwick, they do it an annoying amount, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, pretty good at it for the most part. Able to take the first point here. And again, it seems like, at least on Control, these teams seem very evenly matched. See how that develops as we move towards Garden. I mean, if J9 is particularly married to this far, it should be a hell of a lot easier to find value here, perhaps. Because the walks are just so easy to free shoot. That being said, it's not that bad either on City Center. So see how things begin to map out. On the whole, I would say the Ramatra is altogether slightly less value. Obviously, J9 with the most deaths in the server right now, who has just been eating rails from Big Bog. But also Meta 1, 16 eliminations, leading the way in terms of their value. Hopefully, Lightvoid on the other side can duplicate that.
Yeah, Meta's been getting a lot of reps in as part of Team Lucky Cat, the designated tank player. Historically, it's the silly hero specialist, mostly the Symmetra. Hint of Torbjorn on occasion, but is now very much firmly a tank player. J9 still doing old tricks on the DPS role. It's exactly what we expect from him, forcing an early Mei ice block from Renee, who is just getting forced lower and lower, and it's just a memory thing. You know, they knew that cooldown was out, and Renee was such an easy target to collapse on because of that.
Indeed, that's going to be it very likely as Zafara continues to work. Finn eliminated, and pretty comfortable first fight here for Warwick. In terms of what you were looking for the next fight, then, I don't know, the walk-up is so bad. I know you've got double speed, but you just have to eat so much damage from Matt, from Meta 1 as well. Now he's taking the extra damage on the staff. And so anytime you're actually in brawl range, you're already half HP. Cooldowns like Ice Block or Amp already forced out.
Yeah, it's not like you have like spectacular group healing, right? Provided forcing Lucio to amp heal instead of speed, which is not ideal. All of J9's burst damage is going to go pretty unanswered. You know, this comp isn't great healing multiple targets at the same time. And Taranti just kind of falls over to one of those disruptor shots for Matt before the fight's even gotten properly underway.
Yeah, I mean, this fight's already pretty over. The drop slow being used to eliminate Finn. Nice little work there from Meta. And this time it's much more in favor of Warwick. Seems that it needed to warm up a smidge. They had some more downtime, you know, down in their opposition. And now they've got it. Super comfortable. Bind in every check mark that matters. Taranti no longer on that Lucio. Kiri, I don't mind it. It's not a terrible idea, but how comfortable is he on the pick? That's the real question.
Taranti's always been very traditionally a main support player. It's been Lucio, Brig, or Death for him. So may not be quite as adept on the Kiriko and could struggle with this. Kitsu Rush in this enclosed environment is absolutely lethal, and the concussion shot to bring everyone in, followed up with the barrage and the meta follow-up. 85% on the point. This is all but curtains for Oxford now.
I mean, yeah, J9's got the choke, and he's got a barrage. It turns out that it's pretty easy for him. A touch, I believe, an impossibility, especially as the spawn door's being held, and There is at least overtime that shall be started. A long flank by, I believe, Light Void. But who's got second touch?
Clearly someone did. Light Void lives barely, but it's going to have to grab Mega. No one get that. Okay. Well, never mind. So,
I mean,
yeah.
Lucio was marked. Light Void was zoned by the Ram. It happens.
I'm just gonna let that one.
Dude, he's bringing out the actually ancient copy passes.
Yeah.
It's actually from like 1907.
Latin. I think they invented Latin before 1907.
No, the copy pass is from 1907.
Oh, okay. How did they do copy pass? Did they just write things in letters? And
Rosden, bro, ask him, not me.
I don't want to speak to Rosden. You know,
Yeah.
You know what he did to me.
He's a specimen, that one.
Yeah, actually not in this tournament, oddly enough. I thought they were getting all the old heads out, but...
I heard about it, but I think they just signed up for one big Warwick team, which is why we're seeing, Thrall on this team. Because, availability issues.
Yeah, Thor has been unfortunately employed this year. It's the dark place after uni that no one wants to think about, the job hunt. It's pretty upsetting to think about, actually. Yeah. Uni Overwatch players when you tell them they have to get a job.
I mean, there's a reason Horrocks NSC is not a job as a team that we saw play more than a couple tournaments.
But the weird thing is Horrocks actually does have a job.
Well, yeah, but not in spirit. He's the most unemployed person I know.
With a job.
No, irrespective of whether you actually have a job or not.
But never mind. Okay, got it. Well, so Oxford are going to get their opportunity to go for map pick and ban. So I believe how this works is because we're in a best of 7, the map pool goes like every map. So control, hybrid flashpoint, push, escort, and then once all those are gone, then the map pool resets for the last 3. Yeah. So they for now have still basically their pick of the litter to go with. They're very free to go to Kings if they wish, Esperanza if they wish, Circuit if they wish. Circuit will be a throw because they faced on Circuit yesterday and got quite convincingly stomped and dog walked on by Warwick, which is not ideal when you're trying to win a grand prize of £250. Just by getting to these finals, though, both these teams have earned themselves some prize money: 250 for first place, 150 for second place, and then third place. The losers of our semi-final matches, so Portsmouth and ICL, are going to face off to win a £100 prize. So if you think about it, you're either fighting for nothing or 100 quid in the third place bracket.
That's a lot of motivation.
Yeah, that's pretty severe, actually.
Yeah.
Because at least here, it's okay, I got something. But...
Yeah. I mean, you lose here and, oh no, my team only got 150 quids.
We can only buy 4 drinks a person.
Yeah.
I didn't do the maths on that, by the way.
It would be, it depends on where you're getting your drinks, realistically. But no, for me, I think it's very important to remember that you too can join the giveaway for the AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D processor. It's in chat, probably. It's on Twitter, definitely. You should enter. It's pretty good. And shout out Scan one time, because they are pretty cool for putting on this tournament.
Let's not shout them out one time. We shout them out a lot.
We shout them out a lot. But I like to say for the one time because it sounds cool. Nice rhythm.
That's true. Do you have any hip hop artists that you kind of steal casting lines from?
Probably. I don't know. I just say words off the top of my head.
Yeah, and it's a very big head. You're a very clever young man.
That's true. Bans are through, by the way. At least for Oxford, they are going to be going to Runa Sappy, banning out Kiriko. Which,
I do not think Warwick care about a Kiri ban. They're really happy to play double flex support. Whether Key Dog is in, whether Key Dog isn't in.
They have a lot of heroes, but they don't really have any good comps, and they all center around playing Kiriko. So I think it's a pretty decent ban, honestly.
Yeah, they just kind of play the heroes anyway, and they play them really well, right? I do agree with you that Kiri is a big part of things. Ultimately, I think what I'm trying to get at is that there isn't really a good ban against Warwick if they are on the Doomfist style. I
disagree. I think,
and you think Kiri is that ban?
I'm saying there are good bans. I think Kiri's not a bad ban. I think we have this you have this idea where Warwick are an unimpeachable collection of like perfect players.
They've
And
kind
that's
of
just, like,
won every
naturally-
finals like 4-0.
Yeah, that's a
generally.
different team. Also, they're just playing against like terrible teams. It happens.
Like what? Like Strathclyde?
yeah, like Strathclyde. I think I was gonna say, like, you know, like they still have to play to Overwatch macro, and they're banning the Kiri like hurts a lot of the stuff they were going to play. So they're probably gonna play something like, I don't know. Shubi really doesn't like playing Juno. They're probably gonna, if they could, they would go like Juno Brig, Ram, I assume.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see.
I think that Thrall has the Brig potential as well.
Yeah, but he plays like dive Brig. He doesn't really play Brawl Brig, so we'll have to wait and see. Like I said.
Yeah, Thrall's been like Thrall's been in like an interesting kind of player because very flexible, both in game and out of game. I would know, but also like able to play a lot of things. It's a bit of a similar jack of all trades, master of none kind of player, right? And sometimes that's exactly what you need. On the topic of bans, Winston have ended up banning out May here. Winston? Sorry, Oxford. Yeah, Oxford
Again,
have banned.
Look at my old head co-caster. It's actually cooked.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Oxford banned Kiri, Warwick banned May. I got really confused because it said Winston banned May, but Winston aren't playing anymore. Warwick are playing.
Yes, that is.
Can I get a gold star? Can I get a gold star, please?
No.
I did really good.
No,
please.
you
I
can't.
did so good. I did so good, Spec.
You literally didn't, but that's not the point. Point is, Runasapi, we got bans through. Teams are ready. The May ban, I think it's not what I would have went towards. I'll put it that way.
I am perplexed by it.
I see why they think that they can kind of exploit Rene's hero pool being hit scans and Big Bog's hero pool being hit scans. And so hoping he doesn't know many flex heroes. So you just like take it away. He has to go probably Reaper.
But Rene's on tank now.
Yeah. So then you're doing it because you think the Sergeant isn't all that basically.
The Sergeant is going to get demoted to a private. That's so sad.
Maybe he's like a corporal. I don't know. I don't know my military ranks.
I think Sergeant, like private is the lowest, and then like corporal is like kind of high, and Sergeant is like a bit lower.
That's cool.
Yeah. It is cool. You know what else is cool? This alpaca.
I don't believe in alpacas.
What do you mean you don't believe in alpacas?
Show me one.
I can send you a picture of one.
No, show me a real alpaca. Anyone can like edit something.
I don't know. Could you stop with these like conspiracy? Not everything's a conspiracy, Spec.
See? The lamestream media can't produce even one alpaca.
Produce an alpaca from where, bro? My pockets?
I assume so. If they were real.
Let me just grab my pocket, get an alpaca. Anyway,
listen, we've got Meta One on the Warwick are on the Team Falcons comp. Meta One thinks he's Humbin. I mean, he's an old head anyway, so it probably works out. Rene's on Orisa. They've given up. They've broken the glass in case of emergency.
Rene just needs to mind control the enemy into getting speared and instantly standing still and dying.
Yeah, he's going to do that as well.
Yeah, he's going to do that. Watch. Shubi is just going to explode for some reason. Meta stomps in, isn't able to get anything, but you are able to split Taranti from the rest of the team, and so instead J9 is able to follow up. That being said, both these DPS doing really good jobs thus far. Both Genji players, both doing very, very well. Finn is still around to help Renee a little bit, and surprisingly, you don't do that much against an Orisa as a Malka. Yeah, it's a tank in front of you, but the armor is a big problem for you. The fortify is a big problem. You aren't as good at just, murdering this tank as you are at others in the game. You're able to get it done in the end.
You can still do it, Mesa can't get the health back in time. Taranti, the shots from the biostic rifle are going to be enough. It's, 2v2? The nades blocked. That Mara goes to the wide thing, but can't connect the shots onto Big Bog. This is getting really kind of funky, I gotta say. And
yeah, it's peculiar.
Yeah.
That's the best way of describing it. It's a really peculiar matchup going on between
I would also
these
say
teams
that, yes.
And these players. Renee is getting the closest in this lobby to ult. Terror Surge early on could catch Rogue off guard, and yeah, we passed 2 minutes for no time and no distance to be exchanged whatsoever. Renee just walks at nothing, I guess. Taranti ends up finding J9, but I have a feeling here that the backline was distracted by J9, and that's why they weren't able to support Renee going in.
Right.
That's my theory, at least.
If the job gets done, it don't matter. At Warwick able to swing momentum back in their favor. Only 6 meters after all that is what we ended up seeing accrued. That was such a long neutral. But hey, that's push for you. First fight of it, at least. J9 Blade, no rally, obviously, to counteract, as we are seeing Taranti Finn on that double flex. This kind of might be a freebie, unless the Terra Surge Spear, the hard time for the Genji is all there.
Yeah, there's so many tools that both of these teams are going to have to work with. I do think that this next fight is going to get a little bit rambunctious, some would say. Meta goes in, instantly antied, and instantly exploded. Well, there was a vision there that I could see. Speaking of vision, Matt's going to use the eyes on the angle here. Are you able to get downtown for your kills? Not quite, and J9's late trade onto Taranti. Not going to be enough to flip things back in the favor of Warwick.
Matt is solo in the background. This is going to be the longest stagger known to man. He gets his one, to be fair. But he still has been, like, he's caught, like, it's not even the same wave. He's in a different ocean to the rest of his teammates. And so this is just going to be some very easy push. Surely. They're down there one. No, actually, you're 4v4. I guess Big Bo's later as well.
Yeah, I mean, Matt got his one. That being said, Sergeant goes in with the blade and is able to do a phenomenal job. I mean, you use it in the cage and Malga's suddenly in an awful spot. Like, yeah, you may have people in your cage, but also you're just being slashed by a Genji repeatedly. You have to cancel it, you have to run away, but you aren't even able to run enough. Matt still kills 2 in a lost fight, just because this is what Warwick does.
Console diff. And it's only his last time picking up the controller for the... You know, he's not going to be running tournaments anymore. He will be swapping over fully to PC, so, you know, savor the kitty input while you can, folks.
Wow. Matt on PC. That is... he's still better than, like, 95% of players, but still, that will be the day. Jesus Christ. Both support ultimates for the members of Warwick are going to be very good for them to go through. So instead, it tries to be an early run from the members of Oxford. It's effective enough to catch J9. Right now, you really are just stalling for time here. If you're Warwick, and with time, you're able to get hits, and with hits, you're able to get fight wins.
I think that is pretty true, generally speaking. Not the lead here for Oxford, but they're able to, you know, increase what distance they have at the very least. You would have liked a little bit more. I think, unfortunately, they spent, and they also got nothing. The repress from Warwick a bit better, and so they are back into the lead. Obviously, the Ramatcha is a hell of a lot easier than the Malga in spots like these. So, especially in this kind of shooting phase, you get a lot more value than the Malga, at least. Then the Orisa, it's very comparative. I think if you are Finn, you just need to Ray and an insta-swing with it. That's exactly what he's going to try and do.
Yeah, Meta, again, just trying to ignore Orisa as much as possible. And even if you're not able to do so, the rest of your team is kind of fine in that regard, because Taranti goes down with the orbital ray up. It is able to enable Renee to catch Matt out of the equation here. But the fight's gotten so chaotic, and Meta is still very much firmly in here. Has a Nemesis form to go as well. Renee is still mind controlling.
Of course he is. That's what he does.
Kind of what the man does. Is Renee just going to kill another here for sheer, like, maximum... Okay. Well, I wouldn't have been surprised if it did happen. And you get forward spawns as well.
That's true. Taranti able to escape. The recontest is there, though, from Sergeant, who's able to keep Meta at least honest. 250 HP will be able to back up, grab the HP, and make it back to the rest of his roster. It's going to be a heavy ult-fight for both of these teams, but no beat for the J9 Blade. This was worrying me the most. You've got to go first if you're Oxford, and you just might not have the time for it.
Well, they're trying it. They're going to wrap all the members up. They're going to use a blade as well. Shubi gets taken out of the equation. It's a big fog differential once again, but Matt's overclocking on a flank angle, and the police aren't here to help you. They're too busy. Plus, they're too busy with J9, apparently, because he's just stolen the bottle.
Daylight robbery.
You've got a killer and a thief on the same team. That's crazy.
I mean, we had Winston commits Grand Theft Auto already. But J9... You muppets! Face it, Masters player, by the way! There is no words. There are no words.
Sergeant dies anyway. The orbital ray from Shubi's good. It's good enough for Meta to just punch everything down. Type in chat, what is my Chungus like?
It's okay. He was just swapping. He was just swapping. He was
swapping to Tracer, guys. He was swapping.
I'm sure, bro.
Was pausing to just go and like grab J9 like by the throat. Oh my lord. Okay.
Oh, they're ready again. Yeah. I don't.
I'm not ready.
I'm not ready either. What a play! What a play! Good lord. Okay, lead's going to increase. If you're Warwick, you've got the Annihilation as a turn, but other than that, you're pretty skinned. Good pressure early onto Meta 1. He might be forced to use this defensively.
Yeah, if you have to just sit there with your Nemesis form and block, that's generally not ideal. However, what's also not ideal is the rest of your team to being shot immediately. Again. And okay, but this time they're for real. I guess that's insane.
That's cool.
Okay, well, let's look at the lay of the land while we are here. 90 meters on the side for Warwick, 37 for Oxford. In terms of ults, you're going to soon have an Overclock and Pulse, possibly a Rally as well, and you currently have an Annihilation for Meta. On the other Oxford side, you're going to have both support ultimates, and you will probably, in an extended fight, charge Terror Surge as well. I think the support ultimates are going to kind of push things slightly over the edge for Oxford in this next fight, but they are going to still be on the back foot because there's only 2.5 minutes left, and they're going to have to push like all the distance back plus an extra 40-50 meters on top of that.
So it's a hard one, especially, like you mentioned, 2.5 minutes on the bank. You can do it, but I think Matt Murray is kind of playing too well right now. I know he likes to talk himself down when you talk about the strong players on the Angels, but Matt actually can find a lot of value, especially in like brawl poke setups where he can just sit there and free shoot. And we're seeing that exactly here with, in the fight that we just left an opening pick onto Taranti from the rail from the down low. Okay. I'm looking at the comps now to try and tell what cons you kind of play for, and they're both really weird. I think generally you want to play slower if you're Warwick, and you want to play more fast if you're from Oxford. That's almost the opposite of what the tanks want to do in a lot of these setups. At least you have double support ults if you're Oxford. They're pretty good. It turns out support ultimates are good for winning. But Annihilate, Overclock being on the horizon means that you need to get into your good ult cycle really, really quickly and keep your opponents off kilter and then just have a bunch of momentum because you're at the point where it's like relatively easily turnable. I'm not saying it's like easy, but comparatively. If it gets any further though, it's going to be such a huge uphill battle.
I mean, like, the next fight might just be in the bag because you have both support ults and one of them is an orbital ray, and that's going to be reinforced with a sound barrier, and that's really strong. That should be able to overcome even an Annihilation and an Overclock. Like, you should be fine. After that, well, you have problems because Renee's going to have a Terror Surge, but that's just a Terror Surge. You're going to have eventually DPS ults, but those are still very much on the back burner.
Got to wait for the respawns to come through. J9 has to wait up the spear, a little bit of time lost, as he just continues to develop this angle. Double clear means he has to give up the space, but with the break now set up, he can just sit here, and shifting is going to be a hell of a lot harder than you want. Ults online, who pops them first?
Oh, Finn decides it's time to press the go button, and yeah, you do it. You delete through from the lobby, and I don't think Warwick are going to invest any more ults in this. They don't really have any incentive to. J9 could look for a sneaky pulse if the ego's feeling high, if the confidence is flowing. It should be all for naught, because Shuvi's gone as well, so Warwick are completely routed here.
We're seeing some big bug in the lobby again, thankfully. It's pretty quiet, I think, a little bit earlier. I think, we were saying some really lovely things about him. He had a great match in that previous, but a lot quieter, I think, all throughout. So him finding his voice, you'll love to see. I mean, what do you... I'm trying to think about how both of these ults will end up playing out, and just the huge bank on Warwick is really scaring me right now. You've got to find a way to start making a dent in that.
Yeah, like,
We Ajax!
I mean, we did. We did Ajax actually. Yeah, that's. This isn't the Prashy map. No, this is just it's just good old fashioned.
Ajax, the love of the game.
Oh
It's
my
unfortunate.
god.
Taranti gets stuck inside the pulse. Oh, defeat, sorry.
So say something clever, Spec. This game.
You probably shouldn't sound barrier when there's a pulse from near you. That's my expert analysis.
Wow, sizzler from the boy there. Big Boss has been taken down again. Game's been ever since beefing the blade and swapping onto the Tracer has been putting in a really bit of a clinic. That being said, the ult combination of the Terra Surge into the blade proved to be good. And wait, Meta's had the bot. Wait, how long have you been pushing this bot?
A little while now. He's got a lot of free push. Rene is stuck in actual Narnia.
Do they know?
I mean, it doesn't matter whether they know it. They can't do anything about it.
I mean, Renee was still running in while the bot was being pushed by Meta. Oh god, it's so cooked. Jenna has a pulse bomb on the side. How's it gonna land? Close enough to Taranti this time. Just not exactly on top, but still, the damage is done. We're in a full overtime situation now, and Meta gets to annihilate on the point. Big Bog thinks that this is turnable, and actually, when it's Big Bog doing it, it very well could be. You have an orbital ray from Shuvi, however, which is going to make Meta's annihilation even more difficult for Oxford to deal with. Late touch from Sargent isn't going to do a damn thing as Warwick go 2-0 up in this series in what kind of fashion? I don't even know. I don't even know what kind of fashion that was.
Yeah, a lot of things happened on my screen. I can say that much for free.
Yep.
More than that, and you got to hit up my PayPal, I think. That was kind of cooked.
What is your PayPal?
Spectreon.
What do you mean your PayPal is Spectreon?
At Spectreon.
Why did you name your PayPal after your, like, caster name?
Because I'm GOAT. And also I don't use it for anything else.
Are you, though? Do you not use PayPal for anything else?
No.
So you don't make any kind of, like, other purchases or anything like that?
Nope.
Do you spend money outside of esports?
Nope. I buy
Do you
rent
get
and
any...
I pay rent and I buy food. Like, it's the extent, it's equivalent. It's the extent, rather.
I got some sunglasses earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were very... They look nice.
Good. That's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, they are. I'm just trying to distract myself, to be honest, because I feel like a bit traumatized.
The experience of that. We had J9 Blade Jackson because he decided to fall. We had Taranti Ajaxing because he got stuck. I think
it wasn't even just like because it was a blade jack. It's just the manner of it. Like dying with blade isn't like a new concept, and sometimes like okay, well everyone just turned and shot you. Yeah. And then there's jumping off the map and then like blading mid fall.
Yeah.
When you could have just wall climbed up the entire thing. You didn't have to wall climb a bit, then jump off so you can't wall climb anymore, then try and pop blade to get your dash back. Right?
Probably
who knows?
Could have been played a different way, but you'll have to ask Mr. Salmon about exactly how he would prefer to. Yeah.
Are we full government naming these players?
If we want. What's he going to do about it?
Yeah, not much actually.
Exactly.
I can't really do anything.
Exactly.
I don't actually know. Well, I can hazard a guess as to what Matt Murray's legal name is.
I actually can't.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. I think his name is Matthew.
I don't believe you.
And his last name might, in fact, be Murray.
No, can't be. Absolutely not.
Okay. Understood. So we have our map and we have our first ban from Oxford. Farah's gone, which makes sense because J9 is lethal on the Farah, and Kings is a map where Farah can really throw a wrench into your plans just because there's quite a lot of aerial cover to play around. So like it's obnoxiously good for Farah, at least until third one maybe, but most of the map is very good for Farah. So you want to get rid of that because you don't want any of J9's nonsense. Light Void is going to come back in, so Light Void's going to go on tank, Renee is going to go back over to DPS. And yeah, King's Row. I'm surprised that we've seen 0 Kings today thus far.
I'm glad that we don't have it. I don't mind King's Row, but I see it so much, it makes me feel older. So the fact I see it now, yeah, the fact now reasonable 1 King's Row for the day, I'll take that. It's very reasonable. I kind of like how Ox Frauds have been able to figure out this like 6-man roster that they've obviously got. I think most other teams haven't really been able to implement it, but you know, over a short period of time, they've had a bit of a strat, and I quite like that. Obviously, Juno Ban out from Meta 1. I mean, makes sense. They're comfortable on it. Shuvi wants to play more damaging flex supports because he gets bored. I get it. I think both very reasonable. We'll see how it works once we get into the action.
It's a love of the game type affair, you know.
I'm not sure he does love the game.
Does anyone love the game?
I do.
But you also hate yourself because of your love of the game.
I don't hate myself.
I think you do.
That's okay. You can think what you want, but I don't need anyone to tell me, you know, how I am. I can self-actualize, independent.
Can you?
In it. Yes.
Can you?
Yes.
Are you a strong independent man, Spec?
I'm not sure how strong I am. I'm ready to go gym.
What if we went gym together? That'd be kind of gas.
I need to go down to Nottingham.
Yeah, so that you can visit me and that we can live together in a lovely little apartment.
Bro, it's far.
And then
also my internet, my apartment has way better internet than yours.
Yeah, I can't lie. That's quite reasonable.
Defensively,
I don't think 2 PCs in this one room would like work.
You're getting microwaved by 1.
Sorry?
You're getting microwaved by 1. Listen, defensively, double flex. Anna, Kiri, you got a lot of shooting you can do, but if anyone looks at like them sideways, they will evaporate. Good thing Sergeant is not in because Traitor, Genji, they'd have some issues. So they're playing a heavy poke comp basically, where you're not actually ever playing for Rulcons. Just J9 sits and shoots, Matt Murray sits and shoots, Meta sits and shoots, and then once you get the pressure on, then you're just dumping cooldowns into your Ram who just holds block. So J9 and Matt can shoot even more. Widow, but nobody jumps. They haven't got the PayPal just yet.
Yeah.
So we're over to Soul.
Unfortunately, Cash App isn't a thing over here in the UK, so that's not going to hit either. Yeah, it is exactly as you've called it. Meta's job isn't really to do a lot aside from just absorb punishment, so the rest of the team doesn't have to do it. Something that Light Void in the last matchup was particularly good at was just stretching those limits as much as possible. And again, another trade, Taranti and Matt are felled by each other, but Matt ends up getting one from beyond the grave with a nice dynamite onto Renee. And so once more on the first fight, Oxford aren't going to be able to get themselves into this.
Yeah, it's a lovely start, of course, from Warwick. Great exit on to Light Voids. I know, it's kind of hard for Oxford to really get into anything, right? They need to be able to find a wall onto Meta 1. If they don't do that, then they just lose. Because you're playing for Brawlcons and a team who's just avoiding the brawl. I mean, anytime they walk, they just lose because they take so much poke. We're seeing it now. Already the armor lost out from Light Void. He's got no HP. The form is forced.
Yeah, and so you literally just have to go all the way back here, which in turn offers even more space for Warwick to play their style, which is exactly what they're going to do. J9's going to get Renee out of the fight. Again, Renee's been felled, and this is just... How do you circumvent this? Do you need to just, like, scale onto DPS better, swap up the comp, maybe?
You could sim TV high ground, I would personally do. If not, I think you should probably be going for hotel walks rather than trying to walk around the statue. I think they're trying to go for really long rotates, and it's quite hard, especially when you don't have like a speed ring. Lucio makes these rotates easier generally, but you don't have a burst of speed to cross these like open spaces in exactly the same way.
Oh, that's a disgusting nade. J9 is fought out, but Renee didn't have an ice block, was used earlier in the fight. Mirrored Kitsune rushes are out here, and suddenly, there we are, Big Boss able to slip through the cracks of the Warwick defenses there and find the mark onto Matt Murray. Meta gets nanoed with the Annihilation, so this was initially looking really dangerous for Warwick. But once more, they have been disgustingly clutch and seem like they're going to stabilize this.
I mean, it turns out if you just invest 4 ults into a fight where your opponent spend 1, then it's pretty good. Rene makes the swap over to their Reaper. Thrall goes down. This might be the end of Warwick's first win hold.
It should be, but Warwick have a thing in these lost fights where they just come back anyway. However, this time Meta goes way far into the backline and nothing is able to be done. They have to back up now. Without their tank in the fight, I'm not sure if they even go for this, 2-tick. I mean, they have Bob, but J9 is taken out the moment it goes in, and Matt peeks way too far just to get Bob out. So when Warwick make these kind of mistakes, you have to capitalize on them. And there they made a bit of a blunder.
Indeed, yes. I mean, they spent all their ults, and so their opponents can walk in with no ults. So, I mean, you can't recontest here. Or you shouldn't recontest here, and they won't. But in this Arch fight, what are you supposed to do? You're just going to get out ulted. You need a Shuvi nade, else you have no other method of forcing a win.
You could also get a nice wall like that. It's not going to win you the fight per se, but it is going to put a lot of pressure onto Oxford. You can see that Light Void is falling lower and lower. But a Kitsu Rush, you have nothing to deal with this. Meta didn't even get the shield up in time until the end of that. And Finn finally... Thrall actually countering back with their own later on, but dies within the ultimate regardless. Light Void just walked all the way into the back with that annihilation.
Yeah, nothing you can really do. You're down ults. You try and play for the Kitsu. It doesn't really work out because your opponents kind of just go fast. And so we are seeing it cleaned up by Oxford. So great work here. The issue for Oxford is probably going to be the next fight, though. You spent all your Brawl ults. You've got the sightline on your Soj for sure, but a Nano Annihilate, what do you really do about that other than just kill everybody else, hope you can go first, basically? So this is probably the largest challenge that Oxford have experienced, since that first point where they had such a big momentum, shift towards their favor. They might run out of steam though if this fight doesn't go towards them as well.
Yeah, this seems like the precipice of the match in the balance right here. Voxer can win this one out. They set themselves up very nicely, but Big Bog dies with the overclock. Renee does use their own DPS ultimate. This one's able to be a little more successful in the back. Perfectly timed ball, picture perfect from J9. Means that Light Void is stuck out there up the creek, no paddle, and you should be getting a late stagger onto Finn 2. No, not quite.
Yeah, you'll be able to TP out. You can keep to chase, but the J9 decides maybe it's not worth. But that's really not the fight you're looking for if you were Oxford. And now, as I mentioned, now totally out of steam. There's so many check marks online for Warwick. Time bank getting lower and lower. This might be the end of Oxford, at least in this attacking King's Row phase. They really need a Big Bog OC to be humongous.
Yeah, but you remember that the Blizzard or an Annihilation in these, enclosed environments, these tight corridors that are King's Row, are going to be horrific. Big Bog comes out with the overclock. Instant reaction there from the Blizzard. That's going to be 3 members frozen up and should be 3 members dead. Renee, however, it doesn't even need to play the tank to stop mind control on the enemy team. Catches onto 2. Matt dies the moment the overclock is charged up. Shuvi's not going to be long for this world. I say that. Thrall's come back in. They're able to Suzu, but no, not able to get him to live forever. Clearly.
Yes.
Also, it was Finn. What am I talking
There was a lot of action there. There's a lot of fighting. But it turns out that Rene's 2 exit frags and Light Void just being able to basically stay out the fight is huge value. J9 touches, but that's recall already out.
Yeah, and Meta gets blown up on engage. Had already fallen so low before able to pop the Annihilation. The Kitsune Rush wasn't going to do you any favors from the side of Finn either. So yeah, you should be able to get a couple of nice staggers here if you're Oxford. See quite how good the peel and disengage from Warwick is, and not great. They were already on the back foot. And you got 2 Oxford to try and complete this one out. About a minute to do so.
It's doable, but at the end of the day, getting it into the the third area of the map is what you really need to do. So I think they've kind of achieved their goal, at least for this map. They'd love to complete, of course, but how possible is it when you're playing into double flex with a Brawl comp? This is kind of where the Thrall Shuvi backline is going to be so strong.
It should be, but it's clearly not enough to reinforce against just the sheer presence of Big Bog, which that guy has in spades. And they managed to hold on to a lot of ults. They only use a sound barrier there.
Yeah, into the Kitsu with changes from J9. you're in a pretty good spot with this. As if you really like an OC, but you can make do with a Close Hold with your Annihilate one door, the Refront on the other. This is very doable for Oxford to complete.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. They have the tools here. Renee is in the action here, is able to sneak through, get the assassination onto Shubi before going back to the objective, but gets taken out with the ultimate, and 10 seconds left on the clock. Big Bog turns back. J9, the round the backline, has been sniffed out. You need these kills, and you need them tomorrow. Because if you don't, then you aren't going to... Yeah, Big Bog OC comes out from downtown, reinforced with a Kitsune Rush, going to charge up those railguns quicker and quicker, and then just line them all up and then knock them all down, as simple as that. Big Bog, the star of the show thus far. Meta Annihilation is going to be purely cosmetic, and a full cap comes through from Oxford.
He'll take that. I thought it was kind of Joe for them, but they come back with the super late ultimates. The stall's good enough. And so Life Void, I think, was pretty screwed there without the Kitsune Rush, for example, helping him out. But no, gets the peel. And because of that, you'll take a full completion of King Zero. Finally feels like some proper progress in the series from them. That being said, it is an overtime, and Warwick at any point can complete with time, which would force, at most a tie or them still winning as long as they get just a tick on first point. So this defense doesn't have to be impeccable, but they have to make sure that Warwick is kept honest at the very least.
Keeping it honest at minimum. I'm trying to think here of what kind of style you roll.
Matt Murray is 4-9. Boss man.
Warwick.
Boss man. How is he 4-9? Lock in. But we're seeing a great performance so far from Lightboy, 24-3. Matt Murray's 4-9. Unfortunate, bro.
Yeah, and Big Bog is just bigging and bogging all over the enemy team.
Mm-hmm.
Those are verbs. That should be a new thing, just to Big Bog, which is to just inexplicably kill everyone.
I see.
Quick peek. Very quick peek. Bit of a risky peek, but it means that gets a little bit of ult charge, but fortunately no harm, no foul from the side of Oxford. Warwick wants to go quick here. I can't tell. They're trying to bait and go through hotel, or no, they're trying to give Matt the positioning on the high ground, which makes a lot of sense. And it also makes sense. Yeah, it also makes sense if Shubi can just land a nade from downtown. It's as you've said many times, the Ana cooldowns are fight winning, proving it right there. But you do need your Ana in the fight to continue to hit those ults and win consistently.
So maybe there's a chance to turn this, and it seems like that's indeed what's happening. Taking a bit garnered from the attack, already finding some success in trades, still make it competitive, but they don't actually get it. And they're staggering J9 as well. This is pretty rude, honestly. We'll see if they let him take the mega pack, or if they just want to put him out of his misery. Oh, the stagger's so nice. Can't fight without your main. Remember, that's the Blizzard as well. That's a big ultimate that's not going to be online for another 20-30 seconds almost. I mean, that's down to 2 minutes already. Great work from Oxford.
And it buys time for Finn, who's the closest Oxfordian, with an ultimate to work with. That Kitsune Rush, which you kind of need here, because if there's an uncontested Blizzard, then you're going to struggle in this upcoming fight. So see if Finn is going to be able to charge that up in time. Yes, he will. Light Void goes forward and then knows the kind of push and pull technique is going to back up. That's the Blizzard in to the equation. Is it able to freeze anyone up? Yes, Light Void. They're able to put a shield from themselves. And now a Annihilation here to bully Shubi and J9 out of the fight. Meta gets Nano. Doesn't have an Annihilation yet. Is going to pop it here. Is this going to be worth it? Are you able to kill Light Void and make this investment worth a damn? It's getting closer and closer, but I don't think you're going to be able to do it. But eventually the Kitsune Rush is the thing that turns it over the line. Thrall TT's back in. Big Bog still on the high ground with an overclock. Always an X factor, but you have to be considerate. And Renee might want to use the Death Blossom here and is going to do it. Takes themselves out in the process. This fight still dragging and dragging on further. But it seems like Warwick are finally getting the key crucial picks just on account of their better spawns.
Yeah, it is essentially just that, right? Both teams go back and forth so much. 4 for 4 in terms of those check marks, more in terms of those eliminations. But the point will get locked all the same, slightly slower than what Oxford were able to manage in their own attacking round, but they still have plenty of time to thrive in the street phase. Only an OC from Matthew Murray, no longer 4 and 9, but still maybe not having the game of a lifetime. We'll see if he can turn it around with this particular check mark, because Taransi, if not allowed, will just beat, and they will just probably win the brawl fight, so lot on his hands.
Yeah, the overclock is always going to be a good ult, but it's not like you have a lot of space to use it here. And J9's been eliminated from the fight. Matt still decides that you want to put this ult in, and it does force the sound barrier from Taranti. So a kind of equivalent exchange there, but what isn't equivalent are the kills, because they're all going in the favour of Oxford quite firmly right now.
Yep, that they are. They've got the choke now in their favor. They would have loved the cart to be actually stuck in the archway, but they can more than make do, you know, simply not having that. In terms of how you actually want to play this, you have to play, I think, super, super close. They want to play for the extended poke, though, which I think just gives Shuvi a lot of value. Nano, Annihilate, probably both going to be used here, to be honest, just to keep it absolutely sure. You need a rail pick to stop that from being loosed.
Ooh, Big Bot went in there. Cheeky little jump up to try and get J9 and almost got ensnared by a Vortex 2, but not going to be happening. Kitsune Rush from Finn is going to allow the members of Oxford to play without fear.
Oh, they're also stacked.
Meta has been given a nano boost in this environment, but are you able to make them... Please hit a punch! Meta, please hit a punch! Please, please, please! Please, just hit your damn punches!
He doesn't know where he is, bro.
Please, just punch
He probably
him.
could have killed some people there. I'll put it that way. But it doesn't end up working in favor of him. A stabilization from Oxy they probably shouldn't have found, but in the end, after the Nano and the Annihilate both, then there's no further progress on the objective. And Lightboy now an Annihilate to which to do what he will with.
Yeah, has it out here, and Renee pops the Blossom as well.
Oh, there we go.
What are you doing?
Why would you Kitsu that? Why did you ult that?
Oh, goodness.
Are you swapping? Please go another hero. Yeah, he's on Lucio. Cool, we're on Lucio Kiri. Why not?
I mean, I guess Shuvi can play the Kiri as well, but still.
You could
like,
also put Shuvi on Lucio for like 1 minute, so you could have the Kitsune rush through to duel with the beat that
like
we
Shuvi
don't
can
have.
play Lucio for one fight, you know, like it's fine. But it's not to be, clearly. And now I think things are just firmly in favor of Oxford. Thor just dies immediately. No ultimates even used. And this doesn't look like Warwick right now. I can't lie. They're just getting circles ran around them by Oxford. It doesn't even look remotely close right now.
No, it does not. This is, I mean, 45 seconds away from being a humongous win for them. Obviously, that stagger is fantastic. A touch possible. In fact, very probable. And with the Annihilate with the Blade, you're not skint by any means. You walk into 4 check marks here. This is absolutely Oxford's map to win. So close to cementing that victory and going up 2-1 in the series.
And they're just playing with so much confidence and swagger, right? They just walk up, decide, I don't want Matt to play Overwatch anymore, and they get the kill. J9 pulls the Blade out of desperation, but Taranti had that one scouted. Sound barrier was there already. 10 seconds left on the point. I don't think Warwick have a prayer in this one. Matt pokes his head out for a second, gets instantly stuck with an adhesive siphon, and there we have it. Oxford winning that map, and not just winning it almost effortlessly.
Yeah, that they can. I mean, it takes a brawl mirror when all is said and done, but if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. 2-1 here. No 4 Overwatch in the finals, and a bit of a stinker from old Matthew Murray to get things started.
This ends now.
I just love the ever-presence of Matthew Murray. It's like, I go to sleep, I close my eyes, and that's the man I see. In my dreams, I see him in the mirror. It'll be like, he'll appear as like a spectral ghost behind me, and then I'll turn around, he's not actually there.
On that sobering bombshell, let's go to a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes, but I need to drink some water. So after that, the continuation of this series. Peace.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back, and thank you for sticking with us through that break. Okay, then. Well, Oxford, didn't think you had that in you, but fair enough. You're able to take one off of Warwick, take one pretty convincingly off of Warwick, but don't get things twisted. Right now, at this very juncture, the ball is still very much in Warwick's court. You know, they're feeling good. They're still feeling all right. They didn't seem too phased by that loss, and they have picked Circuit Royale as their next map, which is kind of just like, yeah, they played on it yesterday, and it was really, really easy for them. And Warwick have also banned the Ramatra, which Oxford would have absolutely wanted to play. No, so Warwick want to play the Sigma. Oxford would have rather play the Ramatra.
Well, I know, but like now the Ramatra is banned, then they must Sigma. Right? That's what I meant.
Yeah, and I don't favor Oxford in the Sigma.
We'll have to wait and see. It's as simple as that. Jay probably going to look with Pharah. Probably say some Pharah Soj setup, very likely. In a 6 setup, Genji tends to not have enough shield break. A lot of his damage is very based around the snowball, based around being able to eliminate squishy targets very quickly. When it comes to Sig, and it basically just raw DPS matters, then I think that he's probably going to play Pharah if he can at all help it. See how that's going to work out once we're actually in the server. The interesting thing for me is probably going to end up being the backlines, I think, honestly, because I think we are long past the days where you have to play, Bab Zen on this map. But I think that does just leave it a little bit more up to interpretation. Obviously, in Soup Cup, we saw like Anna Juno played a decent amount, even without the Diva, who kind of inspired that pick. Because you get 2 turns with the Orbital Ray and the Nano Boost both. You see some Lucia setups if you want to play a speedy style. Obviously, Virtus Pro like to play Juno Brig with a Sig, and then basically play a Sigma Brawl style where you play this aggro rock the enemy Sig without playing the whole Sig resource trade that everyone who likes the hero actually plays for. You've got a lot of options here, so it's curious to see which one we move towards.
I'm such a sucker for Sig resource trades, I can't lie. I am that kid who like salivates when like a Sig like dodges the enemy Sig's rock and then just like and then just grasps in their face for like 3 shields. I'm just so happy.
That's cool, bro.
But that's enough of me eating crayons. We're getting an early indication of what these teams might be running out on. No real surprise. Interestingly enough, Matt is out. Guaf is in. Chevalier for posterity's sake. But yeah, Guaf, former hit scan player for Warwick, helped them win numerous titles in the past. Definitely drafted in here to play just like hard Widow and not much else. Instead, on the other side, if you don't have the Ramatra, what's your next best option for Oxford? Rhine, which is like saying, okay, I can't walk there, so my next best option is to just crawl on my hands and knees to get there, but it does the job regardless.
That it will. Rhine with no CPU utility on this map is pretty funky, but you just have to go as fast as you can. Elari is going to find basically no value here. You just like shoot Rhine shield and do nothing. I think they come with a good counter comp here, as long as Light Void can actually find some comfort on the Rhine hit pick here.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to be doing everything all the time. Like, you can be good, as you said, a lot of the enemy threats are just going to be preoccupied shooting your shield, right? Provided you can manage that decently, you are able to just soak up a fair bit of resource while you're pushing the cart. Eventually, you're going to have to get onto them, but you're able to buy enough time to actually pin in to try and dive onto the back line. And how did that work out for you, Light Void?
I mean, they're still getting progress on the cart. They really can't complain. This Widow angle, like, it's hard to deal with, but it also is hard to find value, as we're seeing. You're not really shooting anything, and just a freebie onto Chevalier. A long-term hit scan trade, at least. So Warwick's still holding for now.
Also, interesting that J9 is over on the Sojourn now, generally a Matt Murray special, but given that you have drafted in Guaf, and you still want the, trade in Chevalier, you still want the potential to play that flex DPS on the kind of maybe attacking side, so you're perfectly fine with this. We're still trying to wait here, and now you can see when we get to this corner of the map, things get a bit trickier for the Rhine. Oh god, they also get tricky for all of Oxford because now you don't have a Sojourn. There's a lot of damage that is now gone. Without that, you're going to have to retreat.
Indeed. So, see if things are going to work out any different as Big Bug gets, evaporated again. The peak. I mean, it's just not how the comp is supposed to go. You have to be catching meta specifically. And I gotta say, we're not finding walls, so the May value, very questionable. I would rather see it maybe adapted, because with being it picked off by the Widowmaker as well, then we're finally seeing Chevalier really getting into the game. Not what you'd love to see. So half the time back now gone. Yes, you have ults. You know you don't have a sound barrier, so you probably just lose the Flux. Maybe even Captive Sun fight that's upcoming. OC as well, these aggressive lines. You need Big Bug to mirror, and he just doesn't have the ult charge for it. Things not looking fantastic here for Oxford.
J9's just in. Like, the sheer confidence, just stay there. Then get the nano overclock when all is said and done to continue to lay the smackdown on the rest of Oxford. Really peculiar fight there. I'm not entirely sure what the plan from, if that was the plan from J9, just sit in the enemy team until someone peaks, but it worked.
That it did. 2 melee kills for Shuvi, and the Kitsu fight finds very little. You spend the nano OC, yeah, but they come up to another fight-winning combo. There's a minute left on the bank. You still don't have defensive ults because you're not playing, you know, a Lucio, nor Zen, nor even a Brig. It's hard to spin any sort of positive narrative around this, right? It's hard to say that this is the way where we confidently see Oxford at least take this fight, because I'm not sure I see the vision.
Well, I mean, they did use an orbital ray, and it was good enough to get the Widow out of the equation, but honestly, Widow's like a relatively free target when you have like decent sightline and some survivability onto them. Renee has decided to invest the Blizzard into the equation, and it's good enough to get meta. Brawl decides to invest the Captive Sun and get relatively little from it, and then Light Void has to invest the Shatter at the end just to style points and to clean up at the end.
I mean, it gets J9 at least. You get your pick, you pin in and don't touch, but that's okay. Touch seems pretty hard to reach for most at this kind of point in the game. As back on the Doom, Meta 1 Doomfist, he thinks he's Andreas, he does not know who he is.
Are you gonna stick on this? Are you gonna stick on this Doomfist, brother? No, you're gonna go to the Sig again. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, like, there is confidence and then there is ego. And ego would be going on the Doomfist because you think you are that guy. 2.5 minutes, now down to 2 minutes that you have for Oxford to push up this position. But because you got a couple of late picks onto Warwick, you are past like the worst part of this push. However, trying to cross this corner specifically is still going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, that it will. I think that wide area of the map is the really bad part for the Rhine. This corner, I think, is going to be kind of okay. I think it's when you're kind of going for that second defense that it's going to be the big issue for Oxford as they begin to walk.
And they just sort of, the nano boost onto meta was not enough to have that to have that Sigma live, and it was a strong use of the overclock from Big Bog to find an opening pick. As per usual. I sound like such a broken record saying Big Bog popped overclock and got to the first pick, but that's kind of just what the man does.
Big Bog. I mean, Chevalier gets flattened. You can't recontest. If I'm Light Void Loki, I'm just going for a Shatter because why not? Like, can a Sigma block? Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what you love to see. Good sleep, but it won't keep anybody alive as Thrall and Meta still hit the deck. Fantastic work. Won't matter all that much, but it means you can get it to final corner without any sort of recontest. That being said, you know, the Shatter being a fight win, basically guaranteed, especially against the Sig on this area of the map. It's a big expenditure, and with 2 minutes in the bank, you might not get another one. So this high ground setup, you can't be shifted off the back of it. So like Void and Co have to find a lot here.
Yeah, did sort of attempt the pin, not able to get a ton at the end of the day, and J9 ends up going down to Taranti of all people. Okay, didn't think you had that in you, but very, very reasonable. While you're going to continue to try and go forward here, but they are going to be stopped, and Light Void just continues to use that hammer in close proximity. Think of how bad this first point looks, Spec, and now it seems like the point is just going to be firmly captive for Oxford with time to spare.
Minute and a half. So it turns out that first point circuit route is a badly designed point. I'm sure many people here will be shocked to hear that. And playing Ryan on that second corner is kind of weird. So once they got past the second corner, then they kind of just win because they're playing Ryan versus Sig. So yeah, that's how things ended up crumbling. A minute and a half is lovely to have.
Yeah, I mean that's really good time. That's spectacular. That's spectacular. I think Circuit is a pretty hard. Circuit's a pretty difficult map to finish, and so being able to finish with time, especially considering how that initial one went. And remember, yesterday Oxford looked all out of sorts.
I mean, we just see like it's just Metal1 getting bullied. He has most deaths in the lobby. He's just getting like hard turned on. 6k damage, good on the Sig. Liveboy doesn't even have that much. You know, only 3,000 damage on Ryan. Not all that, but he's just playing for the hard elimination. I think the other thing that kind of stands out to me right now is we're seeing so much damage just like blocks from both these two teams. It's just always what happens on this game, or on this map rather. There's just so much shooting back and forth. I mean, it's kind of nuts. So it just ends up being that the tanks aren't allowed to play as proactively as maybe they want because there's so much damage pouring into their shields at all times. Orisa is a pretty decent Ryan counter comp, one Boston Uprising used against the London Spitfire famously in the final Overwatch League playoffs to win 3-4 times in a row. See if Metal1 can find that same level of success against a very heavy Orisa player himself in Light Void.
Ooh, speaking of Light Void, antied up and ends up being taken down by the Venomite of all things. Very, very early death for your Ryan player there. And you might struggle to run Ryan here a bit defensively, especially when, as you say, there's the Orisa on the other side. Has always been the general, okay, there's a Ryan on the enemy team, I'm going to play Orisa because I don't want them to live. Instead, it's Light Void going onto the Sigma now. Well, how about that?
I mean, Orisa into the Sig is good. We're playing the full tank counter swap now because now Metal1 is back on Sigma. And then after Light Void takes this fight, then he's going to go back to Swan and go Reinhardt. And then we're going to go back to Orisa, and we are going to go around and around and around until somebody gets sick of it and just decides to play the matchup.
Ballet always has the ability on Widow to just end the fight before it's even begun. That is the dangerous part. Light Void eats so much damage, but is actually relatively fine here and gets the rock onto Meta, but somehow not the follow-up shots, which could have been quite impactful to at least maybe eliminate that threat. Eventually, with enough time, Chevalier is going to hit these shots, and they're going to be heads, and they're going to be from a distance away. Day9 doing something similar, channeling his inner console kiddie input to get the shots when it's demanded.
Yeah, connects him in the end. Cap will come through pretty decent pace. Light Void, I'm curious to see if he swaps, but it turns out having 70% of a flux is pretty enticing. Taranti on the Ana. So Ana, Kiri backline. Not exactly what you'd expect on a map like this. You don't really have the shield break. You have a decent amount of healing. You can support angles. Your ults are good, but what angles are on this map? A lot of pressure on Finta. Just find the raw output value. Maybe a tuner swap in the wings for him.
Yeah, quite possibly. You can see just from here, Big Bog is in a really good position to keep free firing, but Renee ends up being the one who goes down, and Big Bog in the skybox going to take one out. But Light Void actually, I didn't know that you had that dog in you, my friend. I didn't know that you were a Sigma prodigy. I didn't know we were speaking to Vestola here. What was that?
I mean, they blizz to force everybody into the same area and then flux the area everybody kited to. And then because people have lost HP from leaving the blizz, then they all just die to the flux damage. Pretty nice idea there, but you did lose a lot of people in that fight. So with smidgen closer spawns, then we'll be able to reestablish on the corner pretty quick.
Yeah, very early Kitsu Rush comes out, counteracted by Thrall, but the anti-nade means that Meta isn't going to get any of that sustain. And you're also going to get rocked while you try to land all of those torpedoes. Chevalier, we don't need to talk about that one.
It's a windy day, man. I've been there.
Was lost anyway.
It's a windy day. I get it. So, bit of an awkward one here for Warwick. You probably should have won that, considering Shuvi hits a goob nade, Thrall pops the Ray. But we just miss our shots. A great trade found with using the Kitsune Rush. Fantastic work from Orcs finding exactly the type of hold that you need to be conversing if you're looking to actually eke out a win here on Circuit Royale. See how the Kiri angle is being used so far? Very little value.
Oh, and you can see Finn is just abusing this angle spectacularly well to get Meta out of the fight. J9 is continuing to exert this pressure, so it's not like Oxford are completely out of the woods yet, and Light Void goes down as well as Taranti. Yeah, you don't need that Matt Murray kid on your team. We're overclocking in a, what, 2v4 situation? Okay, well, you made it 2v3 now at the very least. You still have to sustain from Finn, so, like, I guess I'm just a hater.
It gets goes down to the sleep dart in the end. Honestly, not a terrible idea. If he didn't get slept, he probably going to clutch that. A lot of faith in himself. That time doesn't pan out, but I see the vision. I'll put it that way. Recontest is going to be tough without your hit scan. You've got no speed to get in here in time, but the car is just eking its way towards the end. Flux. Oh! Slept!
Great cancel on the ult. That's one of the big tools you need. You set up both support ultimates, but now your main source of damage is now gone. You need to get down to the point. You're barely able to do it, but when you're forced to run into the jaws of the hyena, they are going to crush you, and they're going to be relentless, and that's exactly what Warwick are being right now. Utterly relentless.
Yeah, I mean, Taranti making the swap over to the Juno rather than Finn decides that, hey, the Ana maybe isn't working, and, well, I don't know, that's strictly untrue. Well, it makes sense if they're going back over to the Rhine. This is pretty good Rhine territory. They've decided to go back to Old Faithful, minute and a half to burn off the bank to have a lead in that time bank. That's about one fight win. Very doable. J9, though, on this angle needs to be forced out. What a pin!
You get taken out. No, you're barely able to escape with your life there, but you are going to just yank control of this high ground, like, with force because of that. So you don't get the kill. Not great for Oxford, but you're able to get positioning, which in a while could work. Oh, Meta, you might be the #1 most cringe person of all time. You've already swapped to the Orisa, and Light Void has exploded.
Yeah, it turns out pinning a gold is counter pins you, so he just gets kind of flattened, unfortunately. Not that all the worst ideas to try and pin the Orisa through the team, but it's bold at the best of times, and I know Meta 1 making a strong use of that H button to find an advantage at most times here. Oxford don't really want to sit here just playing, you know, HHH, but it's what they have to do. OC with a nano boost, one shots. Jay pushes the angle and can't connect just onto anyone just yet. Oh my
god! Someone check that guy's PC. That shot was insane. Just flicks to the head from across the map. And now, yeah, both these teams are going to end with essentially even time banks by the look of it. Renee is the only one with an ult and has been slept on the high ground. It's probably going to get deleted sooner rather than later. You know, it's a desperation touch that comes out, but it's decent in that it covers the entire point, and that you're able to get a couple more, but I think, unfortunately, the numbers just aren't in your favor if you're Oxford. And so, yeah, they finish with, in essence, the same time bank.
No, you don't understand. Those 16 seconds are going to make all the difference. We have misplaced our Finn Fun J, which is unfortunate because we kind of needed him. PC issues relogging, I see. Technical issues, I suppose. So will we get back in a second? I assume.
Yeah. It is technically an issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there may be better ideas there from Warwick just to keep counter swapping. I think maybe if you are sorry, yeah. I feel like if you are Oxford, then when you are just being like hard swapped against, then we need to understand that we need to break out of the cycle rather than play into it. Because they have the Orisa pick, and if you go Sig, then they mirror Sig and you lose the Sig mirror. So not ideal there. FF30. Yeah, real.
I mean, I guess the issue, if you want to get technical, is like, if you lose in the mirror, then what more can you say than skill issue, unfortunately? Because, you know, you can do all this thing about, like, okay, well, this isn't fair because we'll go to the Rhine and then they'll go to the Orisa and then we'll go to the Sig, but then they'll just play a Sig of their own and beat us. It's like, yeah, because you can't win the Sig mirror. Like, if you could do... that's not like a... It's not like I can say that can be fixed overnight, but, you know, counter-swapping only gets you so far. There's a reason Sigma's so good on Circuit. Ram's been banned. And so if you're not able to win on the character, which is really popular on the map, then, like, what do you want? Like, unlucky for you, I guess. Like, sorry that you're... sorry that, like, your Rhine doesn't work that well, and then they play a character that forces you off the Rhine, and then you lose 2 out of 3 of the matchups. It's like, okay, well, now what?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly the experience we are seeing played into. Okay, the time is expanding. So this is getting unfortunate. Finn's back. Finn's back. This is good.
Yes.
But yeah, okay, we are ready. There's enough staring at this us. For me personally, I'm staring at the pause screen. 3-3 for basically forever, and it's beginning to drive me slightly nuts.
The polls, the issue is the polls don't even say 3-3. It just says 3-0 right now. It's like, like stop the count. Oh, now it's unpaused. Ah, it's 3-3 again. That's so boring.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. 1 minute 14 versus 1 minute 31.
Initiating match.
I mean, 16 seconds, like I said. See if it makes all the difference.
Does it?
No. J9's 40-8, by the way. That seems unreasonable.
Finn is clearly throwing. Like,
he reset his stats.
Yeah, no. Finn's throwing. Hasn't played the game. He's been AFK the whole time.
It's 0 deaths. He's playing perfectly.
That's what you're meant to do on support. You're not meant to die.
Exactly, yeah. It's high value. Chevalier dying a lot, maybe not finding the impact, but they had to give him his pity map.
Yeah, that's true.
The picks he has been finding, to be fair, were pretty high impact. That's kind of how it works in Widowmaker. You can have a long period of downtime, you find 2 clicks of the mouse, and you're right back to justifying the pick.
Yeah, like Widow, it's mostly... Honestly, it's mostly just your presence on Widow. That is the problem. You don't need to be winning fights. You don't need to be winning every fight with headshot. If you do, oh my god, spectacular! Please do. But if you're not, then that's fine generally, provided that you have arms and are able to click on them from a distance at the bare minimum. It's fine, right? Because just you being there is enough of a problem for the enemy team. And we're gonna do.
We're counter swapping. We're actually so cringe. Oh, back to spawn, onto the Sigma. The reason Lightvoid's on the Sigma, of course, is to be as uncounter-swappable as possible. Yeah, especially with the Ram gone. Yeah, it's such an effective ban here. Right-click's not connecting. Nades, however, are things not in favor of Oxford already. This could be a strong attack from Warwick.
You can look at the health bars, you can look at the cooldowns, you can look at J9 just pumping in so much damage on this Pharah to see, yeah, you aren't having a fun time, neither is Lightvoid, who ends up going down to meta. J9 got to be a bit careful. You don't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, as it were. Nice wall onto meta, but not nice enough. J9 is still around, still in the sky. Now Lightvoid has gone over to the Rhine, because go Vegas, I guess.
I mean, you only need 1 fight win, so I guess it makes sense to try and just force this through. You're behind on ults, but that you shouldn't get any, so you're just praying for a Tarantian aid, and if not, just hoping that we can hard swing. J9 marked by a rail shot, but won't go down.
Yeah, Ryan, honestly, you just kind of want to plant yourself on the point with the knowledge that the enemy team can't do the same thing. And who else but to Big Fog was it going to be at the end of the day to find the opening pick? J9, so far, the biggest threat on the side of Warwick, 2 members of Oxford. Not going to be a problem anymore. And a nice good rush from Finn to hold things out. This is, honestly, this could still go either way. You need to push it to the end of first, is what we're looking at. And I don't think that's impossible for Oxford to do. But it's going to be difficult.
I think it's doable, very much so. I think it just depends on how they want to approach this game. Finn, 0 deaths, real.
That's my go.
That's my go right there. There we go. Big fat goose egg for him. And then the entirety of Oxford, other than that, on 11 deaths. They've synchronized it very nicely. Warwick, the same couldn't be said.
I mean, they're not getting staggered at the very least. When they go down, they go down together.
Exactly, as a unit, as a team.
Except Finn, who was on vacation, I guess. He was just sipping coconuts in Bora Bora or something like that. While everyone else was fighting a war. What's the point of this map again? You're moving a car to the end of a racetrack.
I guess you're moving it to the hotel.
Isn't that a car's job? It should be able to drive.
Well, yeah, but you're the escort.
It drives really slow for a car.
It looks like a Formula 1 car as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I know. You're the escort for the car. You know, it's like how the president has a bunch of black vans that surround his car.
But there's also a truck just in the road. Look right there. There's a truck in the road of this racetrack.
Yeah. Well, you're not in a racetrack right now. You're just in like the streets.
Yeah, that's quite reasonable.
Okay, Ryan Star, they're gonna see the Orisa and they're walking back to spawn, guarantee. Orisa spotted. They're not back in spawn, they're actually playing Reinhardt. Good lord, what kind of a watch is this?
Right, that's crazy. You even have the superior time bank, so it's not like you don't have the chance to go and swap, but you're not going to do it. I mean, confidence is a flimsy shield. Zenyatta has said that, so we're going to hope that Light Void shield does stand up to... Yeah, what he said. So we're going to hope that Light Void does stand up to scrutiny here. Time ticking lower and lower, but realistically, when you push this, it is going to be an overtime situation. Shoot! Ruby's dead? What?
So is J9 as well.
Oh, and Meta's going to die pretty late. This should just be a free Oxford win. Yeah,
because they only get one fight out of it. It's going to be tied up then, if I'm not much mistaken, 2-2. Not quite sure about this pick. They try the Sim TP. They're going to be a touch, surely. They don't even touch.
It can't happen, and we are 2-2. We are all tied up. We're going to be here for a while, ladies and gentlemen. You are not making your match after.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But no, fantastic work there. I mean, it turns out occasionally we get some of these Warwick Oxford games that are actually pretty close. Can I take another look at this lovely triple kill from Light Void, as he does show that he actually does have the Sigma gene?
Yeah.
And Finn's happy.
That's more of a European thing, I think, the Sigma gene. Or at least Vestola, so the Finland gene, I guess.
The Finland gene is diabolical.
Yeah, in essence. But yeah, no, that really surprised me. Again, these teams played yesterday. Oxford played the Ramatra, which would be the style where it's like, okay, we don't want to play Sig, but we still want like a viable tank on circuit. Ramatra is your best option. They got rolled. They come in here, they play the Rectangle Man, and they win. So, yeah, there we are. So in essence, we've reset the map pool, but it is only Control, Flashpoint, or Push that are available. No drawable maps, in essence, is what we mean. So Warwick are going to get their map and their ban. Things have essentially reset, though I don't think they're able to play the... Yeah, they're not able to play the same maps as earlier, like the specific one. So we can't go back to Oasis. We can't go back to Runa Sapi, right? But we can still go to, Ilios, Lijiang, Suravasa. Was Suravasa played earlier?
Yes.
Do I have brainworms? Yeah, okay. Suravasa was played earlier.
Suravasa. I might be going insane. I feel like it was, but I can't.
No, it was not. It was not. It was.
Oh yeah, we were playing the game earlier, and we are getting confused because we're silly geese.
That and it's a long day, and it's so hot in this room. I've been telling, like, production and spec have been hearing me all day complain. So now I'm going to play on chat. It is so hot in here. It is so hot in this room. It's so hot.
I'm kind of chilling in my room.
Yeah, it's 16 degrees in Scotland. It's 20 in knots.
Scotland gap, I fear.
Yeah, that and you get your degree in 2 years, even though I know that's not how it works, but
it's just not how it works.
I literally said last year, "Where's your degree?" And you were like, "Oh, I have it." And then I was like, "What do you mean?" You were like, "No, wait, listen. No, listen.
It's a whole thing, basically. Basically, I'm built different. The pick is through. It's Suravasa. Lucio Ban is coming through from Meta 1. So we spent all that time talking about Suravasa. It's going to be out here. So if you're Oxford, then I don't think it's the end of the world. Remember with these best of 7 games, especially, that you run out of really good bans towards the end of things. Because it will never reset your bans. So we ban Lucio. Cool. Taranti doesn't, he's playing it a certain amount, but it's not going to be a huge pivotal choice. Oxford now have their ban. I would assume you go for another J9 ban, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what they want to move towards.
I like the concept of just the J9 ban, where it's like, okay, this guy can play like so many different characters. We're just going to delete them from the game. I'm so upset about no Cheeselord. Cheeselord's here. Cheeselord's in the lobby, is eligible to play, but they're not playing Cheeselord. Where is my goated old man like news AI person?
He's not really a news person. He's just around, you know.
Well, yeah, but he shows up on the news, which I find it has aura.
I mean, a lot of people show up on the news. It just so happens.
Have you shown up on the news?
Yes, actually, I have.
No, you haven't. That's a lie.
I have.
No, I'm calling your bluff.
No, I'm lying.
calling your bluff.
I've been on TV.
Yeah,
But
exactly. I've gotten with you so much that I just know to not believe anything you say.
I only
you'll phone me and it'll be like, yo, I'm actually like, I'm in Nottingham for some reason. I'm in some massive medical emergency. I need help immediately. And I'll just be like, yeah, he's capping. And then you just bleed out. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, that's unlucky. Matt Murray's back in, by the way.
Oh, okay. We're safe. We're safe. The widow was...
Does that mean we're safe? I don't think that's how it works.
Well, yeah. I mean, the widow was... It had its moments, but on the whole, I would say that it slowed down considerably towards the second half. And so I think we've wheeled out the old man for his for fun map, and now we're back to some serious gameplay.
Yeah. Oxford are going to keep their same look. I mean, yeah, having Sargent in for the first map made sense, but they've been getting infinitely more success with Light Void Tank, Grenade DPS. It might as well just happen, right? I think that this is... this variation, I think, of the Oxford roster might be the strongest one there's been. Taranti Finn backline, Big Bog on hit scan, Renee flex DPS, and Light Void Tank. I think that is like, of the current and alumni, I think that's the strongest combination of Oxford players you could make. In terms of Warwick, their strongest would probably just be their current roster with Andreas, with Shuvi and Key Dog. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that generally. I think this is pretty scary either way. And I think that Suravasa is going to be kind of goofy. Lofty is typing in chat. Don't forget to enter Scan's giveaway with a chance to enter the AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D, which is true. And if you haven't entered after I told you like 10 times, then I'm sorry, like you don't want nice things for yourself. You just don't want nice things for yourself, and that's a bit goofy.
It's a free CPU, possibly, if you win. It's
exactly.
a free CPU. Like that's so gas. I don't even know computers that well, and I know that CPUs are a good thing.
You don't know computers like at all, I feel like.
I mean, okay, I know what all the parts are.
Yeah.
But that's about it, honestly. Like, I don't know how it runs, Like, how does it work? Like, you press the on button and everything just, like, goes, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. What's your favorite type of logic gates?
I don't know, the ones in Minecraft that you did with redstone.
Good lord. That's what we're working with here, ladies and gentlemen. Teams look to be ready, as long as Finn probably logs again. Suravasa, it seems like Warwick are blue side start. At least for us, like Strathclyde, we had not a superstition, but we would always pick blue side if we could. So, no,
are you a defend or attack first kind of fella?
I don't care.
Okay.
Personally,
I'm very much an attack. It's just preference. I don't think it's a strategy.
Yeah, it doesn't actually matter. But no, if we were on any sort of like balanced map where it doesn't matter what side you start, we'd always start blue side. It's just better.
Very reasonable.
I'm telling you, you do more damage on blue side.
How big is this damage? Were you ever on blue side against Warwick?
No, that's why we lost.
Oh, okay. So sorry about that. I understand.
Yeah, it happened.
I mean, they're on at least from my perspective, they're on the left side and you're on the right side of the stage. So yeah,
yeah.
What was it like playing on stage, like being up there instead of like in a booth?
It's pretty chill, to be honest. I feel like more because there's like a monitor in between you and everybody else, so you basically just feel not like you're playing at home necessarily, but like it's easy to get into the swing of playing.
There's not, so you didn't feel like a ton of like, okay, we're on stage kind of pressure. It was just playing the game.
I'm not like a feel pressure type of guy. I will say though that like it's kind of weird playing like outside of your own setup at any point. And no matter the stage set was pretty good, but no matter how good setup is, there's always a certain amount of this isn't how I have it, and it ends up
even if it's at your own peripherals, it just doesn't feel the same, right?
Yeah,
did you bring your own peripherals?
I brought my own peripherals.
Yeah.
I borrowed a mouse pad from the goat at Hassan, but like I brought my keyboard, I brought my mouse. I just like, and my mouse pad feels the same as the one I borrowed, so like it all worked out. It's just stuff like desk height, where the monitor is positioned precisely, like audio settings, all that kind of stuff. Because everyone has a bunch of settings that are just like unique to them, you know. And you might not always think about that, or you're used to playing quietly, all this kind of stuff.
I think my weird quirk is that I have my melee bound to like pressing my scroll wheel down. That's what my melee is bound to.
That is very weird.
It's just habit. I can't lie. It's just, but it still works because like it is effectively, it's still on the mouse. It's close enough to like the M4 thing. So, but yeah, no, it's just like, do you have any like weird quirks of that with like?
I have pretty standard binds. I think my weird binds are on tracer. I pulse with shift, which is very standard actually. And a lot of tracer players do it.
I don't know anyone who uses shift to blink, to be honest.
Yeah, and so if you try and pulse using Q, then you can't strafe left while you pulse, which isn't something you do a lot, but it's nice to have the option. And on Lucio, then I swapped boop and jump. So I jump with right click and boop with space.
Oh, you boop with space and you jump on right click.
Jump on right click is pretty normal, but boop on space is slightly less normal, but still. And then I also have boop. I also have jump bound to scroll wheel, so you can like skip jump, which is very standard.
Okay. Like actually scrolling the wheel, not like me where you press it down to melee.
Yeah,
I could just set melee to scrolling the wheel, honestly, and that would make sense, right? But anyway, Portsmouth are third place in the tournament. They have beaten ICL 3-1. Congratulations to them. But up here for the big money, things are still looking very, very tense. It is all evened up 2-2 between these teams. We are ready for both these teams to roll out. Let's declare ourselves a winner sooner rather than later.
So yeah, this Brawl Mirror works out. J9 looking to spam some rockets in, but not really given the opportunity just yet. We're deeply in if we're like Void, but both Rams will call a non-aggression pact as they back.
Yeah, that's the push and pull that's going between. Meta falls so extremely low, but they'll put up the shield in time. You get first cap on the point for Oxford, but you lose the first member. So you're bleeding right now. How much are you going to stem it? Well, yeah, Big Bog will attempt it with a trade on J9, but the numbers are still firmly in favor of Void, as is the health. I mean, Meta versus like Void in that exchange was hydrogen bomb copping, baby.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Just gets a clothesline 2 there. Fantastic value from that slow from Meta 1 Warwick. Obviously able to get that flip there. 22%, essentially the same as nothing on Flashpoint, because it is about 2 fights. If you don't get 50, then the amount of value you get limited somewhat. Obviously, this fight, especially with the Pharah setup, it's going to be super, super awkward. I think this is going to favor Warwick more than the other points will. Rene, a lot of work to do in this replay to actually get involved.
Yeah, as you say, it's going to be really tricky for Renee to do a ton here. You can see, like, TP's to the high ground and is immediately looped off, and then just immediately executed by Shuvi too. Why the hell not, big fella? And without that DPS threat, you're then able to find Big Bog, the other DPS threat. Warwick are looking a little more like Warwick now.
Yeah, that they are. In control once again. Once they're all back to their starting fight.
Flashpoint.
You are hysterical and probably should be locked up.
I know.
You've got pretty good ult cycle as well. I will say, I feel like next fight as well, you know, when we start looking at that second Flashpoint, right, that is going to very much favor the Warwick Angels as well. What can you really do about it? I mean, if you are Oxford, you're just not close enough to most of your checkmark. Finn has the Kitsu for sure, but into Ray, Annihilate, Blossom probably. I worry it might be too much.
Yeah, very well could be. Going to be early Kitsu rush from Finn, and again, matched up with an Orbs away from Thrall. Definitely the superior of the ultimates, but Thrall taken down in the midst of all of that. Big Bog occasionally just downloads the enemy team, and that's exactly what happened there. Both of these Rams decide that it's annihilation time, and both of them are able to get some amount of value, but Meta's just a smidge more.
Yeah, Rene tries to find a trade, it won't happen. And it turns out having the Orbital Ray versus the Kitsu, I think, is a big difference there. Obviously, not losing the DPS as well for Oxford does make it somewhat harder. But again, Warwick with first cap, maybe things are going to be a little bit more balanced now as the Oxford ult bank has begun to equalize, right? They'll have to, in the next fight, be the 2 of Warwick, sorry. Barrage and the choke, again, could be brutal.
Oh, but they're not going through this choke, are they? And that is a... I hate you, Finn, is what that is a solo barrage onto Finn. But ultimately, results are results. It gets the job done.
That it does. I mean, you kill one, it opens up the angles for you to get a second. Job done. You know, at the end of the day, Overwatch isn't about getting a 5k. It's about getting one kill that really, really matters. And that's exactly what we see there. Especially when you're down ults, that's exactly what you want to be looking for. Now, this is going to be the hard one. Kitsu's nice, but how are you supposed to magic a pickup against an Orbital Ray?
Not just an Orbital Ray, but also just Big Bog's existence with the Overclock, and then Renee's Death Blossom too. And there it is, before anything has even occurred in this fight. Go and take him out. Renee just presses Q to respawn, I suppose, and it's traded 2v3 right now, currently in favor of the Angels. J9 is able to rotate back into the fight, and Finn is able to get rid of J9 from the skybox. Are you kidding me? And it's just Matt versus Light Void, but Light Void barely ends up living and recapping that point.
Yeah. So they get that cap at the end of the day. 99 obviously scary, means they can't afford a flip. And one is probably more possible in the next fight than this. But here, it's still continuing rush unanswered. A lot of pressure on someone like Big Bog, like Rene, to find an opening kill. Like already losing his armor, not the start you're looking for.
He's going to get it back, however, and now Big Bog is on the cast, so he's going to be trying to keep J9 mostly honest and in check. Aside from that, you have a little bit more frontline presence. Of course, you don't have maybe as good, you know, vulnerability and survivability, but that doesn't matter because you're able to just turn around and delete 2 from the game. I think that if Oxford win this, it is on the back of Big Bog being the GOAT. Speaking of hit scan GOATs, Matt Murray decides to pop the overclock, and speaking of other hit scan GOATs, Big Bog returns by getting rid of
3. He kills 3 pretty easily there. And so one-on-one, fantastic work from Oxford to hold this defense right there, fighting over this objective for so long. And finally able to get it over the line here. So Suravasa is still in their hands, still possible for them to clutch things up. All they're going to do is reach out and grab what could be theirs. This next fight is going to be pretty tricky. You're down to puzzle significantly. So the aim of the game probably is more to force out as many check marks as you humanely can. Obviously, a Big Ball pick would be magical. But if you can't materialize it, then all you're looking for is an economic victory. That's not the start you want at all. This is going to be pretty much free.
The Oxford economy in shambles, but clearly Big Bog does not care about your economic fear or anything like that, because we're able to counteract onto J9 too. Lightvoid utilizes an annihilation, forces Meta to pop their own, who's going to get all of the healing for both the Kitsu Rush and the Orbital Ray, but both of those spells being used at once for Warwick, layering them both is never a good thing.
Like I said, economic victory. Annihilate, Kitsu, Ray, all pops in the same fight. All you take was an Annihilate for that. You'll take that every day of the week. You walk into the next fight now, and you can play slow, charge up as a portal, and then rotate them to win the next probably 2 fights. You're in such a great spot here. That's not ideal, though.
Yeah, no, losing Finn, big problem. Losing Thrall, arguably an even bigger problem. Losing Light Void and Big Bog, gargantuan problems. And then losing Taranti is just like another problem, but we've already covered so many of them that it's not really worth mentioning at this point. How do you win when you're down on ult? Simple, just click them in the face before they can use any ults of their own. That seems to be the Warwick strategy here.
That it is. I mean, these are just fantastic early picks. They're finding time and time again. Again, Warwick in a good spot. Defensively, Oxford ults-wise have the lead. As long as you don't let your opponents use them, though, it's no problem.
Yeah, they're just going to kind of battle stuff here. I mean, speaking of ultimates, both of these teams seem to be allergic to the Q button right now. Credit to them. If you can win a fight without an ult, definitely go for it. I'm also just impressed that they're managing to do it.
Indeed. It's working out pretty well for them. It turns out they just walk up and, like, miracle pick somebody. If you can do that on the regular, then, you know, fair play to you. I'm not that guy, but I wish I was. You've got 4 ults now for the defense. Your opponents aren't there yet, but, yeah, you probably want to get them to spending.
Oh, yeah. That's brutal. You just kind of walk at them very quickly. Not only do you walk at them, you only walk at them with the 1 ult. And, okay, yes, using an orbital ray, the enemy team didn't use anything. But at the end of the day, it's only 1 ult. I think the other 4 on your team, maybe the value of 1 orbital ray.
Yeah, I mean, you only need, like, realistically 1.5 more fights. So you probably want to go for a Blossom Kitsu fight here. And then you go from there, basically.
Yeah, well, there's the Kitsu. J9 falls into the loving arms of Renee, who is going to go further and further to catch onto Thrall. Matt's overclock on the flank. Absolutely
Where are we
nothing.
going, man?
Yeah, drunk driving a little bit. Actually, going on to point where Big Bog is alone for the time being. You might want to be a bit careful here if you're Oxford, but nah, you're mostly fine.
They can't touch, I don't think.
No, not going to be able to do it. J9 attempts and even puts the barrage into it. Either that was a bad miscalculation or J9 swapping. There's no real in between.
I would, yeah, it's a swap. Over to the Tracer. Makes sense into double flex, Reaper, Cass. The only person you're really scared of is the DPS line, and they're very kiteable. So I think he's got great access to Taranti and Finn. It's on them to see how much they can survive that onslaught.
Yeah, or Renee on Big Bog to if they want to put themselves in a position to peel off their backline against the Tracer, then they're inevitably not in a position to be dealing damage to everyone else on the enemy team. And in this case, Shuvi pops the Kitsune Rush into the engage, make things a bit messy here. Big Bog is gone, but Light Void, again, in the 4v5, Oxford is still feeling like they want to go through with this one, but the Annihilation is not going to be good enough.
Annihilate's pretty good at the end of the day, but not good enough, as you mentioned. Kitsu way too much of a par advantage, and Warwick in control here. It is Suravasa, and you know, their previous map, that Circuit Royale, feels like it's been a good start for Warwick, but often it's their opponents who end up actually eking out a bit of a lead. See if that's going to be the same here as a refight. Thrall just almost rage axes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, managed to not use the orbital ray in that exchange. Meta goes in with the Annihilation, just gets deleted from the lobby, but J9 doing something similar here. Absolutely disgusting work thus far. The boss coming in on the blossoming Renee? What?
Posthumous fade-away pulse. We don't see that every day, but it seems like in all the kerfuffle, Oxford have been able to find the flip. So it's weird, and it's kind of expensive. But hey, flip's a flip, right? 75% means that if you lose as well, you'll probably have a touch. It's not going to be a good one, but you'll have one. Oxford honestly could win out the map here, take the lead 3-2. Just need to keep this defense strong for a fight, maybe two.
And they're going to have both of their defensive ultimates to use. I would not hate if Taranti just popped a ray right here. Okay, you waited a long time, an extremely long time for it, and that gave the opportunity for Matt to overclock and kill two. Yeah, just ray when they ray. You'll have two. I know what I said earlier about layering support ults, but you only need the one fight to win here.
Dude, laying support ults is fine anyway.
Total sense to layer the support ults.
Laying support ults is fine, especially if you watch Korean games. They lay support ults when they think they want to take. When you think you'll win neutral, they'll lay support ults, basically. Touch, let's see if it comes through. Doesn't seem likely, and so they're going to cancel. And especially with Finn dying, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, you just need to be raying earlier. I'm not saying mirror exactly, then you won't really be in position. But we can't be hard walking backline before our rays pops, because then our walk doesn't have the advantage of the ray, and our ray doesn't boost anyone. So we're kind of on split ends there, split purposes. If we wait like 2-3 seconds after Thrall pops their ultimate, though, then you're in a perfect time to use that ability. Unfortunately, not to be. So 2-2 here. We come down to a final flashpoint on Suravasa to decide who takes the lead in this series.
Yeah, early positioning for Warwick on the point. It's going to be supports traded for both of these sides, Taranti and Shuvi. Who is the more valuable pick? Well, the answer may not need to be answered thus far, because Light Void used the Annihilation. Very strong use of the ult to get the initial cap onto the point.
I mean, they would have traded up better on the backline anyhow. So things kind of worked out there. 20%, they'll get 50 at the very least. But the issue is now you don't have basically anything. Nothing's particularly even close other than a Big Bog OC, which is a risky business at the better times. He has been fantastic with them, but not the most consistent. So how do you take this one?
Well, Warwick just content to just force the objective for the time being. J9 got to be very careful. Do not blink into a wall. Wouldn't be ideal. Shuvi, Kitsune Rush in the enclosed environment. A lot of pressure is actually being levied against that threat. And Lightboy just walks down through in the backline. Pulsebomb, not able to get the damage, but the rest of the team able to get onto it regardless. And the point's been capped by Warwick for such a long time, surprisingly.
Yeah, they got very early there with J9 Tracer forcing the Carter. Basically, as soon as his team was scaring up to fight, forcing a split from Oxford. Now, they do have ult, so that big issue we spoke about in that previous, less of a factor here. I'd probably just hit to the high ground and then drop down once you cleared it. I think that's kind of game plan you want to be looking at.
Yeah, that's a pretty reasonable thing to do. Looking at the way they're positioning, I'm not sure if that's exactly where they want to go. Taranti's fallen quite low as a blizzard, but you're able to barely escape the LOS, and that comes through the angle with an overclock. Does expire eventually. And that's a nice wall from Rene, who is able to just barely escape with his life. Finn puts the Kitsu Rush in, and this should be able to reinforce the rest of the Omnics for a while. Meta thinks that this is a play to annihilate. I'm not sure how much I agree with that one there, Chief. Because Light Void has one of their own and uses that confidence to just turn the corner very easily, very effectively. 50% on the point. Oxford, surely they win this out eventually, right? Light Void is still annihilating. Like, J9 went on an adventure and we came back and the round was still ongoing there. So Meta was eventually down, and you aren't going to have your own annihilation to use in the re-engage.
I mean, 50%, we're going to hard shoot the walk up because we need to eke out any advantage we realistically can. We're down once a Forcel if we are Oxford, so finishing off this Blizzard is of paramount importance. Whatever poke Renner can get in will be worth its weight in gold. But that being said, a Ray v Ray and Kitsu fight is not the end of the world, especially if that Blizzard does end up being there in time.
Yeah, there's the Kitsu out. You can see that Oxford have to go back for quite a long distance, and Thrall just gets deleted from the game! It was able to get the Orbital Ray off, so the damage is still there, but a Blizzard is on the point. Shubi's down, and Meta barely got frozen up. It's going to get out very, very quickly. However, you can see Renee is just panicking right now, looking all over, because J9 is still on the Tracer, still being a fly in the ointment for the members of Oxford, but there's still a couple of them left. Touch just about comes through. Are you going to be able to take down J9? Yes, you are, but you lose Finn in the entire process. You end up punching through out of the skybox there, and Oxford, against the odds, they've taken us to match point.
Yeah, that they have. Fantastic work from them. And now, the Oxford Omnics might, against most people's predictions, other than mine, of course, win out the entirety of the Scan Invitational Tournament. 2 days of play, now just separated by a singular map. 150 for second place, 250 for first, and they can almost taste it.
Jesus Christ, yeah, this game is... I'm eating my words, because as you recall, some dumb butt on the broadcast said earlier, it is going to be a Warwick 4-0. However, that man recognizes that he was a dumb butt for saying that, and sincerely apologizes to everyone who has attended the institution of the University of Oxford. Realistically, I don't need to apologize to you guys. You're probably doing pretty fine in life going to Oxford and all, but still, I apologize.
I think... for me, all I'm saying is, if you pay attention to the Ryzen 7 9800X3D giveaway, you'll note that there's a special ticket for correct prediction. If you predict who's right, who wins the tournament, then you get an extra 5 votes. And I don't know. I might say that might be paying off for me.
Might be.
Might be.
Might be.
Never say
never.
never.
There's a 50-50 chance that it's paying off for you. That's what we have.
Also, Warwick aren't talking anymore in game chat. This feels...
That's how you know that something's wrong.
As you know, they feel they might be losing control of the game.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm trying to see where they got... I can't see that text. It's so tiny. But they have picked a map.
Yeah, each round, so they're banning Reaper. So they decided that Rene is the problem, which is true. That guy's goated. Going to try and do their best to force him onto May, I suppose. Or you could bring in Sergeant Squirt on the DPS as well.
Yeah.
But we shall wait and see exactly how that's going to come through, because they have been making some pretty creative decisions with the DPS line.
I will say, if Rene can't play the Reaper, like, I don't know what he does play. You know what I mean? I say that. He was a pretty good hit scan, because he would play the hit scan with Light Void on the DPS, but now you have Big Bog to cover hit scan. right? And Big Bog is maybe, I'm not sure if it's a hot take, the best like pure hit scan that we have in University.
I would say
I don't know if that's a ridiculous statement, but yeah, at the bare minimum, top 3, top 2. Like everyone with a brain will say that, and then like there's some debate as who number 1 is, but yeah, like if you have that hit scan level of talent on your team, let's be honest, a lot of those fights on Surabasa shouldn't have really been won by Oxford. Big Bog just bogged all over the enemy team, and Big at the same time, I guess. Yes, this is true. He can big, and he can also bog on occasion.
No lineup changes for either of them. Rene's going to be sticking through on that DPS. Oxford haven't banned yet, by the way, so we're still waiting to see exactly what they want to remove.
They're conniving as we speak.
Have we seen a Farah ban yet?
I have a feeling that might have been... I believe it was on map 1, Oasis. I think Oxford did ban the Farah. It was either Oxford or Warwick that banned the Farah. Or I have brainworms, which is another very real prospect.
Surah, I don't think it was out. Arisa. Playing Reinhardt, I guess. I guess they're playing Reinhardt. Like, I don't know.
Who knows?
Oxford banning Arisa? What is the world coming to? What is the world coming to?
Renee is walking over to wherever Light Void is now, just like beating him up like crazy, just punching him in the face hundreds of times. Like, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. And then again, as per earlier, just gets back to his desk like nothing ever happened. Being like, all right, guys, we got a game. We got a game. Ironclad mental on the Oxford side. Warwick, I mean, maybe this is going to sound like maybe a little too psychoanalytical, but if we're being honest, these players just aren't really used to losing, like in any capacity, right? So it is not.
Some of them will. I mean, like in the last year, too. No, it's true. But especially when like Quartz was around, they've lost a decent amount.
Yeah, but recently they've lost like entire
Well, yeah, but like half the team is like Meta Thrall, who like have experience of like having like close games. J9 personally will have experience of losing. You know, obviously not qualifying for Facet's master tier with Super Shy last year. So I think that the only player who will have like no experience of losing will be Shuvi, who's been putting up a pretty reasonable performance anyhow. So
yeah, I don't think we can necessarily point to like it's too elegant to be like, okay, there is a problem that Warwick are and they can play better to fix it. I mean, Oxford have just been firing all cylinders, to be honest. Like, we've been seeing Big Bog praises all day, but Light Void's been stepping up on the tank. Renee's Reaper has proven to be surprisingly deadly. And the backline are really good at just living. There's so much pressure exerted on them by people like J9 and Matt Murray. They're staying alive, which is the number one thing that your backline need to do, which they will often struggle with.
Okay, point side positioning taken so far from Oxford. They're kind of daring their opponents to spam them out, which is, in my opinion, probably the correct choice from how these comps have ended up working out. I mean, J9 is going to be able to get plenty of access. The backline, Shuvi, an opening kill.
Yeah, that's a spectacular frag. Taranti, it gets rid of the legs from the Oxford composition. Of course, Big Bog still finds his one because it's Big Bog, let's be honest, at the end of the day. But you're going to be pretty happy for Warwick. You should be taking this spot and continuing to proceed forward.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to figure out if we're going to kite harder or maybe just reset. Because there's still a chance for Warwick to keep pushing for these exit kills. Light Void will be able to exit, but it is under more scrutiny than maybe you'd like. Okay, we're back to 5. Against the Tracer, they do need to realize that they generally should be playing faster. They're playing to hit walls. If they don't, then the longer they wait, the more chance of J9 will just kill somebody.
Yeah, and there it is. There's a wall. It's good onto meta. Not good enough. There was a gap that they were able to slip out of, and so able to block up for quite a while. Finn, I believe that could only have been from across the map catching on floor, and a great slow there. Big Bog might be the one that got the kill credit, but that kill was all Light Void.
Yeah, that it was. Humongous value there from those two players.
In the favor of Warwick.
That's true. Oh, it's close, but it seems like this carry will be able to survive. Oh no! Posthumous from the Nanite Swarm That is huge from this slow, but the cart is still going to continue moving towards those forward spawns. Any respawners coming through from Oxford should be able to force them back, surely. J9 a little bit harder to dislodge the forward spawns being threatened. They should come through.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great that Light Void got picks, but you realistically need your tank to be able to stop forward spawns. And now Warwick have secured those forward spawns in just over 2 minutes, sorry. And that's not great at all. Your odds of winning just supremely vanish like before your eyes in a scenario like that. Hitsu Rush out from Shubi. It's on the high ground. Finn is able to use theirs just a tad later, but it doesn't matter about using your ult slate when the members of your team are dead, and that puts an overclock into the equation just to make things even here. I say this until Light Void and Taranti end up trading more anyway, but now it is just Light Void who has to run for the hills.
I don't think they can chase him much further. Yeah, so he'll be able to escape once again. Warwick, though, can continue to work on their lead. They've really got the butt scratch out of the way, so straight towards pressuring the second area of the map. An aggressive recontest from Light Void.
Yeah, not so aggressive, arguably reckless, losing all of the armor when the fight begins. Sound barriers from both sides here. These Remarchers are just going to be pummeling the absolute hell out of each other. But the trades, it seemed like there was a lot more focus fire onto Light Void than there was onto Meta, who didn't get scrutinized all that much in the front line.
Yeah, I don't know what's really changed, honestly. Maybe it is just the Reaper. But it feels like Light Void is just taking way more damage than Meta1 is on the other side of things. And, you know, what's more, they're finding much more magic picks. Warwick seems like they've got so much momentum. That being said, it's been strong starts from Warwick on every previous map. They haven't always been able to keep it up, though.
No, that is true. Big Bog fires the first shot. That's a warning, J9, to get the hell out of dodge, and then turns the corner with the OC. It's been kited for the most part here. Meta puts an Annihilation in here. I mean, you're getting healing. I guess it could be a wise decision, and J9's still getting active in the backline to clean up 2, clean up 3! This is why we call this player a master. Unfortunately, the Pulse Bomb... The Pulse Bomb ruined the aura, but you still have a lot of aura from that play. Don't worry about it.
He's got a noodly throwing arm, and the flip will come through Big Bog. About 2 HP when all said and done, but he'll be able to survive. You'll be able to take away forward spawns, but no more than that. So a lot of work. But thankfully, they got this stabilization, you know, relatively early on, before the lead was something really insurmountable. That being said, they've got to see a much higher level of performance from Oxford.
Yeah, it has to be perfection from here on out. You have no room aside from that to really deal with. Big Bog getting threatened out by J9, then just forced to jump into the equation. And Light Void's Annihilation is purely cosmetic. You fully shove you out, and it's like, okay, cool. Now what?
He just like walks towards the health pack, is a bit questionable. That's not the fight you're looking for. At the end of the day, Kitsu for Annihilate isn't the worst trade, but you'd rather just not have used the Annihilation, so you're not going to be feeling the best about it anyhow. Only Light Void can contest for a second. He'll be using both of his cooldowns to stall. The Kitsu comes as necessary peel.
Yeah, and another nice wall there. It doesn't kill Meta, but again, like, it's just so much front-facing damage, and eventually it is going to overcome. They can see only rush all that increased attack speed, movement speed, cooldowns, and everything. Matt wants to turn this. These teams are not afraid to just toss ult into 4v5 situations just to see what they can get. And yeah, Renee ends up going down to that one. It's very, very awkward. Matt, however, decides that this life isn't for him anymore. He did say he's hanging up the controller, so jumps into the rest of the enemy team. But now it's the backliners who are putting in the work. Shuvi and Thrall, just a two-man power trip here, and J9 along as the third wheel.
I was getting ready to compliment, you know, the decision not to pop the Rene Blizzards, because you could kill Meta1 without it. But honestly, looking back at it, you'd probably rather just get out of the way, right? Because they're trying to be so economical with their advantage that they end up just getting mechanically differential. To feels like a story we've heard more than a couple times with this Warwick team. There's a recontest here. No real distance have been accrued just yet, but I mean, Warwick coming up to 4 ultimates.
Yeah, you can save and save and save, but eventually you got to spend something. And it turns out the Oxford put all of their points into the aim category. At least Big Bog did, because we were able to get rid of Meta before the fight has started. And yeah, you're feeling very clean about that one.
Yeah, that you are. You come into this fight, both teams relatively, you know, economically flush, right? So I think it's just going to come down to who's understanding the macros a bit better. These fights are the ones that often favor Oxford.
Aggressive sound barrier from Thrall only gets onto 2, Compare that to Taranti sound barrier that's able to catch every single member of Oxford. Is that a thrall in my goat? I'm not sure what that was all about.
I don't really know how we beat 2 people. I'm going to keep it a buck with you.
I mean,
it's quite impressive.
It could have been like everyone should have been beaten, but they just didn't because Overwatch.
I don't think there's a bug like that. Maybe there was a good wall from the different live voids.
Not a bug, but like there would be like a random shield or like piece of like scenery that.
We'll have to wait and see at some point because it turns out sound barring is pretty useful. Huge differential there, and forward spawn's almost unlocked now for Oxford.
Yeah, Light Void going to use this Annihilation. Almost gets stopped by his own wall, but is able to run through anyway. Deny a lot of the value from the Kitsune Rush. Meta, again, like, I know that we were just criticizing Oxford for, you know, sometimes just not using ults. It seems like we're having the opposite problem. I saw there was no reason for Meta to annihilate there. None whatsoever.
He thinks he can clutch it, I guess. He's still not swapping. Both teams have a lot of... They've got a lot of self-confidence, I'll put it that way. And sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. J9's in, he's spent a lot of resources early on, and so we can begin to fight over the lead now for real.
Big Ball with an overclock is deadly, and Meta's just dead. It's a Kitsune Rush and overloaded frontline damage. Oxford, they've taken the lead. There's 2 minutes left, Spec. I think you know what this means. Barring some kind of miracle, Warwick are going to suffer a lot.
He spins on a dime, bro. 180-degree flick. That is crazy.
He just bogged you, bro. That's wild.
For real, yeah.
He's just had his way with your team. What kind of team? I wouldn't know.
Okay. Oh, Thrall are low, but we'll be able to escape.
Yeah, able to escape. Big Bog's ult didn't get anything. And Matt's going to get significantly more here. But, oh god, Warwick, you are in a predicament right now, aren't you? You've got 1 minute. 1 minute to prove why you're still the champions. Put that crown on the line here. Oxford winning would be probably the biggest upset that we've seen in a while.
Maybe a crazy upset, you know, considering we saw like Warwick lose last year. But we'll have to wait and see. Walking up, you've got good ults. You need to go on the cart though. Thrall's beat. He needs to catch more than 2 this time.
Yeah, that helps when there is a sound barrier which catches onto a couple of members. Thrall this time, yeah, there's going to be everyone with the beat. Light Void, however, takes that as the cue to go forward. Taranti not getting Ajax this time. Light Void ends up being the hero here. 3 with the ultimate. 20 seconds left on the clock. Matt, out of desperation, gets the shot through onto Big Bog. But that's just out of spite at the end of the day. 15 seconds remaining. You have a touch here for Warwick, but what else?
You've got Annihilation. You play slow, you can get a Kitsune Rush. Your ults are going to be better. Rene's Blizzard is going to be needed. They are playing the higher ground. Good decision here to just commit to the strong shooting lines. That gives you the time to build up the necessary champ marks. Blizzard on their cart could be a brutal combination, but you need to hold it for the Annihilation. It has to hit meta.
Yeah, it has to, and that Blizzard on the cart is going to be such a big problem to deal with. Great Wall crawls out of the fight. That's so much gone here. Meta is in desperation mode now with the Annihilation. You're able to barely get through onto Big Bog. You use the Blizzard. You're not able to get a whole lot out of it. Kitsune Rush here. It's just Meta running away like Wile E. Coyote with the bot, but the members of Oxford are in hot pursuit, and you are pressing further and further into their spawn room, and you don't get anything. It might be a paper crown, but it's a crown nonetheless. Oxford Omnics are going to fell the Warwick Angels.
That they will, and in what manner they did it. An absolutely electric game. Was it 3? Maybe even 4 maps in a row where they start off slow and then just decide to lock in later on. It always felt like we were telling the story of this is looking really good for Warwick, but the adaptation coming through from Rene, just way too strong. Fantastic plays from all of Oxford. Huge congratulations for their victory. And of course, to the victor go these spoils, 250 great British pounds going to be donated towards that roster. Warwick, I mean, it's a lovely last gasp here for Matt Murray as a playing member of the team. Obviously, his compatriot Keydog not here. They can still return if we ever do something like this again, which I hope we do, because the action is always so fantastic.
Yeah.
They got 150 quid. They're not too mad about it.
But before we start our Warwick over conspiracy theories, let's get some things in perspective, right? This isn't all of Warwick. They are down some of their this was not their main roster. They are down on players. Oxford had the advantage of their alumni as well. But, you know, at the end of the day, Oxford beat Warwick. And I'm very, very happy about that. You know what? Like, I can't be too mad about that, especially because of the match that we saw. Like, goodness gravy, that was really close.
And we've still got, I mean, even if it takes some old heads to do it, we've still got some great competition in Uni Overwatch. I think we are generally seeing that. You know, we are seeing a lot of competition in the kind of top 8 kind of bracket where we haven't always had that. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. Here, though, Oxford show they can still win, which is, I think, something they haven't had for a little second now.
Yeah, it feels good to see. You know, Oxford went from not even making the NSE finals to being able to get a 4-2 victory over Warwick in it's a grand finals, okay? Some people may not think it a real grand final, but to me, it's a grand finals regardless, and they'll get Liquipedia points from it, which is spectacular, I'm sure.
Nice
I will also get half a Liquipedia point, which is I need so bad. Please, just if anyone has any Liquipedia points they can donate to me, I will take it. But yeah, the Ox Frauds, the Ox Fraud Omnics, also known as the University of Oxford, are your champions. I mean, yeah, spectacular match, spectacular gameplay. Thank you so much to Scan for partnering with us for this tournament. And thank you to them for the giveaway as well. One last reminder, again, we've told you a million times, exclamation point giveaway to win an AMD Ryzen 7 CPU. It's very, very good, and you should probably join because free stuff is absolutely wonderful, and uni students love free stuff. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a phenomenal day of Overwatch, and that has been all for me, Egder, and Spectreon. Thank you for watching, and have a good rest of your day.